Welcome. We are here with Mountain Outpost in Big Sky, Montana, for day 2 of the Rut. Today we've got the 28K race that's going to summit Lone Peak. Unfortunately, my name is not Corinne Malcolm. It's Olivia Amber. And I'm here with Chris Brown, who was here covering the VK yesterday. What are you most excited for today?
Well, this is my first time out at the Rut. Watching the VK yesterday, seeing the super competitive field, just going at it. Some really great competition, both the men's and women's side. A bunch of those folks coming back today for this race, and then some coming back for all 3 distances, but some coming back just for the 50K after the VK. The fields are just stacked, both sides this year. Unfortunately, some notable drops, which we'll get into. But yeah, I'm just excited to see these folks duke it out on the mountain.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good race, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the conditions are a lot better today. Yesterday we had a bunch of snow up top. There's probably still some lingering stuff on the ground up there, but as far as ambient weather, no snow coming down. Winds seem a little lighter than yesterday. Temps should be higher today overall, so probably slightly better running conditions. I figure maybe in the VK with the engine burning as hot as it was, maybe they appreciate it being sub freezing temps up at the top yesterday. But, with a little longer distance, a little slower pace, they'll probably appreciate some slightly milder weather today. And we are just a few minutes from the start. I think 8 minutes if everything goes off on time. And pretty soon we'll have a camera down there on the start. You can see who's down there on the start line. But why don't we go through the fields here and talk about who's racing today?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. You want to start with the women's side?
Yeah.
Okay,
let's
cool.
do it.
Who do you got?
So the women's 28K is stacked. We have the 2-time defending 28K champ returning to defend her title, and the 3-time 50K defending champ dropping to the 28K to challenge her. So there's, also a very strong field right behind these two, ready to pounce on any weakness. And so Bailey Kowalczyk is definitely my top prediction to win this, but I think Jen is someone who has won the 50K. She knows this course, she knows this race, and I think she can definitely give Bailey a run for her money, and I would not be surprised if she took that title.
Yeah, so up front, Bailey and Jen. Bailey, again, the 2-time defending 28K champ. Seems like the person to beat today. On the other hand, Jen, coming down from the 50K distance, having won it 3 times in a row here, she has wheels too, and she is absolutely ferocious. So
and she just won the VK.
Exactly. I was just going to get to. She just won the VK, so it's not like she can't perform over a shorter distance. So it's going to be an absolute bloodbath between these two as far as I see it. Little biased. Jen lives in my hometown of Missoula, so I know and love Bailey, but Jen, my hometown girl, I got to give it to her today. So who do we have coming up behind them?
So coming up behind them, we have Denali Strobel, who's from Alaska. She probably has the most experience on technical terrain in the women's field. She grew up with Mount Marathon in her backyard, consistently runs under an hour on that course, which is insane. Mm-hmm. I have done that race, and she flew by me on that downhill. It's incredible. She has incredible wheels. And the Rut was actually Denali's first ultra experience. So this is a bit of a homecoming for her.
Totally, yeah. So anyone who can run that Mount Marathon race well, they're going to be an insane downhill runner. So if you're anywhere near her on the final descent, you're probably out of luck. So definitely a solid choice there for the podium, potentially top 5, maybe even challenging for that top spot. I also yesterday was talking a lot about one of my favorite races to see on People's Ultra Sign Up, that Crow's Pass crossing, just a legendary race up in Alaska. As I think I mentioned yesterday, Scott Patterson's won that thing 8 times. Denali's been up there to that race and performed well. I think she was 4th in 2016 and 2nd in 2018, as well as 2nd in 2023. So having performed well there, that just shows that she can run super well on technical and challenging terrain. She's got a little bit of ultra experience too. She's ran the Canyons 100K, and she's performed really well at the Broken Arrow 23K, which is about as good of an analogy to this race as you can have. So she's definitely a contender as well. One person we were looking for and are not sure is starting today is Janelle Lynx. She didn't start the VK yesterday despite being signed up for it, so we'll be on the lookout for her. Yeah, who else do you got in this field?
Yeah, we also have Caitlin Patterson. She also raced the VK yesterday and was third. She is an Olympic cross country ski racer and honestly, this 28K field has a number of formerly pro Nordic skiers and current pro Nordic skiers. So it's going to be really interesting to watch how the Nordies stack up. But last year she finished second in the Baldface Scramble 29K, and then the Kokorua 23K.
Never heard of it.
I haven't either, but they're both in the rugged mountains of New Hampshire.
I've hardly heard of the Rut, so don't trust me on people's results here.
I gotta go check these races out. She's also finished in the top 10 multiple times at the Birkie, which is a 50K ski race out of Cable, Wisconsin, my homeland. She's got the lungs. She's got the technical expertise from racing in the Northeast. And if she can put those together, she's definitely a dark horse.
Yeah, and not to mention she ran the VK here yesterday and was third behind just Jen and Claire Rhodes, and frankly was pretty close to both of them. So she's super fit right now, absolutely. What are some of the other names we had in here?
So we also have Annika Landis.
Yeah, so there's some
she's
skiers.
transitioning.
Yeah, some skiers here. I'll leave them to you because I don't know the skiing scene as well.
So Annika Landis is transitioning from the pro ski circuit to the trail running scene. Earlier this year, she won a 28K in France. I do not know which one. I cannot pronounce it. I apologize. Championnat du Canigo.
That's perfect.
I apologize.
Yeah, I think that's actually
I really
a
am sorry
pastry.
about that. Yep.
Yeah.
And has also won Stand Hope 30K in Idaho. There's another dark horse, in my opinion. There's another racer, Erin Bianco. I know her through the cross-country ski racing scene as well. She skis for BSF out of Bozeman. She's originally from Ely, Minnesota, and she actually had a brief foray in running in college, and she's an amazing athlete. So she's definitely one to watch.
Nice. Okay, and then last on my list, you might have a few more than me, but I had Jenna Greaser, who was also in the VK yesterday. Definitely performed super well, 7th in that race yesterday. Also 12th earlier this summer in the Minotaur 33.5K. Again, kind of like Broken Arrow, super, super good comparison to this race. She's been dabbling in some ultras over the past year or so, and is also a top 10 ranked cyclist in multiple distances in cross country and cyclocross, I think. So, yeah, she's a super solid athlete all around. So should we go to finish line, Cam? Yeah, there we go. We got Jesse Carnes, timer extraordinaire. Oh, look at that guy. Blue shirt on the right. I think
Who's that?
That is a 15-time UTMB champion and current Western States course record holder, as well as the 400-meter hurdles world record holder, Paddy O'Leary. None other than.
I don't know if anyone knows that name.
Yeah, he's
we'll talk about him later.
The darkest of the dark horses. So we can see Cam Smith coming back from his win at the VK yesterday. Jackson Cole on the left. I'm excited to talk about him, mostly because he's my friend, but also because he's an extremely talented athlete who's really on the rise right now. High fives all around. I think that's Forrest, our elite athlete coordinator, soaking it up at the start there. No, that's my L, actually. Go Madge. We got Johnny Luna Lima standing next to Bailey, Kowalczyk, and who else do we see? I see Chad Trammell. I always pronounce it both ways. Sorry, Trammell. Chad's the man. Who else do we have?
There's Andy Newell. He is a former Olympic cross-country ski racer in the yellow.
Okay.
The red vest.
Awesome. I see. Is that Scott Patterson on the right in a little button-up thing? Okay.
I couldn't see.
Yeah, you can see the racers lining up here for the start.
I should talk a little bit about the men's race quickly.
Yeah,
we've got
sure.
two previous 28K champions in the race today.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have
Johnny. He is returning to defend his title in the 28K. He's done races at the Rut multiple times. We definitely do not expect him to give up his top spot without a fight. He recently raced Minotaur Sky Race in Alberta, and he took third. And they're off. They are off to the races right now.
So you can see up front we got, it looks like, I can see Cam in the pink shorts. One thing we were working on today, I see Patty too. Patty's up there with those
Johnny,
guys.
the Blueberries.
Yep, Blueberry Boys. One thing we were working on today, hopefully we get it here pretty soon. With all the drone footage yesterday, it's a little tough to get an ID of some of these folks unless you've seen them up close. So we're trying to match faces to outfits there at the start line, but hopefully we get some still photos we can compare to. All right, cool. So this is super helpful. All right, so we got Jackson and Cam leading the charge up front. We got Patty, Johnny, and who's that on the right in the black?
I can't tell.
Okay, we'll have to figure out who
that is.
We'll
try to figure that out.
Okay, who else do we see up there?
I don't.
I think I saw Tyler Corville holding the camera there. Ooh, Jackson looking back. So here's what I'm seeing
Cam.
here.
There's Cam.
Jackson just looked back. He's wondering why he feels so good and these guys aren't running faster right now.
Oh, Cam just waved at the camera, so he's psyched.
Okay. So straight uphill to start for these guys. We can get into the course maybe a little bit once we lose these guys to the drone footage, but
yeah, they have quite a lot of elevation to gain during this race today. 7,202 feet to be precise.
Just about 17 miles, 17 and a half.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah,
a lot of vert. They're kicking it off, getting a couple of those vert coins cashed in right off the get-go.
Yep. So there's Bailey Kowalczyk. Looks like she's taking an early lead. It'd be interesting to see whether Jen is going to key off of her or vice versa.
And this is to be expected. Bailey she often goes out fast and takes the lead, and so it's going to be really interesting to see here.
I wonder if that's
how Jen responds.
I wonder if that's a strategy based on her kind of recent success in European races. She's been going over running Zagama, Sierra Zinal. She was 5th at Sierra Zinal a couple years ago, which is just bananas. There's not that many American performances that stack up with that. So I wonder if that's kind of a adaptation of those crowded, sort of intense, hot from the gun European races.
Totally. And she's actually the only woman in this year's field in the women's field to have a top 10 fastest time on this course.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, great.
So she knows the course, so she's going to be able to run it very strategically as well.
Cool. So behind Cam and Jackson here, okay, we have Patty, and then I'm going to call that Scott Patterson in the strange camo and the bright sunglasses. So someone in the chat, you're welcome to correct me there, and I won't look at it because I'm not going to look at that for a while, but maybe by the end of the race we can correct me.
I can't see his face, but yeah, it must be Scott.
And the blue there, I'm not sure who that is. Got that blue and that black. It'd be nice to get
it'll be good to
figure out
get
who those
info.
folks are. But for the most part, we kind of have who we were expecting up here up front. That, I think, in the white with the hat. Oh, who is that? We saw him yesterday. And I'm wondering if that could be someone who was near the front yesterday in the men's VK.
Let me check.
Okay, I'm wondering if it could be Griffin Bailey. I'm not sure.
I'll check.
Sorry, Griffin Briley. So a couple notable drops here compared to who we saw in our elite preview. Rob Krar, the man, the myth, the legend, is not racing. Who else did we have drop? The Hemmings, unfortunately, Tabor and Eli are not going to make it out for the start today.
And I think I haven't seen Janelle yet.
Okay.
So I did not see her at that start line.
Yeah, Janelle, again, we were wondering after missing the VK yesterday if she was going to be here. We have not seen her yet. And then Aubrey Meijer, who was going to be my dark horse pick for the podium here, is not going to make it out either. I was talking to him last night, and he specified, and he wanted me to announce that the reason he isn't going to make it today is because he is afraid. So just mark that one down for the record. So we got Bailey leading the women's field still.
Griffin is definitely one of the guys up there. I just can't tell exactly which color he's wearing, but we will let you guys know as soon as we find out.
Okay, we're going to Brittany, I hear. Here's Brittany down on the start line. She probably can't hear us over the cowbell. But we'll get to her in just a moment, maybe once this wave goes by. Okay, I think we're going to come back to her. We're going to follow Bailey for a moment.
Absolutely charging up this hill.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see, to get a reference of where the rest of the women are here, I cannot imagine Jen's going to let her get away with
No.
taking off from the start and getting a gap. I'm frankly surprised, even with this close-up, that Jen's not in the frame.
Yeah, me too. But she could be right there. The camera's just quite close.
All right, we got a couple of competitors with her there.
Oh, and I think that's Andy Newell in that yellow shirt.
Oh, great.
Up right ahead of Bailey.
Okay, now we're getting a look back into the pack behind Bailey.
Where's Jen? There she
There
is.
she is. That distinct, choppy, aggressive style there. I wonder if she's letting her legs warm up a little bit after that VK yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at that smile. She's feeling good.
All smiles and snot rockets here on a chilly Big Sky morning.
Our VK champion yesterday talking to the camera.
Love it. I wonder who's holding that camera. She's a local. She probably knows everyone involved in organizing this race. So these runners to start are going up to Headwaters Bowl, 3.9 miles of that first aid station. And some of the more gradual climbing, they'll have a small descent during that initial run up to that aid station. But kind of a nice warm-up, little bit of elevation, but nothing crazy. The steeper, more intense climbing gets started a little later. So look for the pack to just kind of string out here before things get technical and intense.
Yeah, and it certainly will get technical and intense pretty quickly. So it's going to be really interesting to see who can hold up to those really techy talus fields as they're going through that bowl and up and back down Lone Peak. I know we see quite a separation in the field once you hit that terrain.
So I went up on a run yesterday and ended up covering a little bit of the terrain of this course in reverse direction, and I decided to myself that some of the hills that I was running down, they had to have chosen to go up them just because they were not feasible to run down during the race. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of how intense some of these climbs and descents are going to be today. Super steep, super techy. There's disclaimers on the website about how difficult this course is, so just to discourage people who might see the distance, a mere 28K, and think it might be in their wheelhouse when in fact it's not. We're going to see the winning women's times typically come in somewhere just under 4 hours, not a typo. That's a pretty long 28K.
Yeah, I mean, we see races, 50K races go that fast, and this is only 28K. So the course record on the women's side in 2015, Megan Kimmel ran a 3:35, and she still has the two fastest times on this course. The fastest Montanan women in the 28K in 2019, Emelise Von Clem, also known as Emo, local from Bozeman, who's also on the U.S. national skimo team. She just finished top 10 at CCC. She ran a 4:05, and so these are some of the fastest times on this course. So roughly around that 4-hour mark.
So this is, I know who this is.
That's Denali.
That's Denali.
Yeah,
there we go.
Look at her go.
So Denali, again, we were commenting on her Mount Marathon prowess, so we know she can run up steep technical terrain and come down that steep technical terrain, preferably without falling. But as a Mount Marathon competitor, you know that she can fall down, get up, and keep going.
And still get an insanely fast time.
Love those hands as she's going down the first little descent here. Awesome. Cool to see her up front. And who else do we have here?
Oh, they're just so fast.
I know it.
Can't tell.
So you mentioned that Montana resident course record of 4:05. In comparison to the overall record of 3:35, I'm not terribly familiar with this course, but I think Jen might be able to take that today.
I think there is a strong possibility that this course record goes down today.
So we'll hope to see that.
In the past, a lot of the weekends that the rut falls on is warm, and like even last year, it was in the 70s. And so the fact that today they're starting out and it's 40 degrees, I think could actually speed up some of these times for some of these competitors.
Yeah, so this is definitely one of those races where it's tough to compare times year over year, especially in something like the VK or something like the shorter races like this 28K, because conditions can just vary so much, right? Being this time of year, this shoulder season, it can be a hot day, it can be a snowy day. So an equivalent performance can really vary year to year. We were talking about that a little bit yesterday with the snow up near the top. You know, Cam Smith came in just behind the course record for that VK. Again, sometimes even the actual route switches a little bit, so I'm not totally clear on whether they ran the exact same route as prior years. But Cam was just a few seconds off of Remy Bonnet's overall all-time best. And so I was thinking, you know, having run that last 15 or so minutes on slick snow, how that time might compare to Remy's, assuming Remy ran on a perfect day, which presumably he didn't. But so anyway, it can be tough to compare times year over year.
Yes, true. And Remy also has the course record for the 28K.
Oh, and what's that?
He is the only person to break the 3-hour barrier. He ran at a 2:58.55 in 2015.
Wow, that's insane.
Otherwise, Cam Smith, who is racing today, has 2 of the top 10 fastest times for the 28K race. He's actually the only guy in the field, and not just the field, but the only guy on the record sheet to have more than one fast time in the top 10. So he's definitely one to watch today.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, you know, there's I think a few guys in the field this year who could break into that top 10. And conditions are definitely conducive to it today. All that snow should be melted from yesterday, or most of it, enough to make it, you know, pretty runnable without too much of an obstacle up top. And the temps are low. Should allow them to run, you know, pretty much, you know, as fast as they want here today.
Yeah.
So we got a couple of wave starts here. I think maybe 5 or so. So I'm not sure if we're seeing the first wave or the second here, but you know, kind of that pack trickling up the mountain here. So you know, this is your opportunity to see your cousin or your niece or your stepson. Because for the rest of the day, we're following the elites. Fair warning. Oh, we're going down to Brittany at the start. Hey, Brittany, can you hear us?
Hey. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we totally can. Hey, so did you see anything interesting at the start? How was the energy? How did the elites look? Any notable absences? I'm sorry, that's a lot of questions, but tell us what you saw.
It was awesome. I just saw a guy go by with sandals and hot pink toenails. So the vibes are good today.
Are we talking sandals that are affixed to the foot, or like thongs sort of going to be a problem in the high country?
Yeah, thongs. So we're going to see how those pink toenails hold up throughout the day.
All right, we'll be on the lookout. We'll see if we can get a drone assigned to that person.
Good idea. Wave 3. You're going to want to look for him.
Okay, got it. Awesome. Anything to call out from that first wave, the elite field up front?
I think exactly what you guys said. Bailey went out hot, as we know she does, and Jen was tucked in like a little tiny bunny rabbit in the whole pack, so I didn't see her off the bat. So it's exciting to see that she's making her way up. But everybody's looking really good, so it's going to be a good race. I'm excited.
Awesome. And where are we going to see you for the rest of the day?
Well, naturally, I'm going to be at the Christmas aid station, which is Taylor Swift current.
Okay.
So I think that's maybe like mile 10. So I'll keep you posted. Hopefully it'll start to be a good race by the time we get up there and see. So we'll keep you guys posted and wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
All right. Merry Christmas, Brittany.
And happy holidays.
All right. Another one of those later waves. Looks like the pack's thinning out a little bit there.
Yeah, I wonder if this wave, is this the last wave? It looks like it might be.
It feels like it, yeah.
Yeah.
But what a journey all of these folks are going on today. Some of them surely unprepared for the terrain ahead, including that guy in sandals.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, maybe that should be a separate category.
Yeah.
Whew.
Wow. So I want to reiterate, speaking of separate categories, we had the Jorts division winner yesterday.
that's
That
right.
was not Nick Cornell. It was Luke Galloway. Nick Cornell would be the kind of person who could win a Jorts
100%.
division. But Luke Galloway won the Jorts division again after we got a sample from that denim sent off to a lab in Switzerland. It was confirmed those were Jorts, and he is the winner of the Jorts division. So
Thanks for doing that.
yeah,
We really
yeah.
need to make sure that's validated.
yeah,
you know?
North Face, of course, made sure that was possible. So while we're watching this later heat go out, let's finish up that preview of the men's field here. So we stopped at Johnny. Johnny, of course, some notable results here in the past. He's the defending 28K champ. Just came third at the Minotaur 33.5K earlier this summer, and that comes into play with some of the other guys here. But just, tons of results going way back. Johnny Luna Lima, just, a legend in the sport, of course. I also want to call out he's an excellent obstacle course racer, and one of the applicable factors from that is he can run downhill like an absolute maniac.
Oh, it's insane.
In my life, I don't think I've seen anyone in person who can run downhill better than Johnny Luna Lima. So, again, kind of like we were talking about with Denali, with that Mount Marathon prowess, you don't want to be near Johnny if you're on the last descent. That's just the reality of it. So Cam Smith, again, he won the 28K 2 years ago. That's prior to Johnny, so we have the past two winners here. He won the VK yesterday. He also won the Rut 28K in 2021, so we got 2021, 2022, and 2023 winners here. He was, let's see, is that right? No, I've got some conflicting data here. Anyway, I made some typos, so whatever Cam Smith has done here in the past in the 28K, he's a legend on this course. Also, a legendary Skimo guy. He's been repping the USA in Skimo. He's been a national champ. He's been a national champ a bunch of times. He's podiumed at a World Cup. So again, this sort of race is one of the intersections of where skiers and runners and even cyclists come together.
Yeah.
Because it's not just about pure running ability. You're not necessarily worried about a perfectly efficient cadence. It's all about lungs on the climbs and the ability to handle technical on the downhills, and those two qualities are not reserved for runners.
Yeah,
right?
Aerobic capacity and agility are definitely huge factors in doing well in this race.
Slightly more scientific way of putting what I just said crudely. So moving on, Scott Patterson. Reminder, he's running the trifecta today. He was fourth yesterday in the VK, so he's obviously in good form. He has performed well here in both the 50K and at the 28K. He was third earlier this year at the Speedgoat 50K, another great comparison race for this one. So he's in top form at the moment. And as I was mentioning yesterday, Crow's Pass Crossing, he is the all-time legend there. He's won that thing 8 times. And, of course, as a skier, he's represented the United States at the Winter Olympics twice in 2018 and 2022. So Scott obviously has the credentials, and this has been a good year for him so far, so we're expecting a lot from him.
Yeah, and his main discipline in cross-country skiing were the endurance races.
Okay.
And so his aerobic engine is just
Yeah.
out of control.
Yeah, so fourth in the VK
trifecta,
yesterday.
Watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Jackson Cole, we were mentioning him earlier. This is a local guy. He's in and out of Missoula, but we like to claim him as one of our own. He has been just on a tear lately. So he won the Minotaur race in 2023 and then came back and took second this year, behind only Scott Patterson and ahead of Johnny Luna Lima. So we got a total rematch from that race this year. He was fifth at the Pikes Peak Marathon, so he can handle elevation and altitude. And, little local call out for me, second at the 2022 Nine Trails endurance run, 35-miler. He was second to someone in the booth at that race that year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Well, we have to talk about Paddy O'Leary.
We absolutely do.
The people's champion. He is returning to the rut to hopefully finally lift his curse.
Yep, Paddy, a cursed racer.
If he can fuel well, he's going to be up there.
Yeah.
He's definitely one of my picks in the top 5 on my Free Trail Fantasy board. He's never been to the top of Lone Peak despite competing here twice. But I think this year could be, third time's a charm,
It could be. And he's been running super well lately with a win at Dipsy last year. Second place at the Big Alta 28K. Again, an equivalent distance to this, not even remotely the same terrain. But he's fit right now.
His claim to fame.
What's his claim to fame?
The champion of the JP Morgan 5K in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Patty, we, Olivia and I decided that she's taking the over and I'm taking the under on Patty. So after,
Pro Patty.
Yeah, after this description of his results, for the rest of the day, I'll be talking shite about him, as he would say, and Olivia will be cheering for him. So I'm just assuming that he blew his lungs out doing commentary yesterday.
It looks like we've got Cam Smith and someone right behind him. This is the lead Cam. So these are the top guys in the race right now.
I'm going to think that's Johnny.
No, it's not Blue.
It's not Blue. It's not Jackson. So we might be looking at I called Scott in a different outfit.
Yeah, but
maybe that's that Terex kit. That could be Griffin Briley.
We need to find out who that is.
Yeah, I could be mistaken in calling that Griffin Briley, but
in the chat, if you know who that is, please let us know.
That's the editor there chiming in. Whoever it is, they appear to have elbow pads on, which is a good strategy going into some of those technical downhills later in this race.
Wait, I didn't even notice that.
I think
You're making that up. Yeah,
probably
okay.
arm sleeves.
Maybe. That's a great idea, though.
By the end of this broadcast, you will learn not to take me seriously.
Is that your move, running in knee pads, elbow pads?
I should, honestly. I would be less than walking on some of the terrain in this course.
And so right now they are going through quite a lot of switchbacks heading up towards headwaters. So right now they're on a more cruisy section of the course, and pretty soon they will start hitting some more technical terrain. So we could see this change significantly. So right now, this is some of the more buffed out trails of the entire course. So
one of the things that Patty was calling out yesterday, and I think that applies more to the VK to this, but it'll certainly come into play during some of those higher alpine sections, is that there's sections on this course like what you're seeing now where you really can't see more than a second or two behind you. The switchbacks are tight, the forest is dense, so you'll really you won't have a way to compare yourself to your competitors.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you can look back, see no one. You can look down, see no one. And so something that I when I raced the 50K, what I did was I would look at I look at the time, try to find like a flag or a specific tree or marker ahead of me, see a person pass through like a few switchbacks up, and just look and see how far ahead they are, because they can look very close because the switchbacks are so tight.
Yep.
So it's really hard for competitors to really know where they are in the field. So it's going to be really interesting once they get out onto Lone Peak and sort of see who can, really dial in that competitive spirit once it's that really strung out, more open terrain. It's definitely going to change a lot. We've seen it change a lot in the past. And
yeah, so you do have
that today.
You do have the possibility here of, popping out from the trees where you think you're, maybe running well, and then getting out into an exposed section and realizing that you just got caught during that section where you couldn't see anybody. Or maybe you pulled ahead and didn't notice it, or maybe somebody pulled ahead of you. So a lot can happen when you're in the trees and can't see folks, but it'll become clear when they're out on those more exposed sections.
And they are absolutely flying through this part. Just really nice buffed out trail.
Yeah, so Cam Smith not taking it out easy here, letting it be known that he wants to win this thing. Kind of like what he did yesterday. He took the lead from the start. Mika was the only one who decided to contest it for a while. Kept a pretty close eye on him. That gap I was counting about 10 seconds for the vast majority of that climb yesterday. But then with just, maybe a half mile to go, Mika seemed to kind of let go of the leash and let Cam get to almost a minute and a half on him between there and the top. But yeah, anyway, Cam going out hard again today.
Second place has been very consistent, the same distance behind him. So I think it seems like the strategy right now is just keep him in sight, but not too close. So, Yeah, but Cam might not even know he's there right now. 'Cause
He might not, yeah.
So.
But Cam, he's not bluffing. He showed that he's got the wheels and the lungs for this yesterday. So he's definitely counted as a favorite, and he is right where he should be right now.
And they are definitely extending their lead in front of the pack right now. Although I do see someone moving through that clearing. I can't tell who it is. It's too far. But they're just the third place person is just entering that group of trees right now. So
as we get higher into this course, we're going to see more and more of these just epic nature shots. We're still very much in kind of ski run land here. These switchbacks, cutting those groomed ski runs down the hill.
Lone Peak.
But now we're looking up at Lone Peak. Runners will head up there pretty late in the course. Pretty cruel location for that Bone Crusher Ridge.
Yeah,
right at about the 2/3 of the way mark, they're going to hit the steepest, most technical part of this race. So you can't do it on fresh legs. If you've gone out too hard, you're really, really going to pay for it on that Bone Crusher.
Yeah, and that's going to be the long technical descent. So people like Denali will definitely see her wheels come on at that point.
Yeah, if she's in position when she gets to the top, when she gets to the summit aid station, look for her to make up a lot of ground on whoever's in front of her on that descent.
And I want to say Johnny too, but I mean, he's just so consistent uphill, downhill.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think if he's in contention,
yeah,
going up the peak, coming back down, it's going to be,
it
might be the Johnny show.
He'll be right there. So you ran the 21K yesterday.
I did.
Not a lot in common between that course and this one, but you have done the 50K in the past.
Yes.
So all in all, you've seen the majority of this course.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen the majority of this course. I've definitely spent considerable hours cumulatively across both of those two races, just out on the Big Sky trails. So I definitely can empathize with how these runners are feeling right now.
Yeah.
And it is tough. I think just there's a lot of, gradual, I laugh at myself saying gradual climbing because the very beginning, it's gradual climbing compared to the rest of the ascents that they have. And it's a brutal way to start. But yeah, it's worth it because you get the beautiful views at the top of Lone Peak.
If you're not blacked out by that point, you can look off the ridge and see something kind of nice.
True.
Which you won't appreciate at that moment. So what was the 21K course like compared to this one? You don't ascend Lone Peak. Mm-hmm.
However, it's kind of all of the best hits of Big Sky without getting in that Lone Peak summit. It's, the great combination of through the trees, nice single track, the fire roads, the open vistas. You get out on some of those ridge lines and some of definitely a bit of the technical talus fields. And so, it's a really awesome course if you aren't quite ready or sure if you want to go up Lone Peak. It's like the perfect course to do as sort of a warm-up, and then maybe the next year you can try to tackle one of the Lone Peak courses. But yeah, it's a beautiful course. Still 4,000 feet of vert.
That's amazing.
And I love how Foot is like, yeah, it's our flatter course. I'm like,
yeah.
I guess it's all relative. 4,000 feet of vert is a lot
in a half marathon.
Yeah,
that's pretty intense.
Yeah.
So just amazing stuff here. This is comparatively buttery trails. You can see them. These are kind of groomed mountain bike trails here. You can see no one's having to kind of chop up their stride to hop over rocks or anything here. This is almost, dare I say, Californian.
Whoa.
You get in trouble for using that word in Montana here. But
I was going to say, you might have some people out for you after that comment.
But this is smooth running through here. Nice switchbacky before they get up into that higher, more technical stuff that you've seen and that I've briefly touched yesterday in just a fun run and honestly terrified me.
Yeah, and it seems like the temps it was quite chilly this morning, so it's possible that there will be some ice on some of those rocky talus fields. That will definitely be a factor in foot placement. I mean, they're already quite slick. So if there is any ice up there, which there very well could be, so there's definitely considerable moisture yesterday, and well, yeah. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and at the base, we were looking at just above freezing at the start. So that means that at the summit, if there's any moisture left over after some of that up top snow melted yesterday, we could be looking at some icy conditions. But just looking at the mountain compared to yesterday, it's looking bare.
I know.
It's so
definitely a lot of melt.
There'll at least be snow on the side of the trail, but hopefully with all those VK runners having gone through it after the last of the snow came down, the trail should be pretty trampled and runnable at this point. Hoping they don't see too much ice up there.
Yeah. Going down Lone Peak on icy rock. Whew.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and here's Cam. Cam is just exiting off the single track onto the fire road. He's just out of the bottom of our screen right now. There he is. So there's Cam Smith. It looks like he's opened up the lead. The second place finisher is they're on the single track right now and about to, probably in the next few seconds, come out onto the fire road. And there's Cam Smith charging up that fire road. He's opening up the lead. And we still don't know who's in second, but we will try to find that out for you as soon as we can.
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat here, and don't get any ideas because this will be the last time I do so. Aid Station Fireball himself is asking who the guy in the Terex kit is. And if Aid Station Fireball doesn't know, nobody does.
Nobody knows. No.
So,
yeah. Thank you, Aid Station Fireball.
All right. Great shot of Cam. Cruising up this road section. It looks like he's about to approach an aid station here. Does that work out timing-wise? Yeah, 32 minutes. So he's coming up on Headwaters Bowl right now. Mile 3.9. His first aid station. Let's see what he does here. So looking at his kit, he's pulling out a soft flask right now. Looking like he's got about 2 bottles on him.
And he's pulling out that soft flask likely because he's about to fill it up. So we'll see how long that takes him.
Yeah, so after this, he'll be a little rolling and then mostly climbing up to mile 9.4 is his next aid. So, oh yeah, pre-powdered flask. That's how the pros do it nowadays. None of those.
And he's off. So that was very quick.
Did he just click his heels?
I think he did.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Look at that.
If we don't see that from Patty, then I'm going to be really disappointed. Oh, and there's a little bit of Erica. Erica Flowers is going to be reporting from the
amazing
Headwaters station, so we'll probably hear from her.
Okay, great.
At some point. Okay, this must be.
Yeah,
this is second.
This is second.
Is this Scott?
No.
It must be. I can't tell.
I think that's Scott.
Yeah. Oh, the way he's running with the poles, definitely.
Yeah. So that's Scott, unless somebody corrects me.
I am almost,
Very different outfit from yesterday, so I'm hesitant. But
and it looks like he just ran right through that aid station.
Yep.
And here is Johnny Luna Lima in third place.
Yep.
It looks like he has not pulled out a flask. He is not stopping at the aid station either. So we had Cam Smith pull out a pre-powdered flask, fill it up. We had Scott just go through in second, go right through the aid station, work in those poles, and Johnny Luna Lima in third.
Oh, it's Patty O'Leary in fourth. So
here he is.
I think there's a chance we missed a runner because second was pretty close to Cam and pretty far ahead of what was then third not that long ago.
Okay, so we've got Scott in third, Johnny in fourth. We missed the Terex.
Okay, well.
Okay. Well, there was another guy in all Terex kit.
Yeah, we're speaking of the producer here, and there's a chance we missed somebody, but from what we've seen at this aid station, it looks like we've got Cam followed by Scott, followed by Johnny, followed by Patty.
And Patty did take a brief pause to fill up.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking here is Cam, it's sometimes the faster runners will skip the first aid station. You don't have much needs in terms of nutrition or hydration at that point in the race. Okay, so we got Jackson coming in 5th here. So he's going straight through.
He wanted to keep going uphill, so that's a sign.
Yeah, he's stoked. So what I'm thinking is Cam might have started with an empty bottle, right? He might have started with nothing, thinking he doesn't need nutrition until he gets to that first aid station. Saved himself about a pound of weight with no water in a flask, thinking he could just take that 10 seconds it costs to fill it up at that first aid station. So, but again, my question here is where that second place guy who we saw, close to Cam and far ahead of third, just 5 minutes before that aid station.
Yeah,
We
right
haven't
now
seen him
Cam's
come through yet. So
far ahead.
we'll see if maybe we can get a wide drone shot and see if we miss someone at that aid station. Otherwise, at this point, I'm honestly thinking wrong turn.
I mean, the course is so well marked.
Yeah, I don't want to throw
can't
shade
imagine.
on Adam and Forrest and Mike here, but
I can't. Yeah, we'll see. And so, who do we have here? We have another racer coming through.
not sure
Looking
who that is.
good.
but
Didn't
they're
stop
performing well.
either.
Great spot right now. But otherwise, it's the contenders right up front. We had Cam, Scott, Johnny, Jackson. And again, they are heading from that Headwaters Bowl aid station, mile 3.9, up to Swift Current at mile 9.4. So,
And this is where things start to get more technical.
yep, as you can see, a little kind of scree field here. Some kind of rolly downhill before one big ascent, and then some kind of techie downhill.
And through here, it's interesting because it's a few seconds of really loose talus, a few seconds of solid talus, and it's hard to sort of tell what's going to be loose and what's going to be solid. So you have to really check your speed and your footing and be cautious through some of these sections here. 'Cause it's not all consistent.
Okay, I got Mr. Jorts himself, Luke Galloway, texting me a link here that's hopefully going to clarify who we're seeing out here. All right, so yeah, that's a good point. Now that they've gone through that first aid station, we can check the live results. So we will do that and report back momentarily on the status here. Okay, we got Bailey coming in. Sorry, we were looking down. All right, so Bailey cruising in first up to that first aid station. Oh, and Jen's caught her. Jen's right with her. So this is the battle we've been waiting for.
And we're with a decently sized group here. We've got,
Yep.
let's see, 1, 2. About a group of 10 strung
Yeah.
out in this frame.
Inevitably, the female leaders tend to accumulate a pack around them.
And we see Bailey and Jen just right there. Bailey's sort of in the center of the screen. Jen in the orange and black, just back from her.
So going through that first aid station, we had Cam Smith, as we saw, Scott Patterson. We didn't miss anybody, it turns out. We had Cam, Scott, Johnny, Patty, Cole. After that, we had Nate Marshall, Alexander Taylor, Aaron Beck, and on and on. But we are really wondering, or I am at least, what happened to that person who was keying off Cam just a few minutes before that aid station.
They should have done the VK.
Should have done the VK. It's a good point. Thanks, Luke Galloway, for the heads up. And congrats on your race yesterday. And good luck tomorrow.
Okay, so
All
they're
right.
going through a bit more of a technical section here. You can tell they're slowing down, really being more thoughtful about their foot placements. This is a pretty significant talus field, and there's going to be a lot more of this to come.
Yep, you could see Bailey and Jen both moving through that section.
We're
They're
back
in
at the
different
aid.
points, so you can't quite compare, but they both seem to be moving pretty well through that section. All right, so after the talus, back down into the trees. All right, we got third place
Denali.
woman, presumably Denali, coming into the Headwaters aid station. Not too far off of those leaders.
No, not far.
In great position. So as we mentioned, once she gets up to the high point of this course, she could make up some ground both on the ascent and descent. I mean, hard to think that anybody's going to make up ground on Bailey and Jen on any terrain really, but if anyone's going to do it, it would be her and there.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we have no, that's her from a different angle.
Yep, that's Denali and another person. They're just getting to the aid station. We'll see if Denali takes a pause. Nope.
Straight through.
Straight through.
With that vest on.
Oh,
she's
and
got,
that great leap.
Love it. Yeah, with that. Oh, look at that. She's got airplane arms again. Oh, unintentional slow-mo and freeze frame. I don't know if that's on the YouTube or just our camera
Could be
here.
Intentional. Airplane arm slow-mo.
Beautiful. That was like the cutout shot on a sitcom or something there, just waiting for the Three's Company music to play. Anyway, where am I?
That's a reference I can't continue for you. I'm gonna let you go roll with that.
Yada yada yada. Gratuitous nature footage.
Beautiful scenery here in Big Sky.
Yep.
You should have seen the amount of snow yesterday. It's crazy how much it's melted out. And here's back at the aid again. We've got more racers coming through.
Outfits getting more and more colorful as you go farther back in the pack. One of the things I was thinking about is who is and isn't carrying poles. So we saw Scott obviously with the poles. Cam, I don't think had them yesterday.
He didn't. I don't think he has poles today either.
Okay, I don't think he had them yesterday, which would definitely mean he wouldn't carry them today. He might have had them yesterday. I forget.
Bailey and Jen do not have poles. Mm-hmm. Patty does not have poles.
And then Denali did.
Johnny does not have poles.
Cam had poles yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Yesterday Cam had poles. But it does not appear he has poles today.
Nope.
So of the top pack, really Scott.
Yep.
Scott is holding down
which adds up.
Yep.
Based on his skiing prowess. I hate running with poles. I'm not a skier. They distract me and make me prone to falling. So I'm with the anti-pole folks here
I am
today.
with the pro pole folks.
Oh no.
I think poles are amazing. I use them for so much. They can help you get up hills without, bending over too much, your hands on your knees and compressing your
I've heard all the arguments.
Your lungs. I mean, there's so many arguments I can make for why poles are better, but
Denali didn't have them. That makes sense. I don't think Mount Marathon is a
No, they're not allowed.
Oh, they aren't?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Johnny Luna Lima had the 2-liter Raid new waist pack, and it was packed pretty full when he ran by. So he either had 2 water bottles back there, or it could have been poles.
Okay.
And a water bottle, but he had a thick pack on.
Yeah, could have had a windbreaker in there. Those tend to show, take up a bit of space. But yeah, it's interesting to see the gear choices here. We got some packs, we got some waist belts, and then we got some folks who seem like they're going kind of ultra light here.
Yeah, Bailey had a waist belt, and Jen, I believe, had a vest. So 2 differences.
Yeah, this is one of those courses where it's just really not unanimous on what you carry and how you carry it.
Definitely not. But of course, there is mandatory gear, so everyone is carrying the same stuff. And some people may be carrying more, but likely not in the elite field.
All right. Got the button-up division coming in strong here through the Headwaters aid station. Who do we have here? Is this 4th? Is that could be Jenna? I think that might be Jenna Greaser.
Oh, that might be. Yeah, that might be Jenna.
We haven't seen Caitlin Patterson yet.
We haven't seen Caitlin. We haven't seen Annika.
That might have been Annika.
Is that Annika?
I found some photos of these folks with whom I'm not personally familiar, and I'm trying to call them out, but unfortunately it's a little grainy for
maybe that was Annika.
Well, what we can do is now look at the timing map through that aid station. Got So we had Caitlin come through in 4th. And then it was Emily Allison after her, and in fact, only 4 seconds.
Emily Allison from Bozeman. We got a local.
Yeah. So she 5. Abby Kalemba coming through after that. Abby Carlson after that. Oh my God, look at this. We had Abby Kalemba, Abby Carlson, and Abby Johnson
The
come
Abby
through
crew.
in 6, 7, and 8.
And right before them, it's Aaron and Aaron.
What? No,
wait.
Oh, no, wait, hold on.
No, we're
hold
looking
on,
at
hold
something. That's not right.
We're alphabetically sorted.
No wonder we were like, what?
Okay, I'm only on my third coffee.
Okay, so Emily Allison. Yeah, Bozeman. Yeah, she was 4th in the 28K last year. So
Yeah, no Abby's through yet. We ran out of people who have come through Headwaters, and we're back to the start, and it was alphabetized.
it definitely makes sense that Emily Allison would be up there if.
Yep, so Emily Allison's in 5th, and that's the 5 women that we have through Headwaters so far. And I promise I'll drop it after this, but I am really wondering what happened to that person who we had in 2nd for quite a while. Whether they just stopped to walk, but they didn't come through in the first 7 or 8 men through that aid station. So we'll see. All right, we got a 6th woman through. Let's see if we can find out who that was. See in just a moment. Love the enthusiasm from the Headwaters aid station volunteers here. Early in the race, stoke is high with the runners.
As on the ridge that they are going to be crossing here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, they got to make a climb up there. But that is eyes on the very first ridge run of the day.
Look at this, folks. What an iconic, beautiful mountain we have here.
Still see some remnant snow from yesterday. They'll be coming through here in just a few minutes.
You guys think that the remnants of that snow, the conditions, is that going to play into the course? Is it going to make it is it just making it tacky and actually enhancing the traction, or up high, do you think it's making it kind of slick, nasty with temperatures that are dropping up there, wind?
Kind of a combination. I think in the descent, it's going to make it slicker. So I think it's going to slow some people down. It's the talus is very slick. There is not a lot of friction on it. So adding a little bit of that moisture is going to make it challenging in some places. There's definitely, there's going to be some benefit just from it's going to compact some of the more loose sort of rocky sections a bit. So it's going to help with some footing, but generally speaking, it's gonna just make things a little bit. You're just gonna have to be a little bit more thoughtful and sort of strategic about foot placements with the amount of moisture that's on the trail right now.
Yep, absolutely.
And so whether that slows down some folks or not is really just going to be dependent on how comfortable people are in those types of conditions. So I think the folks who have experience running in that kind of terrain, they'll probably not be, deterred too much by that. I think some folks like Johnny, coming from that obstacle course racing background, he's experienced so many different types of course obstacles. I think he's someone like Johnny will be fine. But I do think for some of the folks who have not experienced that kind of technical terrain with the snow component as much will be, a little bit more. It might slow them down a bit. So it'll be interesting to see. I think coming off of Lone Peak, how that plays out. I think prior to that, there's just not enough snow to make a huge impact sort of until that point.
Yeah, and there will be sections that the VK went over where it'll be pretty trampled down. Some sections that nobody went over yesterday, so there could potentially be some untouched snow up there. I'm not sure if it's going to be snow or ice, but we'll see once they get up there and we get some cameras on them, how the conditions are looking.
And here we have Erica Flowers.
Why don't you just talk a little bit about just set the film?
Erica, can you hear us?
Talk about it.
We just saw the first top 10 women come through, men and women. It was fast and furious this year. I think they got to the aid station like 5 minutes.
Just a second. Do you have your earpods to put back in?
Erica, we can.
Do you want to stay on the line with her, or
We can hear you.
We can hear you, Erica.
do a
Awesome.
monologue? Oh, here we are. Okay, yeah. Introduce yourself.
Erica Flowers out here on course at the Headwaters aid station. We've had a whole flock of folks come through. Top 10 and top women looked really strong. They looked so good.
Awesome.
Got in probably 5 minutes faster than last year, so it started quite fast. Cam was in the lead. He looked strong. He grabbed a little bit of water, kept moving through. He looked awesome. A couple minutes behind him was Scott Patterson. He was the only one with poles for the top 5 men. Was looking good, a little bit more tired, but was a couple minutes back from Cam. And then right behind him, Johnny Luna Lima, looking so strong, focused, didn't stop for water, kept rolling through. He looked so good. Patty right on his tails, similar. He did stop. He took about 30 seconds, grabbed some water, was kind of catching his breath. He was taking his time. Didn't seem rushed.
So it is a little early for folks to.
Kept on going.
It's
And
can,
then Jackson Cole in
She's
fifth.
on right now. She can hear you.
We had another Nate Marshall, Alexander Taylor, Andrew Newell, Griffin Briley, Ryan Roanhorse.
She hears the phone. Yeah.
Okay.
awesome.
It was great.
Can she hear us out there? I'm not sure she can. Oh, we got her on the phone now.
Yeah, through the phone.
Hey, so thanks for the update. So it's a little early in the course to be kind of reading facial expressions and seeing who seems tired, but, nonetheless, let's speculate. Who looks fresh? Who looks tired? Who's going out too hot? Who's holding back?
Yeah, Cam, great questions. Cam looked super fresh. He looked awesome. Johnny and Patty looked focused, not tired, but they were focused. They were in the zone. Scott Patterson, who was in second, showed a little bit of fatigue, maybe from the VK yesterday, but he had poles and seemed like he knew what he was doing. So just outside of the top 10, shout out to Andrew Newell, skier up there, coach. He was looking strong. He buzzed right through too. Griffin Bailey was in there in the top 10 as well, and I'd say there was a pack of men kind of running together outside of the top 5. So top 5 a little spread out, but they were all
Cool.
looking pretty good here.
And how about that women's field? How did Jen and Bailey look?
Jen and Bailey were right together. They're mixing up in the men's field. I don't know if there's some tactical play there, trying to kind of hide and not make any big moves, but just tuck in behind a couple of the guys there. They both looked really strong, focused, knew what they were doing, didn't stop for water, went on through. About 3 minutes behind them was Caitlin Patterson, who I know has been a favorite in this race. She was definitely carrying a little more fatigue. She was hiking up the hill. She had poles in hand, but she's in this for the long game, so she could look strong in the second half. She definitely was pacing it more conservatively, not running up the hill to get up to this aid station here.
Awesome.
And then fourth and fifth, both jogging behind and looking strong.
Did you see Denali come through the aid station as well?
Denali was in third, and she was kind of on her own. She wasn't running with a couple guys. She was kind of solo, just crushed through, didn't grab water, and kind of moved on through. Again, kind of that similar focus that Johnny Luna Lima and Patty had. Just knew what she came here to do and was out there to do it.
Cool. And we see there's a little kind of hop down after the aid station here, and honestly, we're reading a lot into folks' body language as they either click their heels or just kind of trudge through that jump there. Are you reading into that as much as we are?
Yeah. I think some people, it's catching people off guard, especially if they grabbed water and are kind of stumbling out of the aid station. I think most people are excited for like a little bit of downhill. I know after this, it kind of has a gradual downhill. You get a little bit of recovery before that big climb up to the top of Headwaters here. So hard to say, but I think you can tell some people are out here racing and some people are out here kind of seeing how their body feels after a hard effort yesterday.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the updates, Erica. Are we going to see you anywhere else on the course for the rest of the day?
Yes, we will be out at one of the last aid stations before the final climb. Hopefully that's where things will be going down, some passes being made. So we'll see how people survive this first big climb and then the obviously massive one up to Lone Peak. I think there's still a little snow up there.
Okay, right on. Thank you, Erica.
Awesome.
And there we have it, folks. The ridge line where we will see some racers coming through imminently.
Just amazing. I can't get over the view.
Stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning. And we have a beautiful day. Blue skies, clear, good air quality, which was definitely a question earlier in the week.
It really was. And yeah, I mentioned yesterday to Patty, but on Wednesday afternoon, I went on a long run from home, and when I left, it was 85 degrees and smoky, and when I finished the run, it was 48 degrees and pouring rain. So fall hit all of a sudden this week. Couldn't have timed the weekend better for these racers. It would have been tough air quality and frankly, not as great of views for us here watching along. But yeah, it's snow can be a factor this time of year, but so can anything else. This mid-September is such a it's a coin toss when it comes to conditions this part of the world.
Speaking of gnarly views, how awful is it as a runner to hit this first peak, be looking at the next peak you have to climb, but know you have to go like almost all the way back down the valley to go back up to that next ridge that looks like it's like 100 yards away?
Yeah, it is soul crushing. You look up and you're just like, wait, what?
At home, you can see the trail that we're kind of hovering over right now, waiting for the men to come through. But right behind them is this finish to the VK and also the second summit of the day. So these two mountains here are the crux of the course, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And this ascent is where people break. And after this, there's obviously a lot of descending, but it is just if the wheels come off here, it is really hard to get them back. So we're going to see a lot. I think we're going to see a lot change.
Do we have a athlete coming down that ridge to the right?
Yeah,
there?
I think I see some movement there. You look to the right of the ridge, right over that snowfield. There's some movement. It looks like a person, but
from
it
this
could be a spectator. Okay. We have reports that it is a spectator. So
we're gonna try to get an ID on this spectator here. Give you some details about them.
It sounds like it actually might be medical staff, which makes sense.
Hopefully
it's
not
a good
in
spot
action.
for them.
As we look down into the valley here, we might even be able to see all the way back down to the start line. We have a competent drone pilot here. Oh yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Right on cue.
This is the ridge.
Yeah, so as you can see, some kind of forested section down low, alpine section up top. So some sections where you're tucked in and will kind of be running your own race, and then some higher up sections where you will be able to see for minutes in each direction.
Yeah, and it really picks up. So, and as you can kind of see on the drone footage here, you're still ascending quite a lot, but then you just hit this wall and just climb and climb and climb, and it feels like it's never going to end. And the course changes so much right here. It really turns into the mountain, and it's funny whenever you're on a peak like this, everything below looks so flat, but what you're looking at is actually, it's still quite quite a lot of vert.
That even in the trees there, which look completely flat, like you're saying, that's hiking territory there. That's barely runnable. If you're fresh, yeah, maybe a little bit of running, but a lot of that is power hiking. So
Absolutely.
this whole course is just straight up and down. Like we said, 4,000, no, how many? It's
7,000, over 7,000
Yeah,
feet.
7,000 feet of climbing, 7,200 feet of climbing in 17.5 miles, which is
just crazy.
ridiculous. So,
But
yeah, compare that to the 21K, which is 4,000. So that's, we call that the flat race here at the Rut. 21K with 4,000 feet of climbing. Take the step up, just 7 more Ks, but an additional 3,200 feet of climbing here. So they're either going straight up or straight down. And the fastest times on this course definitely indicate that. So like we went over earlier, Megan Kimmel has the course record for the women with 3:35.
Oh, here we have some more runners coming through the aid. And all right.
So as you can see this far back in the pack, the pace is a little slower.
Got a nice
Oh,
tutu.
outfits. Love it.
Love it. Is
And
it a
then-
banana? I can't tell. No, it's not a banana. Might just be a hood.
It might just be the new North Face line. And to go with Megan's course record, we have Remy Bonnet, the only man under 3 hours with
look at this
2:58.
Pack of women coming through all together. Love to see it. There's a couple of women here. They're all filling up their bottles, ready to set out onto some of the more technical terrain. Big smiles. They're off all together. Pretty quick through there.
Yeah, the field's really rolling through this aid station now.
It's interesting. We definitely see a mix of poles and no poles in this group as well, which is awesome to see.
And
definitely a testament to the mountainous course that is the rut.
And a lot of different levels of bundling as well. You see some folks in full leggings, long sleeve shirts, and windbreakers or rain jackets, and then you see folks in, shorts and t-shirts or tank tops. So
Yeah.
people are definitely choosing to approach the cold but clear conditions in different ways here.
And, it was interesting seeing some of the top competitors. A lot of them seem to have arm sleeves. So a lighter weight option, a little easier to tuck into a waist belt if they're not running with a vest. Because we definitely did see quite a few waist belts out there. And especially as they start to heat up on the climb.
Mm-hmm.
Although I suppose the temps are also quite cold up there. So we'll see how much heating
Yeah.
up actually happens today.
Yeah, it's the engine should be burning hot enough up there that shouldn't need too many layers, but
That's where I expect to see maybe Jen make a move. I mean, her speed up Lone Peak is insane.
Absolutely.
So I'm very excited to see Bailey and Jen hit that ridge line because it's gonna be exciting.
yeah, and we should be getting some shots of those folks heading towards that next aid station relatively soon. In a little bit of a dead spot in terms of visibility here, but we'll get an update on the leaders, men and women, as soon as we can here. And we got Nick Cornell in the chat.
That is Jen's partner.
Jen's partner was covering with a camera the front of the race here. He said he went anaerobic covering the front for just a couple hundred meters here.
And that is a testament because Nick is a badass athlete in his own right.
And
so
I said I would drop it figuring out who that mysterious second place runner was. But Nick, what color were you wearing? Call it out in the chat.
could it have been?
Could have been Nick if he was following Cam with a camera.
I'd hope to see him wearing North Face. Got to represent, you know. More racers coming through. Stopping for water, little chat. Hyping themselves up for what's to come.
So much more running ahead of these
love it.
folks.
Got some flexing for the camera.
Amazing.
We love covering the elites. Let's be honest, 98% of the field is out here having a great time shredding this course, and we want to make sure we give a little bit of love there at the Headwaters aid station to, the rest of the course.
Is that a bucket hat?
That's
Yes.
a bucket hat. And that's an OG bucket hat.
That
you
is,
know?
yeah,
That's
absolutely.
not a tech, new, running shoe branded bucket hat. That was an old school fly fisher's bucket hat, and that's
That
what
might
you
have
love to
even
see
been
out at these
waterproof.
Montana races. Could have been waterproof.
Felt like I saw sort of a sheen to it. So
Yeah, I think
hopefully
I
we
saw,
can see him again.
I think I saw some flies tied into it, but that's what you'll get out at the rut here.
Unfortunately, there aren't enough water bodies for them to cross to bring some sort of tenkara or fly rod.
That'd
But
be great.
maybe they've added a couple of races on. Maybe the next one is fastest fly fisherman.
That'd be amazing. Love to hear it. Yeah, so a lot of stoke in these racers. You can tell, everyone's really pumped to be here. All of these distances sell out almost immediately. So this is really a bucket list race.
I mean, the crux of the race is trying to get signed up.
Yeah, exactly. So nobody's here by accident. Nobody made a last-minute decision to sign up for their local 28K here. These are all people who have put probably years of consideration into getting out here for this event.
And maybe even have tried for years to get in. It is so hard to
Exactly.
get in.
Yeah. Maybe they drove out to Missoula to go to the Runner's Edge Rut registration opening party. But point being, this is like a Western States or any of the other races that fill up immediately, where it's tough to get in, and so that everyone towing the start line has a reason for being here and is really focused on this race.
And here's the bowl. See right here. Runners coming through. Can't really see them, but beautiful, beautiful mountains.
Yeah, a little bit of a rain shadow or something here because that looks almost desert-like in that particular location.
Back to the 8 again. And just an amazing showing of volunteers for this race as well. I mean, people have to get up early. It's cold, and everyone just brings so much amazing energy to the aid stations and themes, and it's just they do a fantastic job just making you feel really well taken care of, and we just thank you to all of the aid station staff.
Yeah,
they just really make it such a great event.
That's the sign of a great event, when the volunteers turn out in force and really go out of their way to show these athletes that they're cared for. That guy is really trying to get rid of that 2-liter of Coca-Cola right now.
Oh, and what's hanging off his vest? Is that a bandana? I think it's a Colorado flag.
Oh, yeah. Looks
Looks
it.
like we've got a Coloradan. Oh, love those zebra socks. Did you see those?
Yeah, that's
Those are
awesome.
awesome. This is a great way to get fashion tips, too. Got another skirt. Oh, it looks like that one's just charging right through that aid station. Love to see it. Wow.
At 1:08 into the race, we are still waiting for our leaders to get to the Swift Current aid station, a.k.a. Taylor Swift Current, a.k.a. Swift Miss Swift Current, whatever we're calling it nowadays, aid station. And there could be some shakeups in the front of the field by that point. When do you think we'll start seeing racers get to that point in the race? We're at just under 110 right now, and that is 9.4 miles into a 17.6 mile race. So maybe it could be another 20-30 minutes actually till we see folks there.
Yeah, maybe about 20.
Yeah, it could be. So hopefully we get some shots of these leaders as they're traversing some of those high ridge lines and across some of these big talus slopes to get there.
Big pack coming through right now. Some pack adjustments. Wow, this person in the yellow with the poles just charging right through. Just amazing. All the volunteers just filling up all the bottles for everyone, making sure everyone's taken care of before they set out into the more technical part of the course. Definitely the most technical part they'll have seen so far, but it only gets more technical from here.
Absolutely. So we got Eric Lapuma, the one and only, in the chat asking, where is Adam Peterman? Which brings up an important point. We would like to remind viewers that Jim Walmsley is not running, Courtney Dauwalter is not running, Adam Peterman not running, Killian Jornet not running, Katie Scheid not running. So that should solve most of the questions that we get today.
Good job. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully that, I know a lot of speculation about if they were all going to be here. But
where's Jim? Where's Courtney?
maybe
Adam,
next year.
To actually answer your question to my good buddy Eric, Adam Peterman's down at the base, probably handing out medals or something.
And it looks like Joy Fell, she says her brother their brothers run the race for years, and it's fun to watch from afar. Awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully we can get some coverage of your brother.
Send us a photo of your brother, and we'll try to call him out at one of these aid stations.
We'll do our best.
You're welcome, Eric Lapuma. As we said, Adam Peterman down at the finish line handing out medals. He's actually, he's not running today, but our local guy, Adam Peterboy.
Legend of the sport.
Legend of the sport and, legend of this race. He's one of the organizers here, which is awesome. He helps plan this race year round. Mike Foote, of course, kind of the man in charge, but works with Runner's Edge events. Anders Booker from there. And Adam Peterman, big part of this organization too. So he's been a big part of the production of this race for years, and this year's no exception. So he'll be down at the base making sure things go smoothly.
So go say hi to him if you see him there.
Yeah,
you'll love it.
I'm sure he'll love that.
And it looks like Kyle and Carla Roontree, this is their son's second time running this race. Congratulations to your son. I hope they have a great day out here. We'll also try to find him.
Yeah. All right. I think we were looking at potentially the Summit aid station here. Does that look like a Summit aid station based on the amount of snow? Kind of reminds me of the top of the VK yesterday, which is, I believe, what it is. So
that is correct.
Yeah, they'll be up
here. We are up at the Summit.
This is kind of the cruxy moment of the race. They just climbed up Bone Crusher to get to this point. We're quite a ways away from that moment in the race, but huge climb to get here. Just to go back down after. And as you can see, definitely some snowy conditions there. We're not sure what that's going to feel like underfoot. It could be tacky and nice and actually save you from some of the ankle turning rocks. But,
it's also going to be slick.
It could be slick. It could have thawed just enough to melt and turn to an ice sheet last night. So we'll see once they get up there and kind of look at the body language of the folks going up and downhill.
And they're just outside of Swift Current right now. We're hopefully going to get a drone up to the ridge that they're on at the moment. So hopefully we'll be seeing some racers shortly.
Yeah. Word has it they're on the backside of this ridge right now. We should catch sight of them going into Swift Current pretty soon. A beautiful view we have here. Back up to the summit.
Look at all that snow.
In place.
Still all there.
So at the top of the summit here, this is a water-only aid station. Ostensibly because it's hard to get supplies up there, but honestly, I see a chairlift right there. So I don't know what their excuse is, really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know really why it's water only, but I would. Yeah, I would imagine it's likely just the difficulty of getting all those supplies up there.
Tough to eat a frozen Snickers bar.
True. Let's see if we can see anyone down.
So after their next aid station of Swift Current, they'll be heading up to the summit. That's actually a pretty quick section, which is probably why we're looking at it right now. So once they hit Swift Current, which is mile 9.4, they head straight up the ridge there, Bone Crusher and Alto Ridge to the top. That section, only a mile and a mile 0.1. That could actually be a reason why we don't have more supplies up there and just water. It'll take a while to do that 1.1 mile section because, again, it is straight uphill, super high elevation, super steep grade. Technically a pretty short section of trail there, just 1.1 miles.
That's definitely why there's no food. That's a good point.
And
Thanks
if we
for pointing that out.
learned anything yesterday, it's that we should have pretty good drone coverage during that section. So hopefully once they get through Swift Current, we'll be able to track these leaders all the way up the ridge to the top. That should be pretty epic to watch. And since they'll be moving slow in a really exposed section, maybe we can get a few people at once and kind of see how they're moving compared to each other, if anyone's passing or getting past or looking bad, or might be able to read into some stride types.
Word from the field is we've got a pilot in the air heading over to the ridge to catch the runners who will be coming across. We'll see if we can't find the front runners across that very first ridge. We will come with that shortly, but I think we actually have a Brittany Charbonneau out on the course here. Maybe we can check in with her and see how things are going at Swift Current.
In a Santa outfit, Brittany. Looking great.
I'm living my best life.
You look like you're living your best life. Rut tails and all.
Rut tails. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas up here, which is just wonderful. We're wishing everyone a Merry Rutmas. It feels a little Christmassy because it's a little chilly up here, but it's so fun. And I think we started to see a couple runners coming on the ridge behind me. So we're kind of waiting to see who's going to be powering through.
Awesome. And it looks like there's a little bit of wind. Did that just start or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hence the extra Santa suit is an extra layer because it's quite windy up here. So we're waiting. There's all their flags blowing. So it's a little windy at the North Pole.
And we're zooming in on Cam Smith. It appears he's running through that Talus field towards the aid, moving very well over a technical section. So
if Cam Smith feels comfortable anywhere, it's on this gnarly, rocky, like I wouldn't even call that a trail. That's just more of like a, hey, head this way down the scree field.
You're just following flags through a field of rock.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, let's give a huge shout out to the team that went and marked this course because, you know, marking course, and I don't know if you've ever been out there and done that, but it is not easy in these Talus fields.
It's the hardest thing. Yeah, trying to make sure the flags aren't going to blow away, are going to stay put, all the rocks are moving. It is very challenging.
Yeah, so eyes on Cam Smith, our men's leader right here, just outside of the Swift Current aid station. I mean, he's a machine on the uphill.
It's amazing. And right now we're seeing nobody else. So right now it's Cam Smith. So we're gonna see how things change, but he is cooking.
Yeah, no one else in sight. Zooming back a little bit there, but it's all Cam Smith going up this.
It's a little bit looser through there, which in some ways is kind of nice just because he's getting a little bit of a better foot placement without it being so loose that he's sliding back. And I think sometimes when it's drier, you're going to have a little less purchase. So I think maybe we're seeing some benefits of that snowfall yesterday.
While Cam is making his way up that hill and just like in a commanding lead, we are trying to find our women's runners here on the ridge. This is the ridge that Cam just came down, dropped into that bowl, and he's taking that bowl up, looping back down around to Swift Current. So we'll see him in that aid station shortly. But let's try to get eyes on the ladies here on the ridge.
And here we have...
Could be Bailey.
It looks like Bailey.
I'm not sure she would be that close to Cam at this point. It could just be yeah.
Is that Andy?
That looks like Scott.
Oh, it's no. Because Andy was wearing yellow
That's true. Yeah.
and a red vest.
that's
so
him.
that could be
That's
Andy,
Andy.
Newell.
And we're not saying he's in second place here.
No.
In fact, there's probably several people in between them, or at least one or two. They're
yeah,
pretty
there's
far
quite
apart
a distance. Yeah, from where we're at, we're looking at the ridge right now to where Cam Smith was approaching the aid station. There is definitely quite a bit of distance.
But this view pretty much speaks for itself. Look at this. What a spot. I don't understand how they're able to keep their eyes down on their footing here.
Another racer, 2 racers right behind Andy.
I don't recognize either of them from the front early,
Another one
so
coming into
we're in a little bit of a pack here.
frame. Yeah.
Wow.
It's just an amazing shot, and it's so cool to have this footage out on the mountain. It's just incredible.
Yeah, what an iconic fall day.
And here we go. We've got 2 and 3. So this must be Scott Patterson just ahead of Johnny Luna Lima. They are approaching the aid. We just saw Cam Smith come through here just moments ago. And
You can actually see Cam just ahead. It's a little blurry for us here in the studio, but looks like on the other side of a little ridge line.
And it looks like Johnny's just right on Scott. It
Yep.
seems like he's just kind of using him to draft, probably saving a little bit of energy, letting Scott do some of the work. Wondering if he's looking at Scott with his poles and wishing he had them. We'll have to ask him later.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Johnny's a poles guy. I've seen him float downhill and grind uphill
You
without
can
him
run
before.
fast with poles. What are you talking about? I've seen Johnny use poles.
Really?
Mhm.
Okay. Does he ski? I'm not sure.
No, but he's used poles.
Yeah.
Actually, I think he does ski a little bit.
Okay.
We'll have to ask him later. Back on the ridge, some racers coming through, and just stunning out there. And you can see we have quite a bit of visibility today. Just looking way out at the other peaks, the surrounding area. It's a beautiful day. And I see, would that be Bailey? No, I think Jen would be. No, I think Jen would be closer. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, we tried to
racers
get. This is Jackson heading up, following those guys. Wow, look at how far over he is.
Power.
He was. So this is the no poles posture on a super steep section here. He was fully hunched over, pushing his hands into his quads there. This guy is such a powerful climber. He knows what he's doing, but that's the posture of someone getting into it without poles.
Yeah.
Almost fully hunched over there.
I think you can see the other two just up from him. So he can see them. He'll get up on this little bump, and he will see the other two. And so he is definitely within striking distance.
Yep. So this is Jackson Cole in 4th place here, very much in the hunt. Cam, Scott, Johnny, Jackson. It's anybody's race at this point.
Oh, and here we have Bailey and Jen. Bailey just ahead of Jen. Jen.
I think we're just
is that
looking
not
at
Bailey?
Jen
Oh,
and a
You're
and
right.
a male.
Sorry about that. Sorry
No
about
worries.
that. Bailey's wearing the white, so I just assumed.
I'm going to be honest. This looks like our missing 2nd place male from the first 5 minutes
my
of this race.
gosh.
But let's get past that. This is Jen
You might be
Lichter
right.
winning the race. We got to assume Bailey's nearby.
Yeah, absolutely. This is all right. Jen is making quick work of this Talus field. So if that's any indication of what is to come on the descent off Lone Peak, then we might be seeing Jen pull away right now. But we'll see. Bailey is quite a competitor, and she has won this race twice.
Yeah.
So
With this kind of wide drone shot here, it might look like she's kind of tippy-toeing down these rocks. She's opening up a little bit there on a non-technical section, but believe you me, you cannot keep up with Jen on this terrain, no matter who you are watching this.
look at her
Oh,
go.
man.
I mean, she is just flying. She's making this look not technical, but it is.
Go,
Amazing.
Jen.
I mean,
I was just about to ask. I wonder where Jen is, because she passed and has put a little, at least a few seconds on Bailey, who is somewhere out of frame. But I was just going to ask whether she is pulling ahead on the climbs or the descents. But after watching that little bit of downhill there, I cannot imagine that that Bailey's keeping up with that. But if anyone can, it's her.
Yeah.
I don't know. This just seems hard to match.
It's I mean, what Jen is doing right now on this terrain is just incredible, and just honestly exactly what I'd expect from her. She is just absolutely phenomenal on this stuff, and you can just you're seeing it right now.
Yeah. This is such a cool matchup between the two of them because neither of them are hunters, right? Neither of them are sit back, run a conservative race and capitalize on other people's weaknesses late. Neither of them have that style. Both of them just gun it from the start and run that sort of Prefontanian all guts race. And just that's when you see two people like that going against each other. That's peak of the sport.
It's funny that you say that because I have heard Jen multiple times quote Steve Bree. So
nice.
Yeah, definitely channeling a bit of him in there. But look at her go. She's just charging. I mean,
yeah.
It looks like she's in a 800-meter race right now.
This is wild. So, trick of the camera angle, this isn't flat. She's moving pretty well downhill, hence the wide open stride and sort of sprinter's posture here. You can see how quickly she decelerates, hits a switchback. Just so sure of her footing here.
And these switchbacks are very tight, and it's really easy to lose a lot of momentum trying to get around them, and Jen is doing a fantastic job making that pivot and just keeping up the momentum as she cuts through each one, and it's hard to do. I mean, they are very tight.
Yeah,
but we're still not seeing Bailey.
Yeah,
so.
And we can see pretty far back on the or Jen
she might
just
be
stopped.
She's walking a little bit here. She might just be trying to open a piece of food.
Oh no, Jen's off course.
Is she off course?
Jen is appearing to look for course marking.
And the other person is following.
Okay, I see that person pointing. So I think what happened here is we might have had Jen miss some sort of turn, and now she is cutting across a talus field to try to find her way back onto course, which is all fair as long as she re-enters the course where she went off and doesn't end up cutting any distance. But clearly this is going to cost her time, if anything.
And at least it's sometimes nice if you go off course to have someone with you. So it's kind of nice that they can maybe work together a little bit here to try to find out where they went wrong. Looks like they're talking. Oh, or maybe that was just a camera pause.
Yeah,
I don't know where they went off here. I don't know where they should be.
Jen seems to know where she's going, so I think she cut a switchback to go back up the way she came. I think she came down that trail in the middle of your screen right now, and she's just heading back up to that ridge to try to find where she went off. If anything, I mean, she might have been off for maybe 3-4 minutes here, so this isn't a total deal breaker.
But we don't know where Bailey is, so Bailey could have made up some ground here.
So we're going to look for folks to come through that Swift Current aid station and see maybe if we do have Bailey ahead. So one thing to note here also, considering we did see the top 4 men come through a spot farther along the course than this, it seems like this is for lack of a better way to put it, this is a Jen problem. We do have an intact course, as evidenced by the fact that we had some men go through, apparently without incident. So,
okay, it looks like they're coming back up here. Definitely some couple 100 feet of vert. It appears to have to climb back up, which fortunately we're still early enough that can be made up. Jen has gone off course before. She went off course at Speed Goat last year and was still able to get second place. Yep. So she is a competitor regardless. Okay, it looks like they are nearing.
Okay, we see another runner coming into the screen here. Okay, we see runners all over the place here. We're going to try to sort out what's going on, who's where, and why, and how they're going to sort themselves out. Jen is really in the middle of nowhere right
Yeah,
now.
Jen does not appear to be on any sort of trail at the moment.
We can only hope that she knows where she's going and just picking an efficient route to get there. And we will have to sort out later on, whether there's gonna be any issue with her re-entering in a different location.
Yeah, and she might be entering at the same location. I don't know exactly where. I don't know where she went off, and I don't know where she's re-entering right now. But there's quite a few people on course that we're seeing go through those switchbacks. Right, sort of the left side of our screen here. She's heading straight towards them, so I really hope that this is.
Yeah, so when we picked up Jen on the camera here, the reason we did so is because she was in the lead. So, my hope in terms of affecting, her race as well as everyone else's race as little as possible is that maybe Bailey goes into the next aid station, a second ahead of Jen. That way we know that Jen lost time, and maybe they'll let her time stand, knowing that she didn't, gain any advantage by going off course there, right? That would be, I think, best case scenario for Jen. I don't know what the rules are here about how precise the spot you need to re-enter is, but if maybe Bailey can go in to the aid station ahead of Jen, then
is this Cam Smith?
Yeah, so we got Cam
Smith coming in right here.
This is going to be the aid station.
I mean, it's just moving so well. It's amazing.
Yep, as you can see, he's kind of on and off snow there. He's on a dirt section, just having come off snow. Didn't seem to affect his stride at all, so it seems pretty tacky.
Just moving really well. Coming into the aid, we'll see how much time he takes here. It appears he has one flask, so I would imagine he'd fill up again.
I would assume so.
So we'll see.
Yeah, he's going to want something going up to the top of the mountain here. But,
entering
then again,
some snow.
Then again, maybe he knows he has aid just, a mile 0.1 up the hill. It's the longest mile 0.1 of the course, but maybe he knows he's got that.
A formidable mile.
Yeah, maybe he knows. Maybe he thinks he wants to save weight and just go light to the top. I don't know. We'll see.
And we have someone on camera there running next to him.
Oh, man, I feel so bad for Jen.
I really hope that Jen has that sorted.
Yeah, part of the sport, though. I mean, I've been off course a million times, more than my share. I mean, everyone who's been in this sport for more than a handful of races has been in that situation, and what separates the novices from the veterans is being able to sort that out with a calm head
and look at all of the spectators out right now. I mean, there's Brittany on the right.
Awesome.
He's filling up his flask. Looks like he's drank most of what's in there.
Yep.
About as much as you can without, using up all of your oxygen to get it all out. So he's hydrating. He's back out. I mean, that was very quick. Just pro move. Exiting the aid. On course.
Yeah, this location is familiar from yesterday. This is where the runners hit their only aid station on the VK and then head up into that very brief wooded section. As you can see, Cam taking a look over his shoulder. He'll be able to see maybe 30, 45 seconds back if anyone gets into this aid station behind him.
I don't think he's going to be seeing anyone right now. I think that glance probably did not yield any competitors.
Nobody's there.
So right now he's working his way up. He's going to hit the more technical stuff on the course shortly.
So evidently nobody close behind him, so we're taking another gratuitous nature shot.
We've got a runner coming down, two runners coming down the ridge right now. It's a little too far to tell who. And then another person dropping off the very top part. So there's three runners on that ridge. And here's Scott and Johnny coming in. So they are not far behind Cam. He didn't see them.
Maybe 90 seconds.
But they're able to work together. So it's going to be interesting. When they hit that really big vista on Lone Peak, they're going to be able to see each other. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. They're both filling up here. Scott on the left, he's exiting the aid first. Johnny's still filling up his flask. And he's off as well.
Yeah, right with each other. Hopefully they'll challenge each other to move a little faster than they would alone, as opposed to settling in together and maybe losing a little ground on Cam.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Johnny's already taking some. They're both drinking.
What a great team those two make, though.
I know. Johnny's just been sitting on Scott this whole time,
Yeah.
making him work.
Yep.
So it's gonna be interesting to see if Johnny decides to take over at any point.
Yeah.
And if he does, my guess is it's gonna be on the descent.
Yeah, it could be, but then again, we got old Crow's Pass Patterson up there, as far as
I like
technical
that.
descent.
That is a good ring to it.
Yeah, there
I
we go.
love that.
So they,
I think we should start calling him that.
I think Johnny's a great downhill runner,
and we've got
but
Santa.
that's Taylor Swiftwater. Taylor Swiftwater aid station. Everything's on brand here. I don't see any Swiftian gear there. But Christmas themed
And this
at
is
the very
Cam
least.
making his way up. And this is where things just get steeper and steeper. So he is in it now, and he has no idea where the other two are at this point. When he went through that aid station, he did not see Scott and Johnny yet. So it's going to be really interesting once he's up on this really open face when he looks back and sees where they're at, because it's really, really hard to tell how far people are. So maybe he'll think they're catching him. Maybe he'll just settle in, and it'll be interesting to see. So we'll have to see if he looks back at all.
Sure,
At that point.
and with a grade this steep, they've been running up and down pretty steep hills at this point, but this is another level. And when it's that steep, you can look behind you and see someone who appears to be, on your heels. You'll hear them breathing, but they could actually be 45, 60, 90 seconds behind you. As you see Jackson Cole coming into Taylor Swiftwater
He's got a little
Swiftness
flask.
Era's tour aid station
Which
here.
one is that?
Breathing hard, but seeming composed.
Yeah, he seems good.
Jackson's in a great spot.
Yeah,
Number 4.
really good spot. He's still in it, that's for sure. He looks good. Was quick through that aid. Definitely do not discount Jackson.
The only negative results I've seen on Jackson, and it's worth calling out here considering the relevance, the treadmill challenge, iconic Missoula treadmill indoor event. Jackson, may well have been the favorite going in,
Is this Cam?
considering how good of a climber.
We got Cam again climbing up. This is just so steep and technical. He's power walk mode. Just flying up. I mean, he's making quick work of this. He's already quite far up.
Yep. Yeah, he's cruising. It'll be interesting to compare his split, on this section from the VK yesterday to today, because it's an
that'd be really
identical
interesting.
section from here to the top.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That'd be really cool to see.
But he is moving efficiently. We're a little delayed on the live tracker here. We don't have a Swift Current split yet for any of these top guys. I continue to refresh the page, but not seeing anything yet. But as soon as we can see it, you might see it before us. But we'll give you an update on what the gap was between these folks. As we see a few more people coming down towards the bottom of that hill before Swift Current aid station. So somewhere in here, we believe, is where Jen ended up taking a wrong turn.
Yeah. And we haven't been able to see Bailey in a while, so we don't know where she is. We don't know if Bailey is now leading. We don't know if, she's farther back. And
Yeah.
we don't know. So we'll let you guys know once we can find out that information.
And just as a reminder, we did not have the lead men coming through this section. So I think what it comes down to is it took the drone pilots a little while to find our lead folks through this area, which is maybe why we don't have Bailey, because they found Jen and then obviously followed her off course. And now Bailey, who is presumably on course, is kind of in mystery land out there.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, they're getting up to over 11,000 feet at the top of Lone Peak.
It's wild.
So it's interesting, folks who live a bit lower elevation.
I think what we're looking at here might be a contender for where Jen went off.
I think that's a really good point. Yeah.
I saw, it's hard for us to say from here. I saw a couple flags,
Here's
but there was a
Cam
lot
again.
of options in that area, and I think that might be That's right where Jen passed
And
somebody
she was going
too.
so fast.
She passed somebody
Yeah.
right in a big multi-trail kind of intersection.
Cam Smith he's running.
Oh my god.
He is running up this mountain.
Wow.
You guys, this is crazy. I mean,
Yeah, it's one thing to do that in a VK when you've only been going for 20 minutes, but to be an hour and 40 minutes
and he's running
against a world-class
yeah.
field in a super technical race like this at such high elevation.
Absolutely incredible, and he looks great.
Yeah. This guy is in top
Look
form.
at this shot. I mean,
Yeah.
the mountains in the background, some of the snow.
What more do you want, people?
Yeah. What
This
what
is what
more
it's all
could you ask
about.
for? This is mountain running for you. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so kind of like when we were watching Jen tackle that downhill, unfortunately in the wrong direction, but when we were seeing her go downhill and just thinking to ourselves and maybe commenting out loud that it didn't seem like anyone was going to be catching her if she was doing that pace. Likewise, I think Cam, watching him at this particular point in the race on this particular type of terrain, I just don't see those guys making up ground at this moment. This is going to be tough to match on this section.
I mean,
and
he's
you got to
literally
imagine
running.
that he was really focused and dialed in for this particular section, having done the VK yesterday. You got to imagine, in terms of having his head in it, this is his moment right here. And if anyone's going to catch him, they're going to have to do it somewhere
And
else.
here we have Patty O'Leary just running into the aid station.
Brittany with those neon rat tails.
Rut tails.
Excuse me, rat tails.
Back to Cam Smith again. I mean, you can't get enough of this shot. It's
Yeah.
stunning. It's iconic. It's beautiful.
And continuing to run on this absolutely unrunnable trail.
I cannot get over the fact that he is still running.
Yeah.
I'd be so lactic right now. Amazing.
This is
And
the
it's
sort of
definitely
terrain that
flattening out
makes
a
you
little
want to
bit.
drop.
He's kind of getting onto the ridge where it flattens out, but it's not done.
Yep.
It is not done.
Little break to shake the lactic acid out of the legs.
This is going to feel so good. And he's so efficient. Like, this flatter section is just going to revive his legs. He's going to be able to open it up, and he's going to be able to just dial it back in for the next part.
Yep. So he'll be transitioning into the Alto Ridge here, which is even steeper. Oh! Little trip there. No big deal. Nice save.
The fact that that's the first time we've seen him do that.
Yeah, a stub toe
I mean,
at worst.
I think this entire ridge is just loose talus.
Yeah.
And every rock is kind of shifting a little bit. I imagine it's a little slick with the recent snowfall. And that's the first little bobble we've seen.
Yeah.
Sure-footed, that is for sure.
Yeah, with the skiing background, one of the things I like to point out is obviously with this level of steep grade and both up and down, it's kind of where running and skiing intersect. It's more about lungs and technical ability than it is about stride efficiency. But
he's getting back into the climbing.
One of the things I've always envied about these skiers and mountain bikers is their ability to handle the technical terrain. They just see a couple seconds farther in front of them than someone like me, a runner, does. I always feel like I'm barely tracking the step in front of me. These folks are just seconds ahead, and all the steps are automatic, and they're just able to handle that more technical terrain.
He's moving through this technical spot really fast, and he just got off that sort of more runnable. I'm laughing at myself saying that because I think we are not going to see that many other people run through that ridge section there, but it's always hard when you go from really opening up your stride and running fast to a hill, and you're using your hands. He's using his hands here. You can see it's a really technical spot, and it's hard to go from that faster speed to just hitting a wall. Literally, like he's literally using his hands to get up this part of the course. So your legs just go lactic. You try to sort of work into it a little bit, little run, little hike, just to kind of get the legs back into climb mode. And once he kind of makes it through this transition moment and it becomes a little less technical, he'll probably start running again. Knowing Cam.
This was a really fun part to watch yesterday during the VK because as a shorter race, you did have multiple people in the frame here at this point, so you can kind of see how people were comparing to each other on the technical and less technical sections. But I mean,
look at this backdrop.
Yeah, what kind of race goes up a
mean,
ridgeline like that? That's amazing. So we do
insane.
have some splits that came in from Swift Current, the aid station. They just came through a few minutes ago. So we are at 144.5 in the race right now. So these are 10 plus minutes old. But Cam had about a minute and 30 on Scott and Johnny. And then it's another just over 2 minutes back to Jackson. And then we have a pretty solid gap of almost 5 minutes back to Patty O'Leary. So it's kind of, a top 3 and then a little push back to 4. I'd say those top 4 guys are all really in it, and then there's a little bit of a gap back to 5th.
Yeah, it looks like Nate Marshall is sitting in 6th, lives in Bozeman. I just pulled up on Ultra Sign Up, and it looks like it's done Terra, 20 miler in Pacifica. So, yeah, young guy. He's about 26 years old, it looks like. In 6th place, right behind Patty.
Yep. A
It'll be
lot of
awesome
youth
to
in
see
this
how he
field
does.
here.
Yeah.
3 of the top 4 in their 20s. In fact, 3 28-year-olds in the top 20.
Oh, yeah, it
top
looks
4.
like if this is the Nate Marshall that's coming up in Ultra Sign Up, but at 19 he won Montera
Oh, that's awesome.
Trail Run
Wow.
in Pacifica. So he's definitely been on the trails for a couple of years.
Yeah,
Quite a young age.
Speaking of youth, Griffin Briley, who we expect to see come through that aid station any moment,
we're back at the aid right now.
is an 18-year-old. So we, talk about future of the sport.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So
And is this Bailey?
Yeah, so we got
have
Bailey.
Bailey coming through the aid station. She's charging through, big smile.
I wonder if she knows she's winning at this point.
She's getting her flask out.
We might.
She's trying to run while they pour.
Looking for
I think she's apologizing to them the whole time.
I'm looking for like a confused, shocked, excited look to indicate that she might be finding out right now that she's leading.
She looks energized.
Great.
So
Jen got a lot of work.
do we have Brittany? Brittany, can you hear us?
Yes.
Brittany, tell us what is going on. We just saw Bailey come through. Is she in the lead? And have you seen Jen yet?
She's in the lead, and I told her, because I was her Christmas wish, that she is in the lead, and she was surprised. So I don't think she realized that she was in the lead. Haven't seen Jen yet, which makes me a little nervous. Because
We saw Jen go off course. Yeah.
I know, I heard.
Yeah.
Jen seemed to be
it looked
fighting her way
good.
back on course. She was running really well at the time and seemed to be keeping her composure. She found out pretty quick, so I don't imagine she's too far behind. But keep her head in the game.
She's gonna come fight for it. So this is gonna be on Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer, on Vixen, on Keep It, on Vixen for the whole finish. But really excited. The men were looking so strong. Cam looked like he was jogging. Like Cam was just having a Christmas time of his own. So that was really fun to see the men come through. But excited to see how Jen starts to turn her heat on as we are approaching Taylor Swift Current.
Thank you, Brittany.
And thanks for reminding us the names of all those reindeer. Are there any Taylor Swift themed reindeers out there?
Oh my God. Of course. We need to have a Taylor Swift all reindeer. I'll think of that and I'll get back to you.
Amazing. Thanks for the update on Bailey. Hopefully you see Jen soon, and the update on the men. Any other thing of note there? Have you seen?
How did Patty look?
Yeah, how was Patty?
Patty looked like he was working hard, but he looked good. He was like in good spirits, seemed to come through. So we might.
There's
be
a young
having-
guy.
There's another men.
There's a young guy right behind Patty. I think by the name of Nate Marshall. How did the person behind Patty look?
Really
Good.
good.
All right.
Good. They're all working hard, so we'll see. But Cam by far looked incredible. So
Awesome. And who
I
just
think
came
it's
through?
gonna-
Who just ran by?
A really nice guy with a bloody knee. I don't know his name.
A
guys,
dime a
sorry.
dozen in a race like this. Look at how nice that guy looks.
He might not be a racer. He might.
I want to
just
get some
be a
footage of the bloody
spectator.
knee.
A hungry and thirsty spectator.
If I can get his name. What's your name? You're doing great. Griffin!
Oh, we have
Oh,
Griffin!
that's Griffin Briley!
We got Griffin Briley coming
Oh
through.
my God, we've been talking about him all day.
Griffin.
That kid's 18 years old.
Young 18-year-old Griffin Briley from Park City, Utah. Big skier.
He still believes in Santa. Oh, here comes Jen!
All right, we got.
Here is Jen Lichter, second place female. She went off course earlier. She is going to fight her way back.
Oh my God! Look at her face.
She is a
She's
fighter.
not out of this.
If anyone can do it, it's Jen Lichter. She is a fighter. She is a phenomenal athlete. She's getting some water right now, getting her composure.
I think she's less than 3 minutes behind. It could be right around there. 1:46:30. Bailey came
Looks like
through.
maybe some Coke.
Yeah, so we got about 3 minutes and half of the race to go. So this is not over. Let's just hope that Jen can keep her composure and not let that adrenaline force her to make a move that isn't totally sustainable.
All right, we've got Jen Lichter exiting the aid station in second place behind Bailey Kowalczyk after an off-course. She was absolutely flying and in the lead when she went off course.
Yep.
And
So-
but she's still in it. She is still in it.
Yeah, and just remember, she was in the lead, so all she has to do is get back on the rhythm that she had before she went off course, and there's a good chance she could get back up to Bailey.
I mean, she is still looking really good, and this has happened before, and she still was able to pull through. So,
All right, Brittany, tell us about that interaction with Jen. Did she seem stressed, determined? What was the vibe?
She's a little stressed. She's a little flustered. So I just kept telling her, Jen, you're still in it. You're still in it. And honestly, my money's still on Jen to make up that gap. We just know what a competitor she is, but she's a little flustered.
Okay.
She's upset with herself for getting off course, but we've seen this before from her, and she'll pull something through. So, but it'll be a good race. Bailey looks good and happy. Jen's trying to close that gap. So we'll see what happens.
and I was really, really happy to see her take time to really fill up her bottle and get fuel for the climb ahead. So she's definitely still thinking strategically, and she's still being thoughtful about the race. So she's not so flustered that she's not thinking about her future needs, which is good. And who do we have here? Is this Patty?
I think we have a shot of Patty on the ridge right now.
There he goes, running on the ridge.
Yeah, as much as you hate to see that situation with Jen unfold, we've been talking all morning and even before we got on the broadcast about what a shootout it was going to be between Jen and Bailey. And making the best of a bad situation, hey, we got a little drama injected into an already incredible story between those two. So, hopefully...
And they still have time, that's for sure. So
yeah, it makes for an exciting race, even if it's not totally fortunate for Jen's situation right now.
And here's Patty power hiking, jogging his way up on the ridge. He is moving really well. It's great to see.
I definitely had the under on Patty. He's outperforming my prediction for 50th
Wait,
for him.
is this the Terex guy? The guy wearing all Terex?
It may
From
well
earlier?
be. Yeah, this may well be the guy I was looking at earlier.
Oh, great. Okay, so we can try to figure out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so he's still in it.
Yeah, I think that is that earlier.
It's hard to tell.
Calm, cool, collected. Decked out in Terex. Eric Lapuma, if you're still in the chat, who are we looking at here?
Corinne's in the chat too, so.
Oh, Corinne's in the chat.
Okay, we've got him exiting. We still don't know who he is, so we will report back once we do. And then we've got someone coming up on the ridge here. I think it's a little blurry on my end, so I can't tell who it is yet. Eric Lupuma does not know this Terex person. Okay, thank you, Eric.
Yeah, someone right before said it's Christian Winkler, though.
Okay.
Christian Winkler, yeah, so Christian Winkler was in the VK yesterday. I remember him.
He's from Germany?
Germany, yep. He's from Germany. He and his brother performed really well in the VK yesterday. I forget exactly where they were, but they were like maybe 4 and 7 or something like that.
Oh, I am forgetting
Yeah,
too.
so
it was around there.
He's really legit, yeah. Maybe a bit of a aggressive start to be out in second behind Cam, considering where he is now, but he's earned the right to be up there. He's
just channeling the VK juju from yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe he thought it was another VK and had to slow down once
And I
he
don't know
realized it wasn't.
Do you know who we just had in frame? I could not tell who that was.
I couldn't tell either,
I couldn't tell.
unfortunately. And so far, so you can see they're on a little bit of a snowy ridge here. Aside from that brief toe stub that we saw from Cam on a dry ridge, we haven't seen the snow affect any individuals, at least as far as we can tell. It might be a little different on the ground there, but doesn't seem like it's a major obstacle for these tiny ants going up this
Going up the
giant
anthill?
ridge. Yeah.
Is this Jen? I
That-
think we just saw a glimpse of Jen. And here's Denali.
Oh, Denali and Brittany.
coming through the aid.
Let her run,
She is
Brittany.
always giving out hugs and high
And with
fives.
Chad,
and
two
smiles.
Alaskans hanging out together.
Oh, and they're
Got-
probably having a blast.
Yeah, got to assume they're friends.
She's just chatting away, just in classic Denali form.
Awesome. Love the giant ponytail.
Brittany,
It's mama strength, baby. Hell yeah, baby!
Brittany,
didn't recognize-
tell us about the interaction with Denali. It looked like she was just chatting that entire time.
Oh my gosh, she's in like the best spirits. She has no idea she's in third. And she's just channeling her mama strength is what she said.
That's awesome. And they're both from Alaska, so I imagine they're both sort of running together, working together. Was that sort of apparent when they came through?
Yeah, totally. This is just like what a like fun energy. So it was, Jen was a little stressed. Denali came through and was like in happy Christmas spirits. So it's fun kind of seeing the different vibes. But Denali's like very pleasantly surprised that she's in third. She had no idea.
That's really fun. That's fun. And I imagine she is going to do quite well. And we're back on the ridge. It looks like we see Cam climbing up the ridge right now.
So this is approaching the summit. You can start to see the building there. Wow, look at that. Look at the grade there.
I mean, this is just a steep section. And I imagine this is where the snow is actually helping a little bit because it can be a little loose when it's dry.
Yep.
So here it might be nice that it's a little bit more compact.
You can totally see, though, that's where the VK went through yesterday. So you can see a pretty clean path there. We had a couple hundred folks go through this section yesterday and trample that snow down, adding to the grip there. So should be a pretty
He's still
pretty nice
jogging
path.
around the switchbacks.
Yeah, God, still deciding to jog.
That's amazing. And I love, we got to remember to take a look at the splits
Yes.
on his VK on this section
Yep,
yesterday
totally.
to now. And there he goes, using his hands, climbing up this really steep face through the cables.
Yep. So
He is just moving so well.
having deja vu from yesterday. He was here just over 24 hours ago, less even. So this is his second time up this specific part in about 22 hours. So he knows exactly where he is. He knows exactly how many steps he has to go to the top. So if he's got to be in control right now.
Yeah,
He's got to be pretty comfortable
yeah.
looking back and knowing that he's already developed a pretty big lead, especially going into this section where he's got to perceive that he has an advantage.
I haven't seen him look back at all, but he might have when we were off camera from him. And here's Bailey. Bailey is running on the ridge right now. She's sort of center in the frame. She is also moving really well. Bailey is our current female leader in the race after Jen Lichter took a bit of a off-course meander.
And I'm seeing now that it was 3.5 minutes between Bailey and Jen, which is by no means over. I mean, think of it. They're both probably looking at about a 4 flat finish. So 3 minutes over, 2+ hours to go. This is not over by a long shot.
Yeah, and clearly Jen's going off course slowed her down a lot because she was in the lead. Now she's 3.5 minutes behind Bailey. We do not know where she went off course exactly. We do not know where she entered the course again. But clearly she lost time.
Yep. Clearly she lost
And
time.
back on Cam. Cam is now approaching the summit. We've got just steep, rocky, snowy terrain to go. Using hands. Moving well. No one else in frame.
Yeah, amazing. I said...
Deja vu from yesterday.
Yeah, I said a few minutes ago it looks like he was coming up to the very final few steps. Looks like I was wrong. This is kind of an infinite slope here as he continues to climb Alto Ridge here to the high point of the course. Past halfway in terms of distance. And he we'll reach the Summit Aid Station, which is a water-only station. We'll see if he gets any supplies from there before.
Because he filled up his bottle fully when he left the previous one, and so far he's filled up at both.
Yeah,
aids.
it's interesting. Sometimes, in a course like this, with a giant climb in the middle, you might think, hey, I'll give a little extra going into that climb, maybe sell out a little bit, knowing that going downhill, the long downhill after this, even if you're going all out, you'll probably have a pretty good chance to get your lungs back under you. But with
We've
how
gotta follow
technical,
Cam. Here we go.
it's going to take a lot of focus and a lot of energy to stay upright on this downhill. So
He
we'll
is just
see what he can do.
leaping and bounding over the cables, running. He's looking great. We've got a follow cam on him right now.
So he is up to the aid station. So what we just had for the past maybe 5 minutes or so of watching him was a shot we didn't have yesterday. It was too foggy up here, so the drones weren't flying in that particular area. So it was awesome.
And
to
he
see
just
him.
filled up his bottle really quickly and is already out on the run, on the descent. And this is going to be interesting. We're going to see how slick it is. So
Yep.
this is new territory for him. They did not obviously descend
Yep.
yesterday.
Definitely
They just went up.
Some careful steps. You can see him sinking into the snow. Okay, with the follow cam, we can see there's like 2-3 fresh inches there.
Yeah, that's I would say instead of being worried about it being slick, I'd just be worried about putting your foot into a spot where it sinks so much that your toe catches.
Yep.
But Cam is well versed in this terrain, so I'm not worried about him at all.
Yeah, he's moving carefully. You can tell it doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much.
Also,
I wonder.
great job to the follow cam person.
I know.
I'm so impressed
I'm
right
waiting
now.
for this camera to just fly out of this guy's hand. All right, so here we see Cam continuing down the ridge. You can see those kind of bounding steps that you typically see when people are cruising down a snowfield. Definitely being a little cautious here, but it's not
tell he's
too
in the
far.
back seat a little bit, just braking,
Yep.
kind of working the heels in, just making sure that he's not catching those toes like I was talking about before. Just really making sure he's gonna stay upright.
He's got the high shoulders going, the shoulders up, kind of leaning back a bit. That's like first thing I'm looking at is where are your shoulders at when you're running downhill? Because if you're leaning forward and you're relaxed down, you're launching. If your shoulders are up by your ears, you're hesitant a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's taking into account the fact that he has a lead and doesn't necessarily need to take a risk right now. This is his time to play it a little more conservative, take advantage of the fact that he's got a couple minutes on these guys and just make sure he doesn't go head over heels here.
Yeah, literally, because it is so steep that could happen.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see the body language of the others as they come through, because they're going to be clawing their way to try and get as much real estate back as possible, since Cam has definitely opened up the lead here, and we haven't really seen them in the same frame. I imagine they were able to see Cam ahead because it is such an open face.
Yeah,
so
bottom
they
of that
know
climb, they were a
where
minute
he
and a half
is.
behind him, and
They know.
when you're on that steep slope, that you can hear each other whisper. It's so steep. So
It's going to be really interesting to see when they come off this descent how in the competitive spirit they are.
Yeah. Anybody's game still at this point.
It really is. Cam's moving really well though, so it's going to
Okay. I might dig around and see if I can find a split from him from yesterday.
be yes.
At that VK.
Yeah, let's see it. So he is on this long descent off Lone Peak. So right now he just was at the top of the course. Oh, we're back at the aid station. This looks like Caitlin Patterson. Caitlin Patterson was our fourth woman through the aid after Denali. It seems like quite a few minutes. I think this might be our biggest gap so far in the race, and she's looking really good. And as an Olympic cross country ski racer, I imagine this ascent is where she is going to make up some time. So I imagine we're going to see those poles come out. I think we're going to see her just insane aerobic engine click in, and oh yeah, she's already grabbing for the poles. And we're gonna see some moves out of Caitlin right here. I think she is just a freaking aerobic powerhouse. So it's gonna be awesome to see her crush this climb.
Okay, so looking at the comparative splits for Cam, yesterday, heading up the second half of the VK, more like the second 2/3 of the VK, My bad math says that he ran a 25:57 from Swift Current to the summit, and today we had him at 27:21 from Swift Current to the summit. So about, let's see, a minute and a half slower today, which is frankly not much. Yeah, 90 seconds or so slower today than yesterday, which was a 40-minute all-out effort. So
That's insane.
yeah.
I'm in shock. I am shook.
Yep. So he's moving. That, honestly, if we think about it, if he held that pace
That's
that he just
ridiculous.
ran, he would have been at worst third in the VK yesterday. If you just taken the isolated split from
Yeah.
today.
No.
Yeah.
What?
He's moving.
I mean, we'll have to compare some of the other VKers. too,
Yeah. Well, I'm
to
just
see.
gonna.
But,
I'm just
I
gonna.
mean, Cam's is insane. I mean, that is just ridiculous.
I'm just gonna go out and say it, even if it's not verified, that pace was good enough for third in the VK yesterday. Okay, so here we have him, Scott Patterson. Johnny Luna Lima not in sight at the moment.
Maybe the polls are helping,
Yep,
Chris.
it looks like it. Easy there.
Maybe
So Scott Patterson,
the polls do help.
apparently second place into the Summit Aid Station, and now we see Johnny coming into frame in the back. So
yeah, he's got him right in his sights.
Yep.
I mean, again, Johnny's descending ability
Yep.
is insane.
So
So he might just be saving himself a little bit, waiting for the descent. He is like right in striking distance. So I'm not seeing this like slightly bigger gap as real. I'm not taking it as Johnny feeling any sort of way yet.
yeah, style points wise, we have a slight advantage to Scott though with the
What are you talking
strange
about? The
sort
North
of
Face
camo.
kit is fire.
Is that a North Face kit?
Johnny's.
Oh, Johnny. Well, come on, but look at the camo and the bright yellow. I mean,
Okay, I give him kudos
North Face
for
is cool
the
and all,
creativity.
and we thank them for sponsoring this lovely event. But camo and neon yellow is a statement.
It is a statement, that's for sure. And we got a follow cam person running with it. I mean, just
So
amazing.
notice
Look at
that
them.
Scott breezed through the aid station, did not stop for water.
Yeah.
So whereas
great
Cam
call out.
refilled,
Yeah.
Scott did not.
Scott is wearing a vest.
They
Scott has a
have-
lot of stuff
He's
he's
got
carrying, and he's really moving quick on this descent so far. And here's Johnny. He is right behind Scott in third place. He's looking good. He's definitely lost a little bit of ground to Scott, but honestly, with Scott's aerobic engine from cross country ski racing, I'm not all too surprised. And with Johnny's descending ability, I am betting that this slightly larger gap gets closed fairly quickly. But honestly, seeing Scott start that descent, he was moving well.
He looks good, and yeah, you don't win the sort of races that Scott wins without being able to descend also. So we do have Johnny pulling out a flask. It is going to be 4.1 miles to the next aid station, primarily downhill, and in fact,
I mean, it's a whole
steep.
mile of downhill,
Yeah,
essentially.
it's
like straight 1 mile downhill off the descent, technical.
Yep.
It's
and then
the most formidable downhill of the course is what the top men are on right now.
a brief climb after that, and then a little more gradual descending from there, and that's kind of where you start thinking about the finish line.
And it looks like Johnny did stop to
Oh.
get a little bit of water again, as
Look at
Chris
him
has
go.
said. The summit aid is just water only, and it looks like Johnny did fill up a little bit. So he may have lost a little bit more time to Scott since Scott did not stop. But I imagine he's going to close a little bit.
Yeah,
but we will see.
Both Johnny and
Probably gonna
Scott
eat my words.
appear to be running a little less cautiously and frankly a little faster on this descent
Look at Johnny go.
He's gonna fall off the mountain.
He is just. I mean, this is the descending that we're talking about with Johnny. He
Put
has
a squirrel
no
suit on
fear.
this guy.
Yeah, yeah. He has no fear. I mean, I have not seen anyone, neither Cam nor Scott, descend like this.
Whoa.
He is falling down
Okay,
this mountain.
vaguely
That
out
is
of
a
control.
master class of descending.
This is incredible. I mean, I have not seen anyone descend like this yet. So
Wow.
maybe I won't eat my words after all.
Yeah, so he's flying. Lot of ground potentially being made up by Johnny here.
I mean, every leap that he takes, he is gaining so much.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be, to run like this down this kind of terrain, you have to be so sure-footed.
And
I
just
mean, it is
committed.
unbelievable. I mean, if you fall doing this, you are, he's already making up some ground on Scott. You could see Scott we just saw him in the same frame as Johnny just a few seconds ago. He was at the very top of our screen. They are honestly, for all intents and purposes, neck and neck.
Look at this Gumby looking.
This is insane.
Oh my God. All of his joints look like rubber. He's just kind of flailing down this hill, but nonetheless looking in control. I mean, he's
As
like
skiers say, tight but loose.
yeah, tight but loose. The definition.
This is just phenomenal.
Yeah, but it's this sort of like loosey-goosey. He's out of control, but he can stop it if he needs to. His joints are just kind of all
Look
on
at that step.
360-degree pivots. He's rolling his ankles like every step, but they just can handle it.
So I need some like ankle strengthening tips from Johnny. Clearly, I think we all do. This is incredible.
The arm carriage is as horizontal as it is vertical here. Like he's throwing his arms up like he's doing the YMCA.
You know, like the
this hardly resembles
inflatable
running.
men of the inflatable things outside of car dealerships.
He looks like one of those.
That's
inflatable,
Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And yet somehow still making it look good.
All right. Well, we saw Scott briefly in frame before. I don't see him right now, which is actually kind of surprising.
You know who else can descend really well, though, is Jackson, who is right behind Johnny. Hard to imagine he'll be gaining ground on this flailing mess of a elite athlete cruising down this descent, but Jackson surely won't be losing much because he is an expert on this technical descending as well. This is so cool.
Amazing. Little bit of slabby rock right here. Could have a little bit more ice on it, but no.
Yeah, but
it's totally fine.
All three of these guys seem to be. They're running in a way that indicates that whatever snow is there is not icy. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
absolutely.
slick. So
yeah, I think really right now it's just a visibility thing where when you're putting your foot into the snow, you don't really know exactly what to expect.
Yeah.
Clearly, that Johnny is unfazed by that.
Johnny doesn't. Need to
he
know
almost
what to
went off
expect.
course, but he was immediately able to stop himself and cut back up on that ridge there.
Yeah.
And he is just flying. But again, I don't see Scott. I do not see Scott in this frame. So he's clearly moving very well as well.
Yeah, clearly. We can see, I would guess, maybe 30 seconds ahead and maybe a little less, and we don't see Scott.
And behind should be, do you have the timing pulled up, Chris?
Yeah, I do. We should have.
Yeah, we should have Jackson and then Patty, at least as of the last 8. That was the order. It was Jackson 4th, Patty in 5th, and then was it Nate?
Or it was Nate Marshall.
Nate
after
Marshall.
That, yeah.
After that, so we should expect them at some point. Johnny's still moving really well, but again, so is Scott because we do not see Scott in the frame. And then this looks like we've got our Irishman.
Patty. Yep.
Yeah.
Patty coming
Patty
up
O'Leary.
to the top. Just maybe 30 seconds or so from the summit aid station.
And Johnny was just we gave him a lot of screen time just now, so it's possible we just missed Jackson.
We did. I can see he had a split at the summit aid station at
great.
2:09, so a little over 3 minutes ago. In fact, he was a little over 90 seconds back of Johnny. So he has actually gained some on Johnny. So it looks like maybe Johnny fell back a little bit between Scott and Jackson, but Scott and Jackson stayed roughly the same.
And we'll see what happens on the descent because Johnny was just flying. So he may make that up. We'll see. And here's Patty O'Leary in 5th place coming up to the summit. I don't know what he did with his hand there, but he was acknowledging something. He's yelling things. Probably good that we can't hear him. Filling up his bottle just like
Wow,
filled
he's
up his
running
bottle
super
too.
well.
He's running really
this is
well.
great for Patty.
Yeah, we'll see how he does on this descent. Patty usually fairly consistent with like the ups and downs, but we'll see here.
You'll have some airtime to fill with him tomorrow. You can have him give you an entire race recap.
Oh, man.
This while you guys are ostensibly talking about the 50K.
It's true. That is true. We'll have a lot of Patty time.
You think I should call him? Think he's got his phone?
Actually, I think he does have his
You
phone.
think he'd
Should
wanna
we
talk?
call him? Should
Yeah,
we try to get some live commentary from Patty?
I'm calling Patty. Oh yeah, I see his phone bulge in his pocket there. I'm calling Patty right now. I'm gonna leave him a message. We'll do it on air.
If anyone would like to say anything to Patty,
Oh, you can
please
hear
drop
us?
it in the
All right,
chat,
Patty,
and we will let him know.
pull your phone out. Hear it ringing.
He's a little bit tighter in the shoulders, so he's
Yeah.
definitely holding back quite a bit, especially compared to Johnny, who's fully committing to every step down this mountain. So definitely Patty is a little bit more restricted in his movements, holding back a bit. I imagine we'll see sort of that time reflected.
Patty O'Leary.
Hey, Patty, it's Olivia and
Hey,
Chris.
hey, Patty, we're watching you right now. You are descending a bit slower than Johnny, but you're still looking good.
Pick it up, pal. We love you. We'll
We're
talk to
rooting
you
for
later.
you.
All right, that's Patty O'Leary's voicemail, folks.
No one dropped us any comments to leave in the voicemail, so
Yeah.
I guess we just had to wing it ourselves, but
Yeah.
that's fine. Patty still in the frame, looking good. Again, definitely holding back a bit compared to some of the other guys ahead of him, but
Yeah, still moving well, though. I
Yeah.
doubt he's, losing much here. Who do we got here?
oh, I didn't see the bib.
Got a CIM shirt on. Is that what I just heard? Could
See, I'm
be.
sure.
It's probably Nate Marshall.
Is it?
Well, we had at the bottom
Yeah,
of the hill, we
good
had
point.
Nate Marshall,
Yeah.
followed at a bit of a distance by Andrew Newell. So
Yeah,
probably
it must
looking
be.
at Nate Marshall.
Must be Nate Marshall. Okay, good to know. Green shorts, Nate Marshall. Nate Marshall. making
Okay,
sure-
what do we got here? This could be fourth, maybe fifth, maybe sixth. No, it would be at least at best fifth. Actually,
Wait, did they go? So let's go see
Bottom of the-
split.
I don't have it back that far.
Oh,
so
it's not back.
on
Okay.
a little bit of a delay. So
I mean,
we
it
do not
could
who-
be Aaron
we do
Bianco.
not know
I saw
who
the
this
blonde
is.
hair. I don't know. I really can't tell.
I'm kind of wondering also where Caitlin is. I saw a few more women in there, so we might be back into more of a pack there.
Yeah. Okay, back on Nate. He's moving well. Just went through the summit of Lone Peak at over 11,000 feet above sea level. Right now, he's just starting on the mile-long descent off Lone Peak, which is the longest descent of the course. If you are not a good descender, this is where it will break you.
And it's really interesting to see the different approaches to these guys going down the hill. Whereas we got Johnny kind of throwing himself down the mountain, Patty a little more conservatively taking that downhill, and Nate Marshall buckling his pack, making sure it's tight enough not to throw him off gate. And
It's looking good.
Yeah,
I
maybe-
mean, he's looking really loose, and he's committing quite a bit to this descent here, and honestly a little bit more than Patty. Patty was a little bit more restricted in his movements, but yeah, he's looking really good. But again, this is just the very beginning. This descent is long, and the more you commit at the top, the more fatigued you get by the bottom. So it's going to be interesting to see who can keep up and have the stamina to really just commit to this descent, because it is, again, a mile long. It's just it is a crazy descent.
Yeah.
When I was on it in the 50K a few years ago, by the end I was just like, I want an uphill. Please give me an uphill.
yeah, this course will do that to you. As
And
we
we've
look
got
at
another woman here.
Yep.
Looks like, is she just out of the 8? I think she just left the 8 station.
Yep, we're still in that wooded section, so we're looking at just after the Swift.
Oh,
Taylor
she's
Swift.
wearing an on vest.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't see that as much. We were looking at someone who just came out of the 8 station. I don't know who she is, but we can try to find that out.
Yeah, we're a little delayed on the splits coming in here, so we're only going to be able to give you the order of people coming through these checkpoints a couple minutes late.
And this section that these runners are on right now is sort of the calm before the storm. It's this nice wooded section. There's not as much talus. You can, make your way through a little bit of switchbacks, and then it just opens up to this technical talus ridgeline, and you just kind of you just hit the mountain. You like hitting a wall, literally and figuratively. So these runners are approaching that. They're probably trying to, stay conservative, make sure that they're not, pushing too hard through this section, because they have a climb to come.
Yep. And we're not seeing, frankly, a ton of movement in between in the order going up this climb. I was just kind of checking between some of our top men who have reached that summit aid station. Most of the gaps from the aid station at the bottom to the aid station at the top have remained roughly similar. Some movement, but no order changes, at least.
And I got to shout out to the person that we see on the screen right now, working those poles, looking great. I mean, that's some pretty solid pole technique.
Love it.
Love to see it.
Oh, I don't personally because I'm a non-pole runner, but
I love to see. Oh, and maybe he's putting them back, maybe taking a little bit of food.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Put those poles away. Put them
no,
away.
Keep them out. You need that.
This is running, not skiing.
But anyway, shout out to him. He's looking great with those poles.
Awesome.
And we saw Scott Patterson use the poles the entire climb.
Yep.
The entire climb.
That could explain a little bit why he created a little bit of gap to Johnny.
Yeah, but again, not surprising. He's got the Nordy aerobic capacity, and I mean, he was the top endurance cross-country ski racer for the United States, Olympian. I mean, if anyone has the ability to climb up Lone Peak fast, it's Scott Patterson.
Yep, absolutely. As we see a few more runners.
We got the double pole right there. That was great to see.
Oh, the technique. Look at him.
And I think we have, let's see.
We got another competitor coming up the hill here. And we're now starting to see a little more of a strung out line.
Oh, here is Griffin.
That's Griffin. Griffin Briley again, 18 years old, as far as I've been able to see.
He's looking good. Just kind of pulling up that hill right there, taking a breather.
Last couple of difficult steps to get up to the summit.
And right behind him, we've got...
We should have Bailey. Yep. So we got Bailey right there.
There she is. She's right ahead of Andy Newell. Andy's in the yellow and red. Bailey is right ahead of him, our female leader of the race. She is about to approach the summit where she can only fill with water. There's water only at this aid up here. No, nothing else. She is looking awesome. She's looking controlled. She is an amazing descender.
Yep.
It's going to be really fun to watch her descend off this mountain.
All right, so
she's got her flask in hand, so she's about to fill up as well. It looks like a lot of people are filling up at this aid, so people are trying to stay hydrated, climbing. I mean, they just did the biggest descent of the course, getting up to the summit, which is at over 11,000 feet above sea level, and with snow and all. So we are just getting the full Montana experience today, or this weekend, really. And that was a quick fill up too. So she's off to the long descent, the longest descent of the race. Bailey Kowalczyk in the lead.
We'll try to get a
our
split
defending
between her.
Champion.
That's true. Defending champ. We'll try to get. Oh my God! Look at those arms, flailing down the hill, taking a page out of Johnny's book. I don't know who taught who, but they climb. They descend the same.
Look at her
descend
go.
Together, right?
Yeah,
Amazing.
They do. And wow, she's looking really good. And we'll see. Jen Lichter was in second place. She went off course. She was in the lead. She, coming through the last aid station, was over 3 minutes behind Bailey. So we'll hopefully be seeing her within the next few minutes. Bailey's looking really good. It's going to be a fight. Jen's going to have to fight back and see. We'll see if she can do it. If anyone can, it's her.
Yeah, and we heard that she was a little bit rattled at that aid station at the bottom of the hill. You got to hope that she gathers herself and maintains some smooth running for him before she hits this downhill.
I think she just passed Griffin.
No,
that's not Griffin. That's not Griffin.
So, yeah, hopefully Jen, by the time she gets to this point, is a little more level-headed and is willing to take this downhill a little cautiously. Hate to see something happen on the descent. So hopefully cooler heads prevail there. But as you can see, Bailey making quick work of this downhill.
She's catching him.
Yep, couple guys to work with, which is nice.
Yeah.
You can kind of assess your pace based on those around you. And we'll try to get a split in real time as Jen comes up to that aid station, which we expect to be pretty soon. We're at about 2 minutes right now. It was 3 minutes at the bottom. And again, Jen was ahead before she went off course. So theoretically, if she's back on the pace she was running before, maybe she gained a couple seconds on Bailey, but we'll see in just a moment.
Oh, Bailey just passed him.
Yep. So Bailey's
There you
making her way down this hill, passing a couple of gentlemen.
And she is up there in the overall results right now.
A little flaily, but folks, this is what
Control.
peak performance looks like.
Again, as skiers say, type it loose.
Yep, type it loose. And we're going to Jen.
Here's Jen Lichter. So she is still in the race after going off trail. She's climbing up to the summit. She is trying to fight back. She knows exactly where she is. She is our 3-time defending 50K champion at the Rut. She is our champion yesterday at the VK. Jen is just an incredible mountain runner and has just crushed the Rut every time she's shown up to the start line. So
based on facial expression alone, I'm thinking she's mellowed out a little bit. And based on her time, oh, you guys are going to love this. I'm going to give it to you exactly, though. So at the bottom of the hill, she was 3 minutes and 35 seconds behind Bailey.
oh, she just went up a little bit off course again.
Oh, God, Jen. Keep it together.
Jen.
3 minutes and 35 seconds behind Bailey at the bottom, and 3
There we
minutes
go.
and 36 seconds behind now. And that's with the little bobble there. I had her just to have gained maybe 3 or 5 seconds on Bailey until she kind of bobbled those last few steps. But point being, the gap has remained almost identical, and Jen's got some great momentum.
Yeah.
So it's really going to come down to who's the better descender right now, because
Yeah.
we just proved they're climbing at pretty much exactly the same rate.
And it's going to be interesting because they are both incredible descenders. So as long as Jen can stay on course, I don't imagine Bailey is going to pick up that much time. It might stay the same just because, I mean, Bailey's such a great descender. It'd be really hard to pick up that much time on her. But again, if anyone can do it, it is Jen Lichter.
Yep.
She is just fighting back right now. And again, as Chris was able to just make that calculation, he just put a split on both of them. They are Jen has not picked up that much time on Bailey since the last aid station, so it sounds like they both kind of climbed consistently. So it's really Jen's gonna have to dig deep to try to put on 3 minutes right now.
Yeah,
so
this could come down to some of those less technical descents and even some of the late climbs in this race. Most of the climbing is done at this point, but it's not over at all. There's still some little hills left later on.
And I'm seeing more slipping from Jen right now than I have in some of the others in the field. So
Mhm.
I don't know if that was just a different spot, but she seems to be moving a little slower than Bailey at this point. But that might change.
Could change. And, this really could come down to who's got the least amount of fatigue in the second half of this race after having run this first half so hard.
Yeah. Jen Lichter currently in second place behind Bailey.
Yeah, you can only hope that at this point she's at this elevation after that climb, really thinking about just running her own race and letting Bailey come back if she comes back. But both of these women have a pretty established lead on third.
And Jen's definitely on her own right now. There isn't really anyone around her. Bailey had a couple of guys that she was working with, so that could play to her advantage a little bit.
It can go either way, though. If those folks around you are maybe in a tough spot, going a little slower, and you're keying off them, then maybe that gives you a little subconscious permission to go slower than you would if you're doing it alone. So go either way. At any rate, both seem to be descending efficiently enough. And the next checkpoint we'll have is at 14.6.
Yes.
So 4 miles from that summit aid station, primarily downhill, including this 1 mile, just absolutely bananas technical.
Yeah, they're making their way towards Moose Tracks.
Do we have a theme for Moose Tracks?
I don't know.
Is anybody there?
I think Erica was going to be there.
Okay,
I think we're going to be able to talk to Erica at Moose Tracks. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's the case. And Moose Tracks is the last aid before the finish. It is after quite a lot of descending. There's one small climb that can just be kind of a killer because you've really just changed your cadence so much. You're moving fast. You're trying to, really work on the downhills, and there's a lot of strain on the legs, and then having to transition into that uphill can be fantastic for some people and also really hurt others. And we just saw Jen take a little bit of a bobble, but she did not fall, so that's good. But yeah, you can tell it's I've seen Jen slip a little bit more than the others at this point, but she's still moving really well.
Yeah.
So
Still keeping it, within herself here. I would say nice and smooth, but smooth isn't really a word that goes with this type of descending. You just want to stay right on the edge of control. And that's what we've seen from pretty much everyone so far is it's not necessarily pretty, but it's just right at that edge where, you're pretty sure you're not going to fall down, and you're pretty sure you could stop if you had to.
And I just still can't get over Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny was descending just like an absolute madman.
Yeah.
He was just bounding. Just every time his foot landed, it seemed to roll, but he was fine.
He's just so jelly-like
It was
going
incredible.
down that thing. So we'll see, once we get a split at a future checkpoint, if he managed to gain any on Scott. As we see a few more people coming up to that summit aid station. Ooh, someone using the ropes there. Haven't seen that yet.
Oh, and this is Wilson Moore, a pro cross-country ski racer for BSF in Bozeman. He's, I can't remember, I think Vermont or Maine. Maybe Maine. Anyway, New Englander, went to Middlebury College, and he's looking great getting up to the peak there. Sure, he was loving the climb, as all Nordies do. I'm surprised actually to not see poles in his hand. And actually, Andy Newell, who we saw before, is his coach at BSF. So it's fun that they're racing together. Right now, the coach is taking it over the athlete. So we'll see if that changes. And I cannot tell who this is right here, but he's moving really well, getting up to that aid. Up to the summit of Lone Peak at over 11,000 feet above sea level. So everyone's just breathing hard. No matter if you live at elevation or not, you're still gonna feel Lone Peak. And here we've got some folks coming up the ridge. Got a nice steady stream right now. Looks like we've got two women maybe working together a little bit. Everyone's in power hike mode through here. I think we saw Cam Smith just running through this section earlier, which is insane. Another woman here. Now we have Snickers at the booth, so we're happy.
Yeah, thanks for covering me there. I took my 9th bathroom break. I'm entirely too caffeinated.
And it looks like we've got the third female, Denali, climbing up to the summit aid station right now. Denali's, again, I'm extremely excited to see her descent.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, my gosh. It is going to be very exciting to watch.
Yeah,
so
the descent on the backside of this summit is like a track compared to Mount Marathon. So theoretically, she should be floating down this thing.
Denali is the downhill record holder at Mount Marathon. She is the fastest woman to ever run down that mountain. And I can attest to it because I did it, and I felt great getting up to the top of Mount Marathon, and I just got crushed by the Alaskan women on the descent. I was standing still compared to Denali. And it was not even funny.
She's still celebrating, arms out wide.
In classic Denali fashion, just cheering everyone else on.
Cheering on spectators.
Probably thanking everyone for being there. She's just getting up to Summit Aid Station. We'll see if she fills with water. This is the water-only aid. And then I am so excited to watch her descent. Okay, she's filling up with water as well.
Got some themed outfits up here.
Oh, we got a little bit of a hip pose. That was cute.
Oh, look at that.
And she brought a cup, so she's not actually filling a flask right now. She's just drinking out of a cup. This is what she does also at Mount Marathon. She'll get to the top and she'll raise up her arms, take a big deep breath, chat with some people, and then just absolutely let loose.
You know who she reminds me
Oh,
of?
there,
Look
she
at
always
that.
does that too. So this is her signature move. She still has a cup in hand.
This is big time Claire Gallagher vibes.
Yeah,
Just
true.
vibing
Yeah.
the entire time.
Oh, here we go. And now we get to see Denali in action.
This is what runner's high looks like, is what's going on in this woman's head right now. The level of endorphins is something the rest of us can only aspire to. Yeah, moving smooth. I can't quite comment on the speed yet, but I will say she does seem smoother than anybody else so far.
Yeah, she's like really running. She's not really like kind of tripping her way down as much, but we'll see. We'll see if that changes. I mean, it gets more technical and
Yeah,
steep.
that's a good way of putting it, is that she seems a little more like she's running compared to the others who seem like they're kind of hopping.
And to your point before, this is like a track for
yeah,
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the only one that we've seen that's like actively running and not just sort of leaping. Which probably means she's moving quite fast. So
I don't see Chad near her anymore. She was running with Chad, another Alaskan, and presumably her bud at the bottom at the Swiftwater aid station. I actually noticed right before they went into that ascent up to the summit, he moved over and let her take the lead going into the start of that climb. So that kind of made me feel like they were running together. He has since dropped way back. I think. Actually, you know what? He might have pulled ahead, because I do see a split for him at the summit. And
oh yeah, he did pull ahead.
well, let me see. Where is she?
She's right here.
Oh yeah, there she is. So he actually got a little bit of a gap on her on that climb.
Yeah.
Well, so Chad, friend of the pod, is up there somewhere.
She's moving really well. She's honestly the most controlled of anyone in the field that I've seen so far.
Yeah, and fewer starts and stops, much more consistent momentum going down this hill. You know, we see some arms getting thrown out here and there to stay on balance, but I would perceive her to be the most confident and least likely to fall, at least by appearances.
Yeah, of anyone that we've seen so far.
As
As
she
we
almost
say,
falls.
we should not say that again. I
Yeah.
think we just jinxed it.
Yeah.
But she caught herself, so it's good.
So again, this is your third place woman, pretty far off of second and pretty far up from fourth. So in terms of the competitive side of things, we're looking at a battle for first, second between Bailey Kowalczyk, currently in the lead and in control, Jen Lichter, who had an early lead but then lost it after going off course, got a little bit flustered and is attempting to make her way back up to the lead. So definitely expect a shootout between those two, both in very different headspaces right now. And then a bit of a gap back to Denali here, who's kind of in her own little land here.
But again, she, of all competitors, men, women, everyone we've seen, Denali is the most controlled on this descent. So maybe she'll close a little bit of that gap between her and Jen.
We
We'll
hope
see.
to see it. Want as many folks up there duking it out as we can get. But yeah,
Gosh, she is just so fun to watch on this downhill.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's beautiful. She's just making it look easy.
You know how
It's so hard.
so you look at her giant ponytail barely moving. It's kind of like when you hold a chicken and move the body and the head stays in the same place. You can really tell how sort of
I totally get that reference and
She's-
I love it.
her ponytail is, it shows the gyroscopic sort of balancing mechanisms she has.
I hope that we have a chance to tell her what you what you compared her to later.
Yeah. Okay, and in terms of a fourth place woman, just based on the splits at the bottom of the hill before going up to Lone Peak, We had Denali at about a little over 155 to get there, and fourth place, which was Caitlin Patterson.
Oh, and it looks like Denali is catching, who is that? But she's making up ground. So
Yep.
the person who came into the 8 ahead of her was farther ahead than what this frame is showing. So
Yeah.
she is definitely making up time. Not surprising at all. She is just an unbelievable downhill runner.
That could be Nick Tusa, could be Chad if he put on a layer, but as an Alaskan, I would assume he didn't.
I think he's probably shirtless by now.
That guy loves taking his shirt off.
Um,
All right, so who do we have here? We have a drone shot of someone coming down hot in a completely different location from where we just were, which makes me think we might be... Say that again? Okay, so this is off the summit. This is Jackson. This is Jackson Cole, who was our fourth place male over the summit, who we actually did not, if you recall, we didn't get a visual of him going over the summit. I think I'm right about that. I think we got
you're
first,
right.
second,
Yeah.
third, and then went to the women for a moment, and then came back and saw Patty. But this is Jackson. Descending super well. You can see he's off of that technical section and into some more runnable stuff. And
Yeah, this section's very runnable, especially relative to like the rest of the course and what they were just on. So Jackson Cole looking great. We just got some sort of distant drone footage of him running down that fire road section.
Presumably not in the lead. I don't think he would have made up that sort of gap. But so we weren't showing him because he's in the lead. I think the drone pilots are probably just up there scrambling to find anybody. Maybe now that they've got Jackson, they can look for the flags, follow the course markers, and end up getting up to the leaders.
Yeah, and right now we're just looking at the sort of section between coming off the mountain and getting towards Moose Tracks aid station. Moose Tracks is the final aid station before the finish line and is about 14.6 miles.
They'll do a little climb to
in.
get there. We don't have anybody split there yet. So pretty soon, though, based on Summit aid station time.
Yeah, we should be seeing Cam Smith come through.
Exactly. If Cam's still in the lead, we should be expecting to see him at Moose Tracks relatively soon.
And right now, the total race time is it's 2 hours, 41 minutes. The fastest time was Remy Benet, who ran 2 hours and 58 minutes, the only person to ever break 3 hours on this course. So I think we might not be seeing a men's course record go down today.
So
but
are you ready to have your mind blown, though? So at the bottom of the climb up to the summit, Swift Current, that aid station, Cam had 90 seconds on second place. At the top of the aid station, he had almost 6 minutes. So that's how Cam is climbing right now.
Chris with the stat of the day.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. Can you just say that one more time for everyone? Because that's
so
freaking
in
crazy.
about a 27-minute section there, Cam put an additional 4.5 minutes on the folks behind him who, let's face it, are running fast. They're elite athletes, and this is their type of course. So he was 90 seconds ahead at the bottom of the hill. 27 minutes later, he was 6 minutes ahead at the top.
That
Just
is
under. Yeah, it's wild. 5:55 at the
unbelievable.
top. So from 90 seconds to 5 minutes and 55 seconds in just over 27 minutes. That's
insane.
dominance.
And so right now we've just got a drone. It's kind of looking for some runners out on the course. We're looking at the fire road. Oh, and here's Johnny Luna Lima. So it looks like they found him.
Yep.
Johnny was third off of the summit behind Johnny.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we're getting reports that this is our first runner cam lead. Johnny Luna Lima has taken the lead according to our first cam runner. And here's Scott Patterson right behind him.
So those two are still together, which that means unless something else crazy happened, Cam must have gone off, or the camera person decided not to run with Cam.
So
there is a potential that Cam went through before our runner Cam was able to capture him. That was the first runner that our runner Cam did see.
We have someone in the chat saying Cam is through Moose Tracks.
Okay,
so I think we still have Cam
Thank you to
in
the
the
chat. You guys are our eyes and ears in the interwebs.
In fact, I just refreshed, and we do have a split. So at 2:38, which is in fact 5 minutes ago, 5.5 minutes ago, we had Cam go through the aid station, which means those guys are going through the aid station right now.
Okay, so we've got Cam Smith in the lead. We did not see him come through Moose Tracks, but it sounds like he did. We've got a split on him. So we just saw Johnny Luna Lima right ahead of Scott Patterson. They are working together. They've been working together this entire race in second and third, respectively.
Yep.
And chasing after Cam Smith. We still do not know. We do not have a split on how far back they are from Cam.
Well, we can see the race time right now, and we can see Cam split. So from the top of the hill, at about 6 minutes lead, they're now at about 5.5. So they caught him a little bit on the downhill. It looks
about
like
30 seconds.
That's rough math. So yeah, they caught up about 30 seconds on that descent. But I could be wrong. We'll see once we get an official split. Not sure if it's into the aid station or out when we're getting a split.
The Moose Tracks aid station that you guys are seeing right now, we've got a camera guy in there who literally just got the camera on as the runners are coming through. So we're going to see if we can't get some updates from the field with Erica as soon as we can.
Yeah, and like we have said before, Erica might be in this aid station. We're hoping to see her there. Erica, of course, ran the VK yesterday. Great performance. Stoked to have her out on course today.
Yeah, and her husband Andy is racing today. Andy
awesome.
Newell
Cool.
is actually Erica Flower's husband,
Right on.
and it's very fun that they both can be out on course together today, even though they're doing different things.
All right, so we do have updated splits, and yeah, so we had Johnny Luna Lima and Scott Patterson come through at 2:43.40, so actually only 5 minutes and 10 seconds back at Moose Track. So those two guys climbing or descending together, rather. First thing to say is that yes, Johnny caught Scott. He in fact moved ahead of him by the time we got to that aid station, but they also caught a minute or more back up to Cam. So Cam descending a little more cautiously, the other guys descending a little more recklessly, or at least more quickly. So the gap shrunk a little on the descent there.
I think we just saw the camera kind of pan on to Erica. I wonder if we can talk to her at all about what's going on at Moose Tracks right now. See how Cam was feeling. Since we did not get to see Cam, I'm really curious to hear any updates from those at the aid.
Hold on. Let's try calling him on.
Erica, can you hear us?
Erica? Erica, can you hear us?
Okay, so they want to talk about Johnny with an
Erica?
We're starting to hear some.
We can hear,
some mic noise from the aid station, but we don't see Erica yet. We'll wait and establish a connection with her before we start talking to her.
We got some runners running down the fire road.
I think this is still
Zoomed out
Jackson.
drone.
We had that overhead shot from Jackson.
I think we've got Erica on the phone right now, and it looks like we might have her on the camera as well shortly. Erica, can you hear us? There she is.
I can hear you.
Awesome. We can hear you. We'd love to know. We didn't get to see Cam Smith come through the aid station. What did he look like? How did he seem? Were you able to see him pass through?
Yes, Cam was flying through the aid station. He looked like the fine window. He grabbed some screws, spilled half of that out of his bottle, but was just not stopping. I think he knew the guys were hot on his tails. I think they took off maybe a minute and downhill, but it looked pretty good. He still had a solid lead, and like he had good, he was ready to maybe 800 more meters of climbing or
Give us
so.
just a moment, folks. We can.
So I think he's.
So we're hearing Erica on a phone call here, but we weren't. And we presume you weren't getting a great read of that on the live stream there. But what she just told us over the phone here is that Cam came through looking good, filled up water. Did you catch anything else?
It sounds like he did at the other aid stations. It was like a in and out situation, quick fill up. He has one bottle. It seems like he's racing with today, so he filled up that same bottle and kept going.
There we go. So no indications that Cam's feeling it, that he's slowing down. Just that those guys caught him a little on the descent because that's what they do. They're world-class descenders. That's what we got.
Johnny descent, I'm not surprised at all that he made up a little bit of time. I mean, not that Cam was moving slow by any means. Cam looked amazing. But
yeah, and if we establish a cleaner connection there with Erica, we'll go back and try to get some more information on the field. But that's what we got over the phone. So we got the phone, and then she's got a microphone with her. So that's why we were able to get a little more information than I think you folks were listening to the live stream.
And we've got some drone footage just above the course, looking for some of the other racers coming down that fire road.
Yeah, the last of the drone shot that we had was Jackson Cole, We should have been right off of those folks heading into that Moose Track station. So I don't know if we still have Jackson anywhere in our sights, but we'll be on the lookout for him. And then behind him, we might be expecting Patty.
Yeah, we will see. I feel like we might be seeing a Irishman pop up soon. We will see.
Okay, we see a couple people moving along what's potentially a course here. I can't tell if they're spectators or runners or what. All right, who are these folks? See a blue shirt and a black shirt. You know, I think that's a downhill, and they don't seem to be moving that fast. So I want to say these are just walkers. Yeah, these are walkers.
Yeah,
so these are just some folks
or-
out for a stroll on a beautiful day here in Big Sky.
And I mean, we really could not have asked for a better day today. I
Yeah.
mean, as far as running temps are concerned, you know, you're not overly sweaty. It's chilly. I mean, imagine on Lone Peak it was cold. There's a little bit of wind at Swift Current earlier, which I imagine means there's considerable wind at the peak. I don't have any specific data on wind today. I can check, but just as I guess you can see those flags moving a bit, and those are pretty big flags. So anyway, yeah, I think a lot of the runners are probably feeling pretty good. They're not, you know, probably taking that much taking in that much sodium today. It's really not a warm day out there. But perfect blue sky. We're back at the aid station right now, seeing some of the runners come through. Looks like everyone's filling up before this big climb ahead. Right now, where you see all these runners, they are just about to start the biggest climb of the race, all the way up Lone Peak, up to over 11,000 feet above sea level. So everyone's trying to sort of get mentally and physically ready for this crazy, crazy ascent, and filling up their bottles, getting some food.
So we do now have a split from Jackson through the Moose Tracks aid station. He lost a little ground on the descent behind those two maniacs, Scott and Johnny Luna Lima. So he was about 5 minutes back of those guys at Moose Tracks, as opposed to being a little under 3 minutes back at the top of the summit there. So again, those guys just absolutely flying on that downhill. Jackson is just over 10 minutes back from Cam now and the lead, whereas he was about 9 minutes back at the summit there. So, yeah, everyone seems to be moving pretty well, but just really hard to keep up with Johnny and Scott on those descents. And that's who we have through Moose Track so far, 4 people, and we'll wait to see a couple more pings come through there. Again, we should be expecting, if everything stays the same as it was on the summit, Patty O'Leary should be through next. And frankly, it shouldn't be too long before we see Bailey and Jen come through.
Yeah, I mean, Bailey was sitting in the top 10 overall when she came through the summit. So, and she was with 2 guys. I think she'd passed both of them. So we could be seeing her making her way up the overall rankings right now as well.
Expect to see her there in maybe, 5-7 minutes, somewhere around there. As we see some of the middle of the pack cruising up this hill here.
Looks like we've got someone shouting out Kirk Keller in the chat. So go Energizer Bunny Kirk.
Ryan Thrower asking who is commentating. You'll never know, bud, and we're not going to tell you.
It's a mystery.
But we know you're in Europe, Ryan.
Yeah, wait, what time is it right there for him right now?
I don't know.
Look at these runners just making their way up through the fire road. They have a long climb ahead.
Is this on the way up to the summit or up to Swift?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're approaching the aid station. And then once they hit Swift Current, that's when they've got the like
Yep.
big climb. So right now, this is just the little teaser. Get a little teaser, a little bit more runnable, but I'm laughing when I say, oh, and here we have Paddy O'Leary. Paddy O'Leary making his way towards Moose Track's aid station. He's on that fire road descent. It's runnable, fast. He came off the summit in 5th place. Here is what the ground looks like that he is running on, which is really helpful.
Nice.
And the foliage, very beautiful as well. Paddy O'Leary coming in. We do not know exactly where he's at, but
So he's at aid at 2:54.50.
is he in 5th?
What would that put him in? Presumably 5th.
He was quick through that aid, so he's feeling good. No chatter. Usually Paddy likes to chat a bit, but he's focused and going.
He is about 6 minutes back from Jackson at this moment.
So Jackson made up a little time on him on that
it looks
descent.
like it. Jackson descended a little. It's interesting. Jackson lost time on the guys in front of him, pulled ahead of Paddy. I might be reading a little too much into that downhill, especially now that it's over. But yeah, those are our top 5 at the moment, and I think it could be a little bit of a gap back to 6th, but we will see. But still, anything can happen in that front group. There's just too much talent for anybody to be phoning it in at this point. So
yeah, we'll see if he.
anyone hits a wall, then the others are going to capitalize on it.
It's true. That's so true. I mean, that's like, if anyone falters a little bit. I mean, we saw that happen in the women's race already with Ben and Jen and Bailey.
Ben and Jaylee.
Wow, do we have a celeb name for them now?
I think so. Ben and Jaylee.
Should we use that?
What a combo.
Who is this coming?
That's Cam.
We've got Cam Smith, the leader of the race.
So he left Moose Tracks almost 20 minutes ago.
He is making his way towards the finish.
This is in between the last aid station and the finish. So we're just going to try to track him to the extent that we can, wherever we have eyes. And now that we have him on a drone, hopefully we'll be able to track him quite a bit between here and the finish.
And when Remy raced in 2015 and set the record at 2:58, that would mean Cam would have to finish this race in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, so which is to say, A, probably not going to happen, but B, he is close to the finish.
He is close to the finish. He might be putting in another top 10 fastest time today.
Could be. And what was his best time here before
his
that top 10?
His best time he ran in 2021, a 3:09.
Okay, so we're looking for 3:09 for Cam to better his already top 10 ever performance here.
And Cam has run the 8th and 9th fastest times on this course in 2021 and 2022.
That's awesome.
Here in a 3:09 and a 3:10 flat.
Wow.
So we'll see. Maybe he'll get a PR today. It seems like that's very likely at this point. He is just moving so well. He knows this course really well and is just, he's been leading from the very beginning.
Yeah, there's something about how he's run this race that makes me feel like he's in peak form. I don't have a lot of experience watching Cam, but I don't know. There's just something about the way he has attacked this race that makes me think he might be in for a PR here.
So we're going to see Cam Smith making his way towards the finish line. This is a really, really interesting section of the course because the trail, it's just switchback after switchback. And so it's really hard to get into flow. Mm-hmm. And you taste the finish, you feel the finish, but it's hard to just really get into that mode because you have to just kind of break and pivot to get through the switchbacks. And so it's definitely a little bit heady in that regard. But then once you can open up in those fire road sections and some of the longer single track zones, you feel so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can run fast. The pace that these top runners are moving at is just absolutely incredible. Because even the quote unquote buffed out trails here are still they're techie. They're still a little techie.
And of course, not to mention the fact that the entirety of this course is at substantial altitude.
Do we just see him drop into the trees?
I'm not sure.
Never mind.
We had a biker.
Nope, we saw a biker. So it's that was really fast. See, I'm even mixing up bikers with runners. That's how fast these people are going. If that isn't a testament to how incredible this race is today.
So with Moose Tracks at 14.6 and the finish line at 17.6, mostly descending, one pretty substantial climb actually between those two locations, and Cam at about 21 minutes post Moose Tracks. We're looking at him being pretty close to the finish here at this point, within just a few minutes. Likely within 5, we're hearing now. Okay.
So he's way less than a mile out, likely within 5 minutes. We might be seeing a PR from Cam Smith today.
He's just gone over Remy Bonnet's course record, so that's out of reach at this point, but hopefully he can extend himself into that top 10 a little farther than what he currently has as 8th and 9th. If he does that, it's a bit of a statement to have 3 of the top 10 times ever on this course.
Yeah.
That's pretty huge.
Yeah, and when the race happened in 2015, it was a Skyrunning World Series race.
Mm-hmm.
And so we literally, the top 5 fastest times this course has ever seen were from that year.
Oh, wow.
And right now we are seeing Cam Smith break into that.
That's amazing.
Which is, I mean, this is a world-class performance. Really, really exciting to see.
So I think we might have one of our top females into the Summit Aid Station. Couldn't get close enough to ID that person.
And this looks like Nate.
Or is that...
Yeah, that's Nate.
Yes, that's Nate into Moose Tracks now. Don't have a split on it yet, but still looking great.
Definitely, Patty has a bit of a lead on him. Patty's kind of in no man's land right now.
Yeah.
Patty's a little on his own.
It's broken up a bit. I think in terms of the men's race, we're looking at Johnny and Scott as being really the last fight here. The top 5 seem pretty established with the exception of those 2 guys running in 2nd and 3rd together. So we'll watch those 2 try to duke it out. I think it's going to come down to, for those 2, who's the better non-technical descender and who's willing to really gun it on that last maybe 700-800 foot climb that they have between Moose Tracks and the finish.
Yeah.
Which they should be hitting right about now if they're maybe not over it already.
I truly, if I had to put money on who would get it between Johnny and Scott, I do not know. I really don't. I mean, they both are just such competitors, and I really, it's such a toss-up.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, Scott did a lot of the work for most of the race. Johnny was just sitting on him.
That's
so
true.
This could be where that comes to Johnny. It goes to Johnny's advantage a little bit because he was able to just kind of rest and, well, not necessarily rest, but take a little bit of that mental break of leading for most of the race. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out in the final few miles here.
As you can see, our intrepid explorers in the conga line on the way to Mount Everest here.
That's a good reference, actually.
Yeah. Look at these guys. All right, and we're back at swiftness, Swift Current. And
Cam Smith, our leader of the race, he is approaching the finish line.
And we're on the ground here with a follow cam, which says to me that we are approaching the finish any second.
He's hauling.
Yeah, so he's coming into the finish. He can see it. He can hear it. You can tell. He's coming in. Yep, you can start to see buildings. We're seconds away from this guy crossing the line.
And we are seeing a PR from Cam Smith today. His fastest time on this course was 3:09. Right now we're at 3:03. If he runs under 3:06, which it seems like he will, he'll run faster than Joe Gray in 2015 and have the 4th fastest time on this course.
Little bit of confusion following the course there. I've been in that position, though. Once you get into these sort of base areas where there's a lot of visual stimulation, it can be a little harder to follow those flags. But here he comes, super strong.
Oh, I have goosebumps right now.
Yeah,
he looks
wow.
amazing.
Oh, look, it's Brittany. With those rut tails, giving high fives.
Zach Miller. High five, Zach Miller. Cam Smith for the win.
Coming in just under 3:04.
This has just been an incredible showing from Cam Smith.
3:34. Sorry, 3:03:40X.
He just ran the 4th fastest time on this race. We have not seen a time this fast since 2015 when there was the Skyrunning World Series here. Right now we have the cam on Brittany and Zach. Zach is psyched right now.
Oh, look at them.
Oh.
They're posing. Oh, we're getting a microphone.
Oh, we're getting a microphone. Brittany, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Well,
we can't
just
hear you yet.
Give us a... Okay, we can't hear you, but you could dance and we can see you, and so can everybody.
Yes, yep.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, we have a nice little dance entertainment from Zach Miller and Brittany Charbonneau.
Microphone is off. You can get Shad to turn that on. That'd help.
We might want to turn our headsets on, too. We probably won't be able to hear her. Okay, cool.
Brittany, I think your mic is off. Can you try to turn your microphone on?
Well, okay, Brittany, give us an interpretive dance version of what you just saw. Still can't hear you, so we're going to need it in expressive body language. Okay, so what we see is Cam he had long hair. Long hair. Cam came running down the hill, waving to everybody, very excited. And then he moved out of frame, and then all the women got really excited to see him. No. Okay. Sorry, I'm having a hard time interpreting what she's going for. Okay, and then there was a dust trail. It's like in the cartoons with the lines indicating movement. Okay, we're back to Bailey.
Kowalczyk. She is
Brittany.
our women's leader of the race right now. She is cruising through the Fire Road descent.
Okay, so she's
coming
into
Moose Tracks.
So we'll get one split from her and one last opportunity to check in on her compared to her competitors.
So she is currently at mile 14.6. Moose Tracks, the final aid station. Bailey is in the lead. And we don't have footage, but hopefully we will soon. There is a fall cam person there, so hopefully we can get that footage. She was flying. And she looked good.
So what was Cam's split from Moose Tracks to the finish was 25 minutes. So assuming maybe Bailey runs 30, 3:36. She is flirting with the course record here. Course record, of course, being 3:35 for Megan Kimmel.
And Megan Kimmel actually, and that again was also the World Series, Skyrunning World Series year. She has the top two fastest times in 2015 and 2016. She ran 3:35 and 3:36.23. So it is possible that we see a top time from Bailey today.
And Bailey is presumably still running away from Jen in her head right now, so she's not going to lay off the gas here.
And
she's probably not getting a lot of information about where Jen is, and just knowing who Jen is, she's going to be running scared to the finish line. So
such a good point.
She won't let up, and with that in mind, she may well be flirting with a course record here.
There is maybe no one I'd be more terrified to be running ahead of than Jen Lichter.
Yeah, that's about right.
I'd be terrified. I'd be like, she's coming for sure.
She's coming for sure. And she is. She is coming.
Oh, yeah, she is.
For sure.
And I think we're going to see, almost certainly a PR from Bailey. Her fastest time on this course was 3:47.20.
Yeah, that's going down.
I mean, there is, unless something happens, which it will not, she is way under 40 minutes from the finish line at this point.
Yep. So great to see Bailey having a great race.
Here's Andy Newell, former Olympic cross-country skier. Erica Flowers putting her hand on his shoulder. She's Andy's wife. They are married and actually expecting in November, which is very exciting. Andy taking off on the descent. Look at him. He's been having a great race today, and he's actually racing against some of his athletes, and is so far beating them. So nice job, coach.
Awesome. So it looks like splits are coming through in pretty close to real time from Moose Tracks, which is great news because hopefully we'll get a split on Jen there when she comes through. We had Bailey through at 3:05.46. So Jen is at least pushing 3 minutes behind. Frankly, that's going to be a tough gap to make up, especially considering that was the same gap as it was at Swift Current over an hour ago. So, tough to catch Bailey, it turns out.
I mean, I think if you really think about the amount of time Jen lost going off course and the amount of time she would have to make up on Bailey of all people, that's tough. And here we have Scott Patterson.
Awesome.
Scott Patterson carrying his poles in the nunchuck I call this the nunchuck mode.
I just got a text from someone on the ground saying numbers 2 and 3 are about to finish. So
here's Jen.
Here comes Jen.
Here comes Jen coming into the aid station.
So Scott and Johnny are next to each other. We were just missing Johnny out of frame. I'm not sure if he was ahead or behind, but hopefully I can get a text from someone on the ground who can clarify that for us, or we can get maybe a camera on them. But Jen's moving into Moose Tracks, just still about 3 minutes off of Bailey, so the gap has remained the same. Got to assume that's basically exactly the amount of time she spent off course, and now she's just held that same spot, which is just so rough.
And here's Scott Patterson coming into the finish. I think this must mean that he's in second place. We have not seen Johnny and Luna Lima yet. Jen, we just got reports. Oh, yeah. Jen did not stop at this aid station. She is in hunt mode. Bailey did stop. She did actually pause a little bit. So Jen definitely made up a few seconds on Bailey there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because it's a few minutes. We're going to see if anyone can do it. It's Jen Lichter.
So now we're seeing Scott, and with a wide enough shot that we can't see anyone else in frame. So either Johnny's
Patterson.
a bit behind or Johnny cleared Scott enough for Scott to slow down. But I would assume that our camera person is tracking second here.
Scott Patterson coming into the finish after Cam Smith running another incredibly fast time. He is just outside of the top 10 fastest times this course has seen. That is an incredible performance from Scott Patterson. He just opened up. I'd love to hear what happened with him and Johnny.
Yeah, when that gap broke, whether it was just gradual on the descent or whether it happened on that last little bit of climb.
Yeah, well, that's going to be really interesting to hear them talk about.
We just got a text from Erica at that last aid station saying that Jen didn't stop, just plowed right through on a mission, she says.
Johnny Luna Lima, here we go. Third place.
So still not over
race
between Bailey and Jen, but it's going to be a tough gap to overcome. And here we see Johnny, who at some point in the last 3 miles lost just a few seconds on Scott, but still got to be happy with third place here.
Amazing. He had just a great race today.
So does Scott move up into the top 10 all time?
He does not. He's just outside of it.
So close.
The fastest was the 10th fastest is 3:10:02. But now that Cam Smith has run an even faster time, it just knocks him out of being in there. And here are the three. This is our podium.
Yep. And for those wondering where Adam Peterman is,
there he is, right there. Cam Smith in the pink shorts, winning today, and one of the fastest times this course has ever seen. That was just an incredible performance.
That was amazing. So who just for the sake of recapping some legends, who are the folks remaining ahead of him on the all-time list? We have Remy Bonnet.
Tade.
Okay.
And Marco de Gasperi.
Oh, legends all.
Yeah,
so
they're amazing.
To put your name up with those folks, especially, when they were here all competing against each other with as a part of a World Series race that year, this is just awesome. To do it yourself with a big gap on the field pretty much the whole day. Just awesome. Top
3 men right here. We've got Cam Smith in the center in first, Scott Patterson, second place, an incredibly fast time. I'm pretty sure a PR as well. And Johnny, our reigning, I think he won last year, but he's definitely won this race before, in third place, an amazing showing today. I mean, this was the fastest men's race we've seen yet since the World Series.
Yeah. Have you seen Johnny's prior times here? Do you know what he won in last year? I'm going to look it up if you don't have it on hand.
I had it written down somewhere, but now I'm just so excited. I have no idea where I put it.
We'll try to figure that out, but I can't imagine he ran much faster than that, if at all. Hoping this is a PR, so that move down from first to third at least comes with the consolation that he ran faster.
Here we've got an overhead view of some racers coming down Fire Road.
Yeah, so...
Whoa, it looks like he ran a 3:01 at one point.
I wonder if that was an abbreviated course.
Oh, I bet it was.
That must be the deal.
Yeah.
So I have him 2 years ago running a 3:28, and this is a huge improvement on that. I don't have his last year time.
I think that must be, yeah. Yeah, because that 301 is not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that.
Oh, here's Patty O'Leary.
Yep. So we have Patty.
We've got Patty coming towards the finish. If he's on that climb, there's a climb right before the finish. You ascend and you're like, are you kidding me right now? And then you descend and you're like, please just come.
Yeah.
Please, I need to get to the finish now. And right now, Patty's on that climb.
Yeah, it's a tough camera angle, but you got to either assume this is a climb or that Patty is hurting badly. This is bad downhill for him, to say the least.
I can guarantee you he's on the climb, Chris.
Can't wait till he gets our voicemail.
Oh my God, he's going to be like, what? Patty is sitting in... Well, we haven't seen Jackson, so I'm pretty sure he's still in 5th.
Yeah, Patty looking over his shoulder.
Patty's running
just
scared.
hoping that he doesn't have to grind.
He's hurting. At this point, if he's looking back, he's just like, please, if someone is moving right now, I don't know. But right now, and as we've seen for a while, Patty's been kind of in no man's land. He hasn't been very close to Jackson, and Nate's been pretty far back. So I think we're seeing our top 5 right now.
I think so too. I think we just lost Jackson in these in the switches between the follow cams and the drone shot. But Jackson, based on the last splits, we should be seeing him come through the finish in maybe 2 minutes or so. So he should be regardless, he should be well into the final descent. And here Patty turns to downhill, starts looking a little faster. Look at our buddy go. So do you think this means that Patty O'Leary has finally lifted his rut curse?
Yes, I think this is finally the year.
To make it to the summit and also pull together a top 5 finish sounds like the curse is broken.
Well, the only reason why it snowed and they had to delay the race is because Patty was signed up.
Well, that goes
right?
without saying, yeah.
I mean, if Patty wasn't signed up for the race, then they wouldn't have had to even worry about it. But that was all Patty. But fortunately, that was the last of the storm, the cursed storm that Patty has had on the rut. And he has finally summited Lone Peak. And I don't want to jinx anything, but it appears to also be able to cross the finish line.
I certainly hope so for his sake and for ours, and especially for yours, because you have to sit here for 12 hours talking with him tomorrow.
I know. Can you imagine?
An upset Patty would be,
gosh.
That'd be a bummer hang.
Yeah.
So, again, we're keeping our eye on Jackson Cole, who is somewhere, we think, between Patty and the finish.
He is in the forest. He's probably, I imagine, going to be popping out quite soon. And I think we're probably going to get to that finisher cam footage shortly.
Nice. As if on cue, we should be seeing Jackson any moment. I don't see cheering fans yet. But we're looking for Jackson here. And then there he is.
There he is, Jackson Cole. We have not seen a lot of him on the cam this race because he's just moving too fast.
Look at him go. Carl Lewis hands to finish it up. Yeah.
Oh, he's having fun.
He's having fun.
What
you
a day.
You can tell, he's been by himself a little bit today. So he's having fun, but you can sense a little bit of, it's hard when there's nobody in front of you to chase and no one behind you to chase you. He's just been kind of stuck in this spot for a while. So you got to be happy with the result. It's a great, great time. And the guys who beat him, it's hard to be upset about that because these are all world-class runners. So he's raced these guys before, like we said, at the Minotaur earlier this summer. He was behind Scott ahead of Johnny, so a little bit back from that result today, but still amazing and a great performance from him. And sky's the limit for this guy, 28 years old, super young, can descend like a maniac, and just keeps getting better. Like every year just feels like his breakout. He just keeps getting better and better at a rate that just makes me think he's going to be on top of the world in a couple more.
Energy
has
just been amazing. He's just been so consistent. You could tell he's just having fun.
Yeah, I went to a rock concert with him a couple months ago, and after a couple IPAs, he started a mosh pit. So just if we're talking about what kind of guy Jackson Cole is, if there's a mosh pit, he's in there.
Love it. Well, here we go. Jackson Cole, 4th place. So he'll get to stand up there in the today. Not on the podium, but he'll still get to stand,
Yep,
which is
and
awesome.
You can tell we got a hometown crowd cheering him on here. I saw Tyler Corville in the background. I think I keep calling him out. I assume 75% of the time it's wrong, but yeah, a lot of love from the Montana folks for Jackson. Spends most of his time in Missoula, so he's a local icon.
Oh, here's Brittany. Are we going to hear from Brittany?
Oh.
Hi, Brittany. Can we hear you? We cannot. Would you like to do another turn? Oh, wait, we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Back to you, Olivia.
No, back to you, Brittany. Let's hear about the finish. We just saw Jackson Cole come through. He seemed in great spirits. We're waiting for Patty. We just saw all the lead guys come through. What can you tell us? What are the vibes?
Oh, such good vibes. Right now, Born in the USA is playing by The Boss. So I feel like that's just a good omen. Jackson just looked so cute and happy as he came through. Johnny was actually really happy and waving, so we got his Disney Prince smile, his classic Disney Prince smile coming through. But, oh, man, it's so fun. So everybody's just, like, excited to see everybody come through the finish line with strong finishes. What a day.
What a day. Oh, my gosh. It's incredible. It's one of the faster races this course has seen since the Skyrunning World Series in 2015. So far as what we can see from the times. Did you see... do you have any idea what happened between Johnny and Scott?
No, because last we'd heard they were together, and then as we were watching down this backstretch, that's where Scott got the gap on Johnny, but Johnny was booking it, so I don't think Scott made him work for third place.
Yeah.
For sure. So it was really a close race all the way to the end for those two.
It was, what a race. Today's been very
man.
exciting. And are you getting a little hot in your Santa outfit down there? Now that
I took my coat off. Santa's in a great spot. People down at the finish line are really loving the Christmas vibes that we brought down from Taylor Swift current aid station. So, we got somebody coming. Here comes our boy Patty.
Patty, we've got Patty.
Let's hear Patty through. He's cruising, guaranteed. He's in great Irish spirits this Christmas
Fifth
season.
place.
Wow, he's flying.
Wow, he is cooking.
Brittany, do you think you could run alongside him with the microphone so we could get a comment while he's
100%.
finishing? All right, let's try our best.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, this is
down. Once he comes down, I'll get in with him.
For the folks at home, I don't think she realizes how fast he's running right now. This is going to be a bit of an issue. Brittany, albeit very fast, nonetheless, A, pregnant, and B, wearing a Santa suit. So this could be risky.
Patty's flying. He's charging. He's trying to he's like time trialing right now.
Yeah. I wonder if he saw someone behind him or if he's just finishing with some good old-fashioned pride here.
Patty in fifth place.
As he approaches Brittany in the Santa suit, we'll see if we can get a comment on the run.
Okay. How are you doing?
Loving it.
Oh, you're so Irish! You're so Irish!
Oh my.
There you have it, folks.
Brittany, that was incredible.
Patty O'Leary finishing
I think
strong.
that might have been the best performance of the day. Thank you for that, Brittany. Patty O'Leary for fifth.
Amazing.
At Rut 28K. He has broken
the Rut curse. All right, who's this coming down?
I think this must be Nate.
All right, Nate. He's, up. Again, camera angle a little deceptive. He's still on that last little climb that we saw Patty cresting the top of maybe 5 minutes ago. So once he turns onto the single track, starts moving downhill, talking maybe 5 minutes to the finish as Patty and Madge catch up there at the finish line.
And we've got Nate Williams, who should be in sixth place behind Patty. Oh, Patty's doing a little finish line dance. He's psyched. Here's Denali, our third place woman, unless something's changed. Denali, our beloved Alaskan, incredible descender. It's going to be really fun to look at those splits.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm excited to look at those splits. She is probably just cruising right. Yep. I think she cruised right through that aid station.
It does feel like she descended, maybe not faster than Jen and Bailey, but really didn't lose much time there. I'll have to get a split and see, but it really feels like they weren't there that long ago. as she heads into the woods for a little bit of descending before that one last few 100-foot climb, and then the fire road descent to the finish.
That climb is such a killer.
Ugh.
Like, I love it because I like climbing more than descending, but no matter how much you like climbing, you're still kind of like, are you kidding me right now?
Yeah,
with this?
yeah. So we're probably just about 10 minutes from seeing Bailey come into the finish area.
Yeah.
Again, we're on course record watch with her.
Yeah, if she finishes, I mean, 3:35:02. That is the course record.
3:35:02. All right, we're getting specific.
We could see it today, which would be absolutely insane because of the top 10 fastest times this course has seen, 6 of them were from the Skyrunning World Series here.
Wow. In that same year, that 2015?
Wow.
Wow.
In 2015.
Amazing.
So
it just goes to show what happens when a big competitive field shows up.
Yeah. I mean, the names on this top 10 sheet are just legends of the sport, as Debo would say.
Yeah, I wonder, though, we've spoken a couple times today about how it's difficult to compare year by year. And while I don't think the conditions this year were slowing people down too much, I'd say a few seconds, maybe a minute with that snow up top. Sometimes on courses like this, which are so high in elevation, so technical, so nuanced, sometimes there's little course changes here and there. So it's tempting to talk about course records, but I'm not 100% sure that we are running the exact course that they ran in 2015.
Yeah, we'll have to get some we'll have to get that validated.
As we take a look somewhere on that final descent, not sure who we are expecting to see, but hopefully we can get a shot of Bailey relatively soon. Perhaps not, though, because those first men weren't really visible until right when they popped out of the trees with a couple minutes to go. Could be a few minutes yet until we see those female leaders. Oh, we got a hiker.
Oh.
This is Griffin, I believe.
This is Griffin, yeah.
Griffin Briley. All right, as if on cue. He knew the camera was on him, decided to jog, looking back over his shoulder. Great race from this guy so far today. Again, ran the VK yesterday, so a little bit shot in the legs. And really attacked this one today. And should be stoked with this forthcoming result. He's getting up right to the top of the climb. He'll turn and start descending here momentarily. Yeah, sky's the limit for Griffin, 18 years old.
So young. What an incredible performance both days. He's just had a great weekend. Sending into the trees. Nice little reprieve from the climb. Last climb of the course. Now it's all downhill from here.
And also, keep in mind, and this might make that walk we just saw a little more painful to look at, Griffin's in the trifecta. He's racing tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So yeah, we have Bailey coming up, catching Griffin.
No, she's in 8th overall.
It would appear that she is right around there. Yes.
She might. So we've got Bailey right now leading the race. She's just getting to the very top of the last climb of the course. She's looking like she's got it in the bag. Looking like almost certainly a PR.
Yeah, and we can see pretty far behind her, and remember that's an uphill grade, so it's even inflated in terms of the amount of time behind her that we can see. So she's got a big gap here, and unless she really hits some sort of wall, it looks like it's kind of her day over Jen.
And again, top 10 overall performance from Bailey. Maybe 7th, maybe 8th. I don't know for sure. But just an incredible day from Bailey.
As she heads into final single track descent. I understand we have Erica on the phone. We're going to switch over to her on the camera. There she is. All right, let's see how that connection is, if we can hear you on the live stream.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. We've had some fast women come through here. Bailey came through looking so strong. It looked like her legs were maybe a little tired. She was looking back up the hill for Jen, but I think she had a good, solid lead. It looked awesome. Jen just ripped through the aid station, didn't stop. She was on a mission. You know she's trying to catch Bailey. It's a tall ask with just a couple miles left, but she looked really good. And Denali, a couple minutes behind Jen came through. All she wanted was caffeine, so she went straight to the pool and drank some of that and got out of here. But all those three women were looking so good. I think Bailey's top 10 overall, which is amazing. And Jen was just outside of top 10 overall, which is so impressive.
Incredible. We were trying to tell, is Bailey behind Nate, or so she's sitting in like 7th or 8th overall? Could you tell?
Bailey was in 8th overall.
Okay, so she's behind Jack Elder potentially. Oh, and we're
Elder, exactly.
Okay. So it looks like we've got the camera on Nate right now. He is charging down this final descent towards the finish line. He's coming in. It appears to be in 6th place behind Patty. Few minutes behind Patty.
And I just got word from someone on the ground that we had Bailey sighting at 0.9 from the finish. Again, with the course record at 3:35, that's 5 minutes from now. Downhill, 0.9. We'll see what she can do. It's going to be close.
It is, I mean, she's certainly putting up one of the fastest times this course has seen. We've seen 2 incredible performances today from her and Cam Smith. This is incredible.
They both look strong start to finish. They're strong at headwaters. They're strong here, just on a mission, ready to go.
Erica, have you seen a 4th place female come through there yet?
We have not seen 4th place female come through. So I know Denali came through a couple minutes ago, and it's been kind of quieter on here. So we're patiently awaiting 4th place. I know 4th and 6th previously were pretty close. Caitlin Patterson, I think, had been running in 4th when we saw her at headwaters, and then there was a group of 3 or 4 not too far behind her. So we'll see who comes off Olympic in 4th.
Okay, great. And I've been wondering all day, is there a theme there at Moose Tracks?
It is. They are in a full-on construction zone here.
Okay.
So they're clearing the way for the athletes to come running through. We have a lot of good vibes at this aid station. It looks like we have a person.
Okay, here we go.
Coming through.
So it looks like maybe a Halloween, based on the balloons, Halloween construction site themed aid station.
Halloween. Oh, and who's that running
I don't know,
through?
but they're cruising. And we got
Nate Williams.
Nate Williams across the finish line.
Fast
in 6th.
time. Really well done.
Awesome job, Nate.
Crushed it.
Wow, fast times all around. As this race continues to get faster and faster, you just look at some of these folks coming through with 4th, 5th, 6th place finishes with times that most years would have won this thing pretty handily. It's just awesome.
It's a fast year on this course.
And I just got word, and this is pretty dramatic, folks. Jen is, at that last aid station, Jen was farther than this, but Jen is now 1:30 back from Bailey.
She has made up a minute and a half.
A minute and a half in, it's
2 miles?
Yeah, so Jen is flying. If Bailey is not looking over her shoulder, she could get surprised here.
This is an incredible close from Jen Lichter. And here's Griffin.
All right, Griffin.
Cruising in, our 18-year-old.
So this is, you recall, we saw him and Bailey in the same frame just a couple minutes ago. So if Jen is a minute and a half behind at this point, it could be hard, especially with the wide open views that Bailey, if she is looking over her shoulder, will be able to get fair warning when Jen comes up behind her. But Jen's fighting till the very end, and that's just awesome to see. It's going to be a really close finish between those two. So here we have Bailey coming down again through that open section, fire road, not too technical, still a little bit. Definitely the opportunity to roll your ankle if you're a little out of control here. But she is just flying, committing every step of the way. Should be right behind Griffin. Yep, so this is right about where we started to watch Griffin. We're going to see him finish and then get right back to Bailey and Jen, who should be right on her shoulder.
Yeah, and
as you can see, Griffin turn upside down briefly.
Must be how he's feeling.
Yeah.
Very representative. All right, he's coming into the finish.
I love this weird Bigfoot cam of Brittany we keep getting.
I know, it's
this,
pretty awesome.
Grainy footage of her in the suit, just kind of all right, here's Bailey.
coming into the finish.
So
Bailey is appearing to be our champion. If she finishes in just under a minute, she's going to get the course record. And I think
it could happen.
It could happen.
Everyone. All right, 3:35.05 is what we're looking for. Oh, this is going to be close.
This is
and
absolutely
what's the
insane.
second fastest time?
The second fastest, also by Megan Kimmel.
3:36 something.
3:36.23.
Okay,
so
I
at
think
the very least, she's got that.
We got that, and
come on, Bailey.
She's got 35 seconds.
Man, she's got Jen chasing her down, the course record right in front of her. She's got things coming on both ends. So
I got one correction.
She's got a lot of motivation.
I think when we're talking about Griffin, we're actually looking at Jack. We're getting that feedback right now.
Oh, okay.
So.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, apologies to all parties involved. But, oh, man. So she's got 15 seconds to get that course record. I want to say it might be out of reach. 10 seconds. That's so close. I wonder if she knows.
Oh, my gosh.
5. She's going to be about 5 seconds off.
She's off. Yeah,
there goes the course record.
No course record.
And
she is
the
within
finish line. Here we go. 10 seconds off. 9 seconds off the course record. Second all time. In between Megan Kimmel and Megan Kimmel. What more could you ask for?
That was incredible. And just so everyone knows, Jack Elder was the one that we were watching cruising through. That was not Griffin. Apologies for the mix-up there. That was Jack Elder, who had a phenomenal day today.
Yeah.
Just absolutely incredible.
Still, big vibes to Griffin, who's still 18 and still doing the trifecta. So even though we were looking at a different person on camera, we still want to shout him out.
And Bailey is our women's champion with the second fastest time.
Oh,
and Jen Lichter, our off-course gal,
Yep.
she was in the lead, went off course, and has made up. She's made up minutes. On Bailey.
Yep.
That is insane.
So she's maybe a minute from the finish line, and she's now a minute behind Bailey's finish time. So still, this is going to be top 4 ever on this course, something like that?
Yeah, so the third fastest time is 3:40.49. So
okay, so she's definitely going to be 4th all-time after Megan Kimmel, Bailey Kowalczyk, Megan Kimmel.
Yeah.
Here comes Jen fighting for every second here.
Jen Lichter, and she went off course at Speed Goat as well, got second place behind Addie Bracey, I believe, and so we're kind of seeing that happen one more time. The fact that she's been able to, in these fields of just incredible competitors.
And there's Nick, her boyfriend, running alongside her with the camera. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, that was our, so he's
Nick Cornell.
That live stream shot we had of her running next to her is actually, that shot right there is being taken by her boyfriend, which has got to feel good for her.
Yeah. Jen Lichter, she was 4th at World Champs. Last time there was World Champs. She is just.
In the trail marathon, I believe.
An incredible competitor.
It just makes you, the fact that she went off course for basically the exact amount of time that she is now finishing behind Bailey.
Oh, can you imagine that finish?
It makes
I think the course record would have gone.
Yeah, it makes you really wonder what the shootout would have been like if those two had been together. Jen, again, had a lead, and apparently a pretty substantial one when she went off course. I feel like she was off for maybe 3-4 minutes, and she is now, well under that gap to Bailey, but it's just you can never tell what would have happened if they were together. But either way, 2 world-class performances here.
I mean, you're looking at 2 of the top women in the sport.
Yeah, amazing.
In the world. I mean, they're just incredible. And here we are looking at, oh boy, I'm totally forgetting. Is this Alexander? No. Is it?
Could be Alexander, could be Jason Donald. You folks, I think we might have a little bit of confusion with some timing chips, but we'll try to shout. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Alexander Taylor.
Great finish for Alexander. Great day.
Yep. Jen put a little surge ahead of him between that last aid station and the finish.
Big hug from Adam. And this, I think, is this Jason?
I would assume so.
Oh, Jason wanting to hop in the
that would be a pretty epic finish if he hopped in the excavator and drove it to the finish line.
Pretty cool.
Gonna run into some civilians here as he hangs that final right and takes that final downhill into the finish. He's got someone hot on his heels, though. This could be... Is
this Gavin?
Gavin McEwen? Most likely,
I think
based on...
that's Gavin.
Okay, that's going to be Gavin McEwen. Pack loaded.
I think that Gavin, if it's the same one that I'm thinking of, I think he's Nordy. But
Jason
anyway.
Donald. Did we already see that person? Getting texts a little bit after the fact.
I think so, yeah. I think we saw him. I think we saw him come through. I believe that we just saw Gavin pass by Brittany.
Awesome races all around.
Yep, that was Alex right there. Alexander Taylor just crossed the finish line. Great race.
All right. As we round out, pushing the top 10 here for the men, we are on Denali watch to round out the podium for the women. And her time, assuming she's still moving as well as it looked like she was on that descent as of about Moose Tracks, she could be well into the top times here as well.
Yeah, she absolutely could be. And after Denali, we haven't seen as much of them just because of the cameras, but we've got Caitlin Patterson was in fourth.
Has she gone through Moose Tracks yet?
She
Yes.
has.
Yep, she looks like several minutes back, but...
And she was third in the VK yesterday. Caitlin Patterson's just an incredible athlete, former Olympic Nordic skier. I believe after her is Hannah Rudd, who also professional cross-country skier out of Bozeman. Hannah is originally from Minnesota. Just an incredible athlete as well. But I think she's neck and neck with Emily Allison, so...
So as we watch some more of these finishers come across the line, once we get a podium for the women, and we already have a podium and then some for the men, we're going to bring some of those folks into the studio here and do a couple finish line interviews, try to hear a little bit more about what went on out there from their perspective. So stick around for that. So we'll interview some of the men, those we can find. Sometimes they escape our clutches here at the finish, but we will try to grab them, bring them in, talk to them a bit. The women after that, and then we will be following the finish line and some of our various cameras out there for a few more hours until I don't remember when this live stream ends. I think I heard 4 p.m. So yeah, we will, if you're waiting to watch one of your friends or loved ones out there, we'll have the camera stationed here. Maybe not necessarily commenting on it, but we will have a visual of a lot of the runners.
Yeah, not all of us are Corinne Malcolm and Dylan Bowman.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah. They always remind me of Beaker and Bunsen from the
Oh
Muppets.
my gosh.
You know, it's like, here is my scientific creation, and then someone just goes, me, 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 me. It's like,
Yeah.
That's my visual for those two. Yeah. So Beaker and Bunsen couldn't be here for this, but
sorry
you got
guys.
us.
But we're doing our best, so.
So
Let's see who saw through Moose Tracks. It looks like we've got our top 12 splits, but definitely more than that have actually gone through. I think we're just still continuing to be a bit delayed. I think we're still waiting on Andy Newell for his split to pop up because I believe he went through.
And for now, we're taking a look just at that last climb up to the Summit Aid Station. Really the crux of the course for everyone, whether you're leading the thing or at the tail end or anywhere in between. This is This is the moment you signed up for. This is the view. This is where your lungs are burning. This is what you prepared for when you were getting ready for this race. So
And guess what your prize is for getting to the top?
nothing.
Water.
Yeah, water only.
You get to get water at the top. That is what is waiting for you.
Yeah.
So just so much to look forward to as you ascend.
And then you
Lone
get to
Peak.
run straight downhill on jelly legs through a snow field covering loose shale.
And just to make sure everyone listening knows, they do have an amazing aid station with a lot of food and other electrolyte options before they get to the summit. It's only a mile before this one. That's why there is just water at the top here, but it is just funny.
It's cool to see the number of
That's their one.
spectators that went up there. I think there is.
Here's Andy Newell.
There we go. There's Andy.
Andy Newell coming to the finish line. Multi-time Olympian, cross-country ski racer, currently the head coach for BSF, which is a pro ski team, cross-country ski team out of Bozeman. He's originally from Vermont, now lives in Bozeman with Erica Flowers, who is helping us with the field reporting, professional runner for the North Face, and also just an incredible cross-country ski racer. She was a professional cross-country ski racer for many, many years. And here is Andy cruising to the line. Erica actually won the Rut 50K a few years back.
Oh, interesting.
So fortunately, Andy, doesn't have that Rut win to his name, but he tried and he did a great job.
There's always next year.
There's always next year, Andy. And I appreciate that he wore the bright colors.
Yeah.
That was really helpful for me.
Yeah, easy to
pick him
ID all
out.
day long.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy. Shout out to the yellow and red combo.
And on that note, shout out also to Scott Patterson in that camo.
I couldn't see him.
Just disembodied yellow arms.
That was all I could see. I didn't see him. And Andy Newell crossing the finish line.
There he is. Congrats to Andy.
Great job. I think he's in 13th.
Okay, yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Overall. And we had both our top 2 women in the top 10, which is
That's so cool.
That is incredible.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a field that blew up either. Sometimes in those super long ultras, you see the women move into the top 10 just as a result of carnage. But in a stacked field of people running solid races, you just can't top Bailey and Jen.
I mean, they are truly the top in the world. We've got 2 women here who just are some of the best and can compete with anyone. So we'll have to talk to Jen about the off-course snafu and figure out what happened there. And I definitely seem to give Bailey a lot of energy, and she almost broke the course record. And here's Denali
Oh, God.
dancing her way to the finish as usual, always bringing just the best vibes and energy. She's just an incredible athlete, incredible person. Denali is just... She always brings the vibes.
Yeah, Vibe Master Denali right here.
Vibe Master. I like that.
She is on that last little climb up before she drops onto the single track descent, which then opens up into the open fire roadie, but nonetheless a little bit technical descent to the finish. But I think what we've seen from the runners so far is that at this point you're just a little over 5 minutes to the finish. So we got Annika Landis just came through Moose Tracks in 5th. We're hearing from our on-the-ground person there. So that puts Caitlin Patterson in 4th and Annika Landis in 5th.
Sounds like she's overtaken Hannah Rudd.
Oh, overtaken Hannah Rudd.
And they're all skiers. We've got Caitlin Patterson, Annika Landis, and Hannah Rudd, all cross-country ski racers. It's, clearly a course suited for the Nordies, so.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gotta see Sophia Lockley out here at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know who this is, so if anyone in the chat can chime in and let us know. Is this Chad?
It's, could be Chad from Billings, Montana.
I think it's Chad, unless we missed someone. But here we go. Here's the finish cam. I believe this is Chad. Looks like he had one of the slower splits to get up to Lone Peak and the people he was running with, and he made up some serious some time there. So that's
Awesome.
great. Good job, Chad.
Yeah, must be a downhill runner. Great stuff here at the finish line. Still well under 4 hours. This is, for anybody running this race, a stout time.
Yeah, I mean, the times this year have been
Yeah.
incredible.
You still see some folks in various states of bundlery there at the finish line. It's a little chilly. You can see a little wind in those banners, but the sun's out. Couldn't ask for a better day here at the Rut as we have more finishers heading towards the line.
Hannah Rudd is in 6th. I've just got confirmation. So it sounds like Annika Landis in 5th, Hannah Rudd in 6th.
And those two
This
are
is
close
Wilson
to each
Moore.
other.
Another professional cross-country ski
Oh.
racer. He is a professional ski racer for BSF. Originally from the East Coast. Went to Middlebury, skied there. I think he also raced at the National Beer Mile.
Oh, interesting.
Champs.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I forget who he raced with, but he definitely went
Multi-talented.
there. Yeah, multi-talented, Beer Mile champ, professional cross-country ski racer, and now finisher of the 28K at the Rut.
All around good guy.
He's looking great. I don't even think I see him. Did he even bring poles? We'll have to ask him a few
I guess
questions
so,
about
yeah.
that.
So he'll be coming in 13th male, 15th overall.
13th male, 15th overall. Great. 24-year-old, lives in Bozeman.
So we should be looking for...
Actually, it looks like Reed is, let's see here, if I'm looking at this correctly. Reed Goebel is just behind Hannah Rudd, and Reed actually is Hannah's boyfriend. So that's an awesome.
Oh, awesome. They're running
I'm
together.
really excited to see that finish.
That's cool.
So we'll have to stay tuned. Hannah Rudd currently sitting in 6th. It sounds like Annika Landis just past her is sitting in 5th place. Both professional cross-country ski racers. She's got the whole ski squad together right now.
That's amazing. Yeah, I wonder if they're running together incidentally
ski
or
race?
intentionally. Oh, easy there. This is the Rut.
I don't know. There is snow on the course,
That's
so
true. Okay, so Denali, we're talking maybe 3 minutes or so between now and when we see Denali to wrap up the podium for the women here.
Denali sitting in 3rd. She, of all of the descenders off Lone Peak that we were able to see on camera, she was the most controlled out of anyone.
Looked
in the
really
field.
comfortable. Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not a surprise. She has the course record for the downhill at Mount Marathon, which is the most formidable downhill of any course. It's
So,
just crazy.
It sounds like we're seeing her. All I see is an excavator, which is a beautiful sight. But, oh, there she is, popping out. So we got construction equipment and our 3rd place female finisher coming down towards the finish. We just lost that camera shot, but we should get it back momentarily and be able to follow her most of the way, if not all the way to the finish.
That was just an incredible closing speed from Jen Lichter to make up that time, to try and close on Bailey. And here's Denali, 3rd after Jen Lichter. It's been a bit more of a gap than between Jen and Bailey. Here is our podium rounding out the women. Incredible performance from Denali today. just absolutely charging down this last stretch. She's just an incredible athlete.
Yeah, obviously that Mount Marathon experience super relevant for a technical course like this. But she's also run Crow's Pass a few times. She's run 100K. So, while Mount Marathon it's a 5K race, sure takes a lot longer than that. But if there was any question about the endurance that she might have.
She's done a 50-miler as well.
Oh, she has?
Yeah,
I didn't
she
see that
did
in
the
results.
Pioneer Spirit 50-mile in 2020, right before the pandemic hit.
Oh, I did see that.
And kind of in that American River zone.
Yep.
So, yeah, she can do it all,
Yeah, it really just makes you think, hey, maybe she's got a future at Hard Rock or something like that.
We should manifest that.
There we go.
Yeah. Now that it's out there, we got to make that happen. Denali coming into the finish soon. Looks like she's going to break 4 hours, which is
Yep, she'll be well under 4
incredible.
hours, which is one of the top times ever on this course. And just about 20 minutes off of Bailey, 18 or so off of Jen. And there's your podium, folks.
Denali, Strobel. There's Brittany on the right in her Santa outfit.
So how far does that put her in the top 10?
No.
Okay.
No. The 10th fastest time, Stevie Kramer, 3:48.48.
Okay. Nonetheless, excellent
2015.
performance. Yeah, it's all 2015 around here. Yeah. This is awesome, though. And like we said, we're going to try to get those 3 women and then the top 3 men in here to the studio, which is a bit of a walk from the finish line. Might have to bring some snacks out there and try to tempt them over here. But we'll try to get them in here and talk a little bit about the race and what unfolded over there. As we wait for 4th, 5th, 6th females, all of which relatively close. I think Caitlin Patterson might have a bit of a gap on 5th and 6th, but from everything we've heard, the occasional texts we're getting from folks at aid stations, I think 5th and 6th are in a little bit of a battle there.
Is this Chad Trammell?
This is Chad, yeah. This is Chad Trammell.
Awesome.
Yep, so remember he and Denali were running together earlier. He got a little bit of a gap on her going up to the summit aid station, and now he's behind her, which that means she was descending like we saw super well.
It's like someone else right behind him.
Yeah, so these are the men kind of just outside of the top 10, in the top 15, top 20 territory.
So we could be looking at the likes of Galen Peterson, Christian Winker, Nick Tusa, Sam Elfstrom. So Caitlin should be coming soon.
Oh, the legendary Anna Dalton just chimed into the chat. Apparently Chad took a wrong turn. Great to hear from Anna. Bummer to hear the news.
Oh, Chad. That's a bummer. Took a wrong turn near Andesite. Ugh. That's a huge bummer.
Well, made it back on course. Doesn't seem to be in too bad of spirits. Congrats, Chad, on the finish.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, I mean, this course is so well marked. The thing I think that's maybe causing a little bit of the the disruption, people going off course a little bit, is the snow from yesterday. I think that kind of moved the flags around, buried them a little bit, and it's hard to set a course on this kind of terrain, and I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of that.
Yeah, and let's face it, when you are on terrain this technical, there's just no amount of course marking that's going to keep you from looking anywhere other than your feet, right?
Yeah.
So unless there's a flag every 6 inches, you're not going to be impervious to those moments where you look up and kind of wonder where you are for a second. And
So true.
hopefully you're doing that every few seconds so that if you do get off course, you catch it almost immediately. As we saw Jen earlier, I mean, she was in a groove. She was flying down that hill. You can see why she might have missed a turn, but maybe went a little longer than you would hope before she realized it. But still, it could have been worse. It was maybe 3-4 minutes off course, but then she figured it out and had someone there with her to navigate back onto course with.
And this is our German. Was that it?
Christian Winkler?
I think
Or
that was
which
Christian Winkler.
One of the Winkler bros.
I think that was Christian.
Yeah, again, he was in the VK yesterday. Great performance from him. He had a brother out there too. Not sure if he's in the race today. So, who do we have here? This is... Not sure if it's anyone we're tracking specifically.
They're moving well.
Sure are.
Could that be Nick Tusa?
I'm not sure. Oh, that's Matt Rock, I think. Hard to tell.
Matt Rock. Okay, he might have.
No,
passed
that wouldn't be
Caitlin
Matt at
then?
this point.
That must be Nick.
Okay.
I think that might be Nick Tusa. Cruising into the finish. Looks like maybe someone. Validate if that's Nick.
We should see a split from the finish line here.
Finished very strong. And on the ground.
Yeah, that's Nick.
Carnage zone. Well done to Nick Tusa.
Shaking his head. Why did I do this?
Did an amazing job.
Where am I? Who am I? What are my choices?
He's got a couple of solid mountain race results under his belt, so it's really great to see him out here at the 28K at the Rut. Really great performance from Nick Tusa.
Bills himself as from Lakewood, Colorado. No stranger to elevation.
It's someone in the chat was giving a shout out from Minnesota to Nick Tusa, so I wonder if he has got some.
Could be a transplant.
He could be Midwesterner.
And with him, based on the his split at the last aid station to when we might expect to see Caitlin Patterson, it could still be close to 10 minutes before we see her, unless Nick was slowing down and Caitlin was speeding up. That would be our fourth place woman. And not too long after her, we should be expecting fifth and sixth. So that would round out our kind of tip of the spear for the women's
race. There's Erin Bianco coming through.
All right.
Erin Bianco, the professional cross-country ski racer for BSF.
And Erica tells her she is rounding out the 10th spot for the women at that aid station.
Erin, a resident, formerly from Ely, Minnesota, far in northern Minnesota. She skied for Colby College and now is a pro ski racer for BSF and has skied a number of World Cups for the U.S. ski team. Just an amazing athlete. Erin is definitely, I think, someone to watch if she ever decides to come on the run side of things.
Yeah.
She's an amazing runner.
All are welcome.
And she's like deep in cross-country ski training right now.
Oh, yeah.
So really cool to see her come out and do this race.
As we see someone else heading into that last single track descent with, I think I've heard that's about a mile to go there. I heard 0.9, I heard 1.1. So right around that mile to go spot is that turn when they get onto the single track from the Fire Road. So in the yellow here, not sure who that might be. Could be Caitlin based on when we would expect to see her.
She was wearing something like that, I think.
Yeah, haven't seen much of her today, so I don't remember the outfit she was wearing. Wow, look at that shot.
That's really cool.
Looks like a screensaver or something.
Yeah, it does.
This is what drones are made for, people.
I think we're looking at Caitlin Patterson, 4th place woman, coming through the final descent, heading towards. It opens up. There's a clearing, and you run by construction equipment, and then you get to the finish line. And
Yep.
I think she's approaching that clearing.
Lots
This
of
is
different kinds of
mesmerizing.
scenery here at the Rut. This is some of the best we've seen. It's hard to compete with those epic ridgeline shots, but this is pretty cool too.
Yeah,
A lot
this
of
is
varied
sick.
terrain here.
This is a really cool shot. It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, completely. Anyone who can call out which specific trees we're looking at? Yep, and you'll be able to see her pop out here. Momentarily onto the more open section of that final descent to the finish. Been running a little bit alone today. Oh, so we got clarification from the live chat that those are in fact trees, is the kind of tree they are. Thank you.
Very helpful.
Thank you. That'll be the last comment I read today. Caitlin been running a little bit in her own world today. Pretty far off 3rd, pretty far ahead of 5th. Kind of reminiscent of Jackson in that sense, also in the 4th spot. Largely out of touch for some of the key portions of the day. It's tough to do it alone, but nonetheless, great performance from her, especially after running the VK yesterday.
Yeah, between her and Jen won the VK, 2nd today. Caitlin, 3rd in the VK yesterday, appearing to be 4th today. I mean, those are some incredible back-to-backs. And then Cam with the double win.
Yeah, the double win.
Let's talk about that. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
How many times has that happened in the past that folks have won multiple of these distances? It's almost worth trying to convince him to hop in the 50K tomorrow, just to see what he can do in that trifecta.
I think we have to make that happen.
What
do you think we
I'll
have
talk
to
him
do?
into it.
Everyone, start taking votes. We need to get some of that.
Yeah, there's some speedy folks in that
make
50K
that
tomorrow.
happen.
It wouldn't be a gimme, but with the performances he had today and yesterday, he would have a solid head start on everybody. Yeah, some of the names we have for tomorrow. I won't be here in the studio for tomorrow, so I apologize
You'll be
if some of
stuck
these
with
folks
me
have dropped
and
out.
Patty.
But Olivia will be here, Patty will be here. Mike Sinceri, I want to say I heard that he's not here.
Yeah, he is.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay, he just dropped out of the VK then. 'Cause he's supposed to be in the VK.
but he is doing the 50K.
Okay, awesome. So Mike Sinceri, I mean, it's hard to compete with a guy like that on this particular type of course. The fact that he skipped the VK to focus on the 50K just adds to the excitement to watch that guy race tomorrow. David Hedges, obviously solid. Ryan Becker, Stephen Kirsch on the start list. Zach Perrin, local guy, lives in, I think he's living in Bozeman now. But he's a MSU grad and just an amazing, amazing runner. Ryan Roth, also super solid, has run well at Speed Goat, among other races.
I think we've got Sam Elfstrom coming in, former Nordic skier from Minnesota.
And then we got, oh God, someone just walked in the door. 2 people just walked into the door.
We can't tell you who yet, but we will shortly because they are legends of the sport.
All right, so
But Sam Elfstrom coming into the finish, lives in Bozeman, but is formerly a Midwesterner, cross-country ski racer. He raced for, I'm trying to remember who he raced for in college. Sorry, Sam. I should remember this. But Sam Elfstrom is an amazing athlete. Great to see him out running. Really just great cross-country ski performances today.
Absolutely.
Love to see it.
The skiers really took this one over. Personally, I hate to see
infiltrating.
it, but that's all right. I guess it is a mountain town after all.
But here's Sam Elfstrom crossing the finish line. Great job, Sam.
So we're getting ready to do some podium finisher interviews here, so stick around for that. We're getting close. Some folks are walking in the door right now. Is that Taylor Swift? No.
Shh, you're not supposed to tell anyone that yet.
No. Someone's here checking his voicemail.
We did just get a report that Patty did indeed get the voicemail that we left him on course. We are still pretty bummed that he did not pick up during the race, but it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. So hopefully he appreciates the collective voicemail.
Yeah, this is Caitlin. So we got Caitlin coming in into that open Fire Road descent into the finish, looking really strong. It'll be fourth place for her, quite a bit off third, but as far as we know, quite a bit ahead of fifth. So again, kind of doing her own thing today, but super strong, especially after a VK yesterday. Another Nordic skier, an Olympian 2 times over, coming into the finish here at the Rut. An awesome finishing time. And we're stoked to see her make it to the finish here.
Yeah, just an incredible athlete. Caitlin Patterson, 4th place. Amazing.
Coming in.
A 3rd and a 4th. That's a pretty good showing, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think she's in the trifecta tomorrow, but she would be set up well for it if she is.
She would. Another person, we got to figure out how to get her to do it.
I know, we really do.
I mean, Jen also, she's done both races now.
Yep. Yeah,
she
so
would crush.
Jen's competition yesterday from the VK, Claire Rhodes, who took second in that race, will be back for the 50K tomorrow.
I wonder if we could convince Jen to come back to do the trifecta.
That would be
tomorrow.
We might
get her
have
to start
try.
the 50K.
Yeah, Jenna Greaser, who we haven't seen much of today, but is in this field and should be near the pointy end of it. She'll be coming back for the trifecta, running that 50K tomorrow. Some other key names: Anna Hasowski, Lindsay Allison. So yeah, plenty of excitement for the race tomorrow. I'll refrain from referring to too many of the people because I haven't double-checked who's racing and who's not, but maybe if we get Patty in here, he can get a head start on tomorrow's announcing. What if he just goes all night leading into
I
the
could see him
50K?
doing that, honestly.
And here comes Caitlin. 4th place overall, 4:12.07 or 8 looks like. Congrats to Caitlin Patterson, our 4th placed female in the Rut 28K.
Amazing job, Caitlin. Great time, too. What just crazy fast times today.
Yeah, what a huge year.
I don't think we've seen any footage yet, but we do have Winona sitting as the top non-binary racer right now.
Oh, right on.
So, great job, Winona.
Any
looks like
splits where they're at?
Where it looks like they are. We don't have them through Moose Tracks yet.
We have them to the summit. All right. To the high point.
But Winona currently leading the non-binary race. So, looks like they are from Missoula.
Right on.
Or at least currently live in Missoula. I don't know if they're from Missoula. But that's what they claim right now. And
who are we looking at here coming towards the finish line? Could be Bree Malone, or no, that looks like Matt Rock to me.
I think that's Matt Rock.
Yeah, you can tell by all the muscles. Matt Rock, obstacle course racer. Yeah, you can also tell he's wearing VJ shoes.
Oh, that's a
dead giveaway.
That is a dead giveaway.
Obstacle racer.
Good, yeah, good eye.
He's from somewhere in Montana. Billings, I want to say.
Yep, Billings.
Yep, just a legendary OCR athlete.
If your last
strong,
name is
strong
Rock,
mountain
you better
runner.
Be racing the Rut.
Huh?
If your last name is Rock,
oh yeah, you better be.
You have to race the Rut.
Yep.
So if there's anyone else that's listening whose last name is Rock, any family members, you guys all you'll have to sign up. Looks like we have someone in the chat from Cape Town, South Africa. Thanks for listening in.
What time is it there?
I don't know, but let's check.
I call B. Oh, it's only 8:14 p.m.
Great.
Excuse me? Are
I
you
hope you're having
a
a lekker time.
lekker time? Yeah, I don't. Patty just. So one of the people in the studio now is Patty, and completely unintelligible as usual.
Yep, never know what they're saying.
I'm going to
That's
assume
fine.
whatever you just said was somewhat insulting, and you just convinced us to say it on the live stream. So
Matt Rock
Good on
just
ya.
finished. Great job, Matt. I think we're looking at the top 25 now, roughly, overall.
Matt Rock taking a breather at the finish.
Great job, Matt. And you said obstacle course racer.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's been around obstacle racing scene for quite a while. Some stellar performances there. But he's been doing stuff like this for a long time too. I think he's got some rut performances in his past, and you see him all over Strava leaderboards and just local race results here in Montana.
And he was really consistent today. Looks like he was a little maybe faster at the start, and then honestly, some really consistent times coming from back.
Hey, Matt Rock, giving some love.
So after Matt, we should probably be looking for Carter.
Who appears to have
Nate.
just crossed the finish line.
Like Carter, Jackson, Cree.
Could
Have we
be.
seen Cree come through?
I'm not sure. Hey, Mike Foot sighting there at the finish.
There's our race director, Mike Foot.
You can see
the
by
left frame.
the calm hands in the pocket posture that things are going well here at the rut. If the race director is not stressed out,
He's just relieved that Patty actually summited Lone Peak.
it's about as good as you can ask for. So it looks like it was Carter after Matt. Carter Jackson came in right after
Okay,
Matt.
that's Carter. Great. So now we're waiting for Nate. Gil. Probably Gil? Gil. I think Gil.
Inglefinger? Oh, Gil.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gil, all good. Coming in also.
Nate, 19 years old.
Oh, awesome. Love
That's
to see
amazing.
the youths out here.
Whitefish, Montana.
Right on, Whitefish. It's a hometown affair here at the rut.
Let's see if we have any sea levelers coming through. Besides Patty, of course.
As we get
Patty
ready-
wins the sea level category, I suppose. Although
Hey!
Anchorage is pretty low.
Yeah,
so
looks like Patty wins the sea level category.
I think Anchorage, actually.
Oh, Scott Patterson, he
wins.
corrects us.
We have reports that because because Scott is an Olympian, he doesn't count for the sea level category. So, no, Scott Patterson wins the sea level category. Patty O'Leary is second.
I mean, Missoula's at 3,200 feet, so
I feel like that's
not
yeah.
much adaptation. I like to say
Yeah, but they're
Missoula's...
Montanans. They also don't count.
Fair enough, yeah. But 3,200 feet in Missoula, I like to say it's high enough to slow you down a little bit, but just enough. It's low enough to make you feel like it's your fault that you're running a little slower.
I don't know who we're looking at right now, but they're moving really well.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing how much easier it is to see these bright colors, too. So thank you to whoever you are for wearing a yellow jacket.
All right, up that last little annoying climb and into that final descent.
Oh, can we figure out who this is? They're moving pretty quick. I think we're looking at...
Could be Carter Jackson
Is it Carter?
or Nate Inglefinger or Gil Allgood. That's who we would expect based on the last split.
Yeah.
Getting ready to do some in-studio interviews with some of our top podium finishers, men and women here. We're going to take a quick break from audio before we do so. Eyes are going to stay on the finish line while we do that. And we will be back shortly. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Welcome back to the Rut 28K live stream. I am back here in the studio with Jen Lichter, our runner-up this year and 3-time 50K champ from the past few years. Welcome back to the Rut, and thanks for coming into the studio to chat about your race.
Oh, anytime.
So I'm so curious to hear how the 28K course felt compared to now. You've done the VK, you won the VK yesterday, and you've done the 50K 3 times. So how was your mindset going into this race, and how did it compare to the previous years you've been here?
That's a great question. The 28K I felt was definitely, you had to be kind of more focused. With the 50K that I've done, there's like we call it a warm up before like the technical section. It just felt kind of, the VK felt very like, you're kind of redlining the entire time. And the 28K, I've never done a back-to-back trail race like this. So going into the race today, I was just kind of like obviously keep within like the first podium spot, and see how you feel, because I didn't want to blow up. The 28K is just, it felt more technical.
Yeah. Did you feel like you had any residual effects from the VK yesterday? I know that was, as you're saying, something that you were thinking about going into this race, but do you feel like it had an impact at all, or do you feel like it almost helped because you were able to sort of familiarize yourself with how the snow conditions on the course, which was a little bit of a new one compared to previous years?
Definitely. I want to do a VK without snow. But yeah, I think, no, I felt great today. I don't think the VK really took anything out of it. But you just never know, cause you're still going really hard. You're still like using energy. But no, I like started the race and I just told myself just like chill for a little bit, like keep at that point Bailey in sight, and then when you feel like you can just go full throttle, then unleash yourself.
Yeah. Well, we know what happens when Jen unleashes herself. It is very few people, if anyone, can keep up. So I noticed that you were following Bailey from the start. Was that part of your strategy because you had raced the VK the previous day, or how did that race sort of impact your strategy going into this one?
Yes. So going into this, so normally I'm like, I like to go fast, and I like to, because that's where I feel comfortable with.
Fast.
That's where I feel like I'm one of those people that I just feel really comfortable up front. And taking control of the race and the pace that I feel like I like to make a race. And so today I was like, I know Bailey also likes to go hard, but I'm not sure how I would feel going out that hard after doing the VK yesterday, because the VK yesterday we also went out really hard. Honestly, like going into the race, I was like, if you can keep Bailey in sight, great. But, my plan was to go out with her, see how I feel. If the pace was too hot at the start, then maybe like put the brake a little bit. Because I with the 28K, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do it. And she's done it twice. So I felt like, okay, she kind of knows what she's doing. So yeah, I was like, just find a pace that feels good, keep her in sight. And then if you feel good, start pushing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about the elephant in the room. So we did see you go off course today, which was definitely cost quite a few minutes. What happened?
That's a great question. I think with Headwaters Ridge, it's hard because there's not really an established trail, because it is just like sheets of rock everywhere. And so for me, I'm so focused when I descend on that section, because I don't want to roll my ankle. I don't want to fall. It's really easy to get injured in that section and potentially mess up your descending for the rest of the thing if you roll or like sprain your ankle pretty bad. So I think I was just so focused. And I was like passing this guy. And there's like an established trail from past years. So this year we had a new course. And that kind of section of the course is more established versus like the new section. And so I think I don't know if it was just like out of instinct. I was just like, this is the way to go. Yeah. And so, and there was no one that I could see ahead of me take that turn. So, there was the guy and I both took the wrong turn. So
he just kind of followed
me. Yeah. And from what I've heard is that it's a pretty like sharp like turn. So you have to be paying attention. But the funny thing is in my mind, I saw flags. And I was like, oh, and this is fine. So I just like full throated. I was like, okay, we're past this technical stuff. Like this is my jam. Like I will make up, because I think at that point, Bailey was maybe like 10-15 seconds ahead. And then I'm like descending and I see this hiker going up on these switchbacks, and she's like, hey, I don't see any runners. I think you took a wrong turn. And of course
I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, so there was a hiker. Thank God. I think I would have kept going further.
Really? Okay.
Full throttle.
I did not see that on the drone.
Yeah,
footage.
so there was thank goodness there was that lady.
Yeah.
And so I kind of stopped obviously and had a moment of like demoralizing, like, why is this happening? And so I had no idea where the course was at that point because it was a new course. So I was like, if it's not this way, then it has to be the opposite direction. So I started hiking up and going across and like this just sleet of rocks and stuff. So also try not to fall any crap.
Did you take any falls? Any falls today?
No falls today. No rolled ankles. I felt like I was on a roll. Yeah, I felt really good. And so, this guy and we both took that wrong turn. So we were just like, I don't know where this course is. Who knows how long this is going to take, but let's like see if it's anywhere nearby. Let's see if we can find a flag.
So when you did re-enter the course, what was your mindset? What were you thinking at that point?
I was thinking, well, Bailey at this point has probably gained, I was thinking at that point like 5 minutes. Because they were descending and I was going up, and I was going up this like technical section. So I was just like,
you were like hands and feet.
Yeah,
we saw. We got to see the whole thing.
I was just like, this is a bummer.
Yeah.
Because I felt like I was getting ready to like start pushing. Because before it was just like through the technical stuff like reserved, and then like. Because I always say like the second part of the course, and even when I've done the 50K, like. That's where I like roll and get people in, and that's where I feel the strongest. And so at that point I was like, well, this is a shorter race. So I don't know if I'll have time to catch her.
So do you feel like you clicked it in earlier, like going up the Lone Peak ascent, than you would have when you've normally turned it on during the 50K?
Honestly, going up Bone Crusher, I told myself like don't waste too much energy trying to catch. Just like push, but like don't completely gas yourself, because you need energy for that second part. I know andesite always kills people. So
that is true.
I was just kind of like stay calm and control. You're still in second, you're still having a good day. You're still in the podium spot. Like it's not like I went, in Speed Goat of 2022 Avonaf course, and I was like 14th place. Yeah. So I was still second place. So I was just like, you're still in the podium spot. Like you're still having a good day. Like anyone would kill to be in your spot. And so I was like, even if I finish second, like it's still like, I'm still out here and I still feel good. And so, but for a while there, if I thought to myself, if I can't find this course and I have to go all the way back, I was like, I might have to drop out, because I just like, I have a race in October, and I just like, to me, it's more important to like be ready for that instead of just like trying to like, I don't know, like dig myself into a hole of fatigue or like demoralizing confidence, whatever.
So when would you say was the moment that you just turned on the gas today?
So I would say like once I hit Lone Peak, coming down that descent, it was really snowy, really technical. So I was like, just get through that and then push. So I would say I started pushing once we hit the bottom of Lone Peak.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, okay, this is your jam. And so I just started pressing the gas.
Did you have at any moment, any idea how far ahead Bailey was at
I
that
had
time?
no idea.
Okay.
So there was this one guy who was climbing up Lone Peak with me, and he was climbing so fast he gained probably like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and he caught up to Bailey, and he said he was descending with her. So I actually caught him on running up the like double track. And I was kind of shocked. I was like, and then I was like, how far away is she? And he was like, oh, well, I like stopped to like take some rocks out and use the green latrine. So he's like, I don't know. And I was like, okay, well, like, let's roll and let's try to see if we can catch some people. And so we kind of worked together. It was really fun. And so I like, at that point, it was like the runnable section. And so I just like full throttle gas. And I think I was running like 5:30, 5:40s.
Wow.
And felt
That's
really
crazy.
good. I
That's
felt really good.
fast.
So
Yeah. So what shoes did you wear today? What did you bring for fuel? Do you feel like you followed your fueling program well? 2 different questions, but
I
the
definitely
people must know.
Yeah, so I wore the Skies, North Face Skies, the 3s. They're not out yet, or the 2s. Sorry, they're not out yet. But so I wore those because they're really good for like technical and rocky sections, so you have more control. And nutrition was good. I think I did follow the nutrition plan. I have like a little beep on my watch for every 20 minutes or 25 minutes. It will beep, and so I don't have to think about it. I could be like zoned into a race, and it will beep, and I was like, oh, it's time to eat. I didn't bring any salt this time, sodium, so I was cramping so bad the last little part. So I was just kind of managing that, but also I want to like at least try and see if I can catch.
And you're
Bailey.
a salty sweater.
Very salty,
We know that
sweaty.
Jen is a salty
Yeah.
sweater. So
Yeah.
even on a cold day like today, someone like
I
Jen
was
definitely wants to
cramping
take in
pretty
some
bad. I
sodium.
haven't cramped
Yeah.
that bad since JFK. Actually, I cramped really bad in JFK last year.
You think you're attributing that to just not bringing any
I
salt
just
with you?
normally I race with salt, but I think I was in my mind I was like, oh, it's cold, like there's snow, I won't be sweating that much, I don't think I need it. So I just kind of focused more on carbs versus like sodium intake, which is a mistake. But
that's what you learn.
yeah,
you know?
I mean I never like bonked. I never felt like, oh, I can't do this. Like, obviously you're working hard, you feel tired, but like that's what you work for in your training. So yeah, I would say my fueling plan worked.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, it's really exciting that you came to do the 28K this year and the VK, and you got a first and a second. That's an amazing back-to-back performance. So, I mean, we were talking, Chris and I, earlier, what would it take to get you to just do the 50K and do the trifecta?
I know. I feel like, honestly, after like the little mishap today, I like so tempted to do the 50K tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, but who knows?
You've heard it here first.
Yeah, because I truly do feel good, and I felt like
Yeah.
it was, despite the mishap, I still had a really great race, and I felt
you had an
really
amazing
strong.
race.
And
Yeah.
there was never really a point where I was just like, oh, like I can't do this. You know, it was like I was just felt really strong. The training, shout out to my coach, just makes me feel really good out there.
And last question for you, because there's obviously another very big race happening this weekend, the Headlands 27K. Was there any moment that you were like, oh, maybe I won't do the rep this year?
Gosh, no.
Obviously, that's the right answer.
Yeah, I always say the ride is my home. So the
All
ride goes
races are
back
good,
to
but yeah.
the
Yeah.
ride goes back to like 2021, and it was like my first trail
This
intro
race
into
goes
the trail
deep
race
for you.
Yeah.
This was like your sort of
Coming
coming
of
into
age.
the sport.
Yeah, coming of age into this trail running world. Yeah. So and I don't know, like the community is great. Obviously I'm biased. I love Mike Foote, the race director.
I mean,
He always puts
who
such a
doesn't?
great
He's literally the
event.
best, so.
Yeah. And everyone is so nice. It just feels like this huge family.
Yeah.
Is coming together and just like celebrate, like being outside and like just like loving to do the same thing outdoors. And yeah, I think it's really special. And I think like Headlands or like other races will always be there. And for me, I don't know, I like to support the pretty individual, you know,
Yeah.
they're not part of the series
Yeah.
sort of races.
Yeah,
So,
and that is the
yeah.
rut. I mean, it's It's
Yeah.
unique, and it gets so many participants, thousands of runners.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
think
not part of a series. And,
and I
that's
think
really
it's
cool.
this is just me. I think it's highly underrated. I think more people should try the run. Like,
Yeah.
it really truly requires a trail running to be like good in every aspect of trail running. Really good at runnable, really good at technical,
So
really good
true.
at climbing, really good
Yeah.
at descent. And it's at high altitude, so that's also like a bonus, I guess. So it's a really truly grit race.
Yeah. And you would know, you've done 3 of the 5 different race courses
And I
here,
just love that you
so-
actually get to summit a mountain. Like, I think
And it's
that's
a
so cool.
legit. That is a
And
legit
it's a legit mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's really cool. It just makes you, like, even, and like anyone who races, when you get up to Lone Peak, you just feel like friggin' like such a superstar for being up there.
So true.
So I think that's really unique about the Red. It's not many races like you truly summit
Yeah.
a huge peak like that.
Yeah.
So it just makes you like you're like, oh, I can do anything. Like I climbed this huge mountain. So
Thanks,
yeah.
Jen. Really amazing job. Way to come back after going off course and still get second place in an incredibly fast time. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll have to come back and do it now that I know
Yeah.
the course. So yeah.
Heard it here first, folks. She's coming back.
Maybe I'll do the trifecta next year. Who knows?
Ooh.
Good stuff.
Hello, folks. I'm Chris Brown. I'm here with some fella by the name of Cam Smith, our 28K champion here at the Rut. Just coming off an excellent performance, his second in 2 days. Cam was our champ in the VK yesterday, and a convincing champ in the 28K this morning. Third time in a row for you, 2020, or not in a row technically, but third time for you, 2021, 2022, and now 2024, 28K champ. Let's kick it off with, why do you keep coming back? What brings you to the Rut?
Oh, man, I just love it up here. Like, even just flying in, what was that, Thursday, like getting into Bozeman and driving up to Big Sky, I was just looking around, like, there's so many happy memories here, and I guess I got started from doing the Shedhorn Skimo race.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, Big Sky's cool. Like, I should totally come back and do the Rut 'cause it's the summer version of this. And then, 2021 was that first one. And I was like, wow, this is the first time I've done a race that is the kind of running that I like to do for fun. You know, like you're running on ridges and climbing peaks, and there's, tons of people out, which, I have for all my training runs, lots of spectators and volunteers. But anyway, it's like, it's just the kind of running I like to do for fun, like climbing cool peaks and just being in special places like that. So the course is really what hooked me on it. And then now that I've come a few times, like, I'm so excited to see everyone that's out here. And it's just such a good vibe up here.
Yeah, spoken like a true Skimo athlete. This is your type of course. Well, we're stoked to have you. You broke through yesterday in that VK. Haven't finished on top of the podium until yesterday in that one. So what's it mean for you to come back and get the win there?
Yeah, that was great. I mean, so Adam Peterman and the David Sinclair beat me the other 2 times.
Yeah, that's a tough.
Yeah, for sure.
Tough break there.
But I didn't feel like I had totally put it together in the VK yet. I'm always traveling the day before, like trying to make it work with work and everything, and then missing last year, like you alluded to. So I tore my ACL meniscus 2 winters ago. Then also had a shoulder surgery this winter. So I've missed most of the last couple years, and so was just really excited to get back to it. And I couldn't tell you what worked out different physically. Like, I think the lesson is, if you're not having success but you're motivated and stoked, you should just keep trying, because you never know when you'll break through.
Yeah, right on, man. Well, speaking of things that were working well, I want to lay a little bit of a statistic on you. These aren't exact. I don't have them right in front of me, but during the live stream, I was looking at some of the splits just to kind of see how you guys were moving against each other. Yeah. And the bottom line is, at the bottom of the climb up to Lone Peak, you had about a 90-second lead on those guys. And at the top, it was over 6 minutes.
Oh, shit.
So tell me about that. Was that an intentional choice to make the move there?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I really thought that, I guess, like, specifically, my thought was, if I can get to the bottom of that ridge with a lead and start pouring it on there, it would be really, really hard to beat me.
Yep.
I didn't know that the gap
was pretty huge.
Much. Yeah. But that's the stuff I love, dude. Of like the steep, nasty climbing, and the slower and harder and grosser it is, the more I like it.
That section from the base to the top of Lone Peak was only about, I think, 90 seconds slower than how you did it yesterday.
Oh, cool.
So it just really felt like you were having deja vu from yesterday, and really we're getting in the zone of kind of repeating the effort.
Yeah.
So tell me more about, we've narrowed in on that one section, but tell me a little bit more about how the day played out. You went out in the lead. Was that intentional? Did you want to establish a lead early, or did you want to key off other people, or what was kind of the overall strategy?
Yeah, I woke up this morning stoked to throw down, and I wanted to see if I could break some kind of record, or whether it was a personal record or a course record or whatever it was here. And a lot's changed with the course and with the conditions, and some good, some bad. Like, it was cooler, and the trail's a lot nicer. I think it's beautiful, the new addition, like wrapping back under what's that big chute or big couloir in the winter, like whatever the ski run is. Anyway, I think the course is awesome now. Like, it's much more logical, like just wrapping straight over towards Swift Current. I do think it was a couple minutes slower than it used to be. But anyway,
you heard it here first, folks.
Well, I think the course was, but the conditions were so good.
Yeah.
And the course is nicer. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is I woke up just wanting to throw down. I was like, I'm going to do something today. I don't know what it is.
So on that note, since you did want to throw down, you're attempting to get out relatively aggressively.
Exactly.
Did you feel yesterday in your legs in those first couple miles?
No, I really like doing back-to-back races as long as there's not a ton of like hard, fast downhill before. So if it's just a VK, like, I usually feel great the following day. Just like kind of opens you up mentally. So you like suffer so intensely that then you start the 28K and you're like, wow, this isn't so bad. I could probably do this for a while. Yeah, I just like it. Historically, I've always liked it like
Cool.
that.
So you go out
Yeah.
relatively quick, but Scott's in touch
Yeah,
for quite a
Scott-
while there.
Yep, Scott was within 10 seconds for a while, and then I think Johnny was lurking in the woods somewhere too. And then maybe 15 or 20 minutes in, I just kept seeing him around the switchbacks. I was trying to never look back. I did a couple times, but with the switchbacks, you can see him coming anyway. I was like, oh, I want to like throw a little jab in here and maybe kind of a similar strategy with the ridge to Lone Peak. Like if I can start the climb to headwaters with a little gap and put time on people, maybe I can sort of like, drive the nail in
Yeah,
there.
discourage him a little
Yeah. I also thought maybe I'm divulging too much, but
bit.
I was like, if I can start dropping Scott a little bit, he'll start thinking about Sunday because he's
Sure.
doing the trifecta.
Yeah,
That obviously didn't work. He stayed on it.
sure did. I'm not sure he has a ton
yeah.
of competition for the trifecta
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, I was like, maybe if I can just really like, throw some jabs and these guys will start racing for second.
Mhm.
But they didn't. They stayed within like a minute all the way over to Swift Current. So I thought like, wrapping around back over to Swift Current, I didn't want to push it too hard on the downhill so that I would have something for that climb, hoping that would be where I could try to make the difference again. And then, apparently it worked there. And then,
Yeah, so you had a big gap
Yeah.
at the top, and then, at that point you're pretty much alone. You're running your own race. You're no longer seeing these guys on the switchback. So what's the mentality and the strategy from that point?
I had no idea where they are. Like
Yeah.
someone coming towards the top was like, wow, big gap. And I'm like, never big enough. And every time like I heard a rock turn, I thought it was, one of them making
Yeah.
a big comeback, or like I thought I would hear like a little cheer after I'd passed the aid station, like, wow, like they must be right there. Or, I'm always trying to convince myself that they're just around the corner, and I got to keep racing. So I truly had like fooled myself into thinking they were right there the whole time.
That's
Yeah.
honestly a pretty good spot to be in, but that is one of the disadvantages, of course, about being out front is you don't have any information on the folks behind you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sometimes when you're in second, the information you get from volunteers is pretty unreliable, so it's almost
Yeah.
better to know nothing.
Well, and I'm always telling myself like I'm sure it's wrong.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you have a 3-minute gap. I'm like, I bet it's 45 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just always trying to do little tricks like that.
That's
Yeah.
definitely the right mindset. So,
Yeah.
at what point were you pretty confident that you did actually have it wrapped up?
Starting the final descent, so with like
Okay.
5 minutes left. But so like we had done the long descent. And I know Scott and Johnny are great downhill runners.
You should have seen Johnny on the technical.
That's what I keep
the
hearing,
technical
dude. Yeah, I'm
descent.
really excited to go back
I
and
don't know
watch
if
the
you've heard
live
the
stream.
comparison yet, but we were talking about like those inflatable, like wacky
The
arm
wacky
guys.
wavy inflatable armbands.
That's
yeah.
exactly the precise term for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was him on the technical down.
Nice. Yeah, I'm stoked to go watch that because you're like
Yeah.
the third or fourth person
Yeah.
that's told me that,
Yeah.
so I'm excited to see it. But anyway, I was like, okay, they probably were flying on that downhill, and they're right there, of course. And there's sort of that gradual-ish road climb and then gradual descent, so you
Mhm.
can go pretty fast in both those areas. And I thought I would just sort of kind of like tempo it, like not really quite race it. Because I didn't think anyone was going to make time up on me going up, even if I wasn't going totally all out right there. And then I thought if I was running like 5:45 miles,
Mhm.
which is like hard, but it's not totally all out because the road's pretty nice, and someone made up ground, then they would have to be going really hard to do so. And so sort of my reason for doing that was I didn't want to like totally run out of energy reserves on that little climb, and I didn't want to trash my legs on the little down, thinking that no matter what, nobody would get way ahead of me before that final steep climb.
Mm.
And so I was really just setting myself up to just nail that final 10-minute climb, whether there was someone with me or off in the distance somewhere. So I was just trying to set myself up to like run that last climb super hard.
So for you today, it was really about getting the win, and not so much. So the course record or any sort of historical times, not so much in your head as just making sure you do make all the right choices in order to win the thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's priority number one. And then you see what time there is,
Yeah.
or see what time you ran after the fact.
Yeah, totally.
Mhm.
Well, awesome, man. I'm glad you had a great experience out there. I heard you mentioning earlier about a potential incident at Moose Tracks aid station. Is there something you'd like to say to those kind volunteers
Yeah, I
out
want to
there?
say I'm sorry and thank you so much. I couldn't. So, okay, here's what happened. I was running into the aid station, and they weren't ready for me. I was like yelling, scratch, scratch, scratch,
Yeah,
and
power
like
move right
they
there.
all had their back to me. And so I like ran up and started filling up my own thing, and they were like, "Oh, we're sorry." And I took off, and then I immediately was like, "Did I say thank you?" And I still don't know if I did.
Well, we can say it now.
And
Thanks
so
to the-
thank you,
the-
Moose Track Aid Station volunteers. I understand, that you guys weren't quite ready, and I'm so sorry if I didn't say thank you. Which I think is
I'm sure
50-50.
they felt the vibe.
Yeah,
It's
because
high stakes.
Yeah,
spot.
after I left, I was like, that could have looked pretty bad if
That's
I just
okay.
like charged through, like elbowed him out of the way, didn't say anything on my way out. I'm like, did that happen?
Yeah.
It all happened so fast. I don't know.
we cleared the air today.
Yeah,
So-
thank you, Moose Track volunteers. Thank you, all volunteers. I think I said thank you to everyone except the Moose Track folks. So I'm just really sorry to you guys.
So plans for the future. What do you got coming up? Where do you go from here?
Yeah, so I will do the Pikes Peak Marathon next Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a week. And then kind of shut it down and get ready for winter. So this winter's all about Olympic qualifying for skimo racing. So,
Amazing.
yeah.
Yeah. So qualification for that will be this winter.
Yeah, this winter and then going just a little bit into the following winter, like November, December 25. We'll determine in a little bit, but we'll have a pretty good idea of how things shake out when this winter finishes up. So
Okay.
I actually, I wish I was just kind of focused on skiing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in an ideal world, sometime in August, I would sort of dial in on getting ready for winter. But this and Pikes Peak are kind of my two favorite races of the year, and they're in September. So,
Yeah.
I just held on for them.
Clearly, the aerobic training is working, and I'm pretty sure you can translate into that.
I think
some
it'll
pretty
work.
good skimo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Do you think you'll be here at the Rut next year?
Oh, for sure.
Okay,
Yeah. I'm
right
going
on.
to do this every year until I can't. So,
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being here with us. Congratulations on an awesome
yeah,
race.
thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
We're going to take a little break, and then we will be back with one of our other podium finishers. Not sure quite who yet, but we will talk to you in just a moment.
Welcome back to the studio. I am here with our 2024 28K champion, Bailey Kowalczyk. She is now a three-peat winner of this race, which is very impressive. So welcome back to the champion's chair. You know it well. How does it feel?
I'm super stoked. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy. I mean, that was a hard race, and I feel like I was running for my life out there. So I'm really happy to come out with the win, but also just to have a good experience. It was super fun.
Yeah. What was your mindset going into this? I mean, you've now done this race multiple times, won it each time. I mean, were you sort of gunning for the win from the get-go? We saw you take it out hot. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, my main goal was to have fun, which sounds so lame as a professional athlete, but it was to have a good day and to really soak up the vibes of the rut, the community. But you know, there's always the back of the mind thoughts. I did want to win. I wanted the course record. That's something that's been on my mind for a few years now, and I know the course has changed a little bit, but that was definitely something that was of interest, and I knew this was going to be a good year with Jen in the field because she's a really hot competitor.
Yeah. I mean, you were quite close to the course record time. Did you know in those last few miles that you were close to that, to hitting that time, or did you have any idea at all that you were running that fast?
I had no idea. Actually, I thought I was running slower than previous years, mostly because they changed a little bit going up to Lone Peak, so my time to the top was actually slower. So in my head, I was like, you know what? You got to just run your race. Like, don't pay attention to the time. So I stopped looking at the time and went kind of into survival mode for that back. Like, the last third of it was all survival mode. I had no idea what time it was. I was very pleasantly surprised when I finished, but I definitely thought it was going to be more like 350 than 335. So super stoked on that.
Wow, yeah, that's amazing. I mean, so when you were descending off Lone Peak, do you feel like the snow impacted you at all? Do you feel like it helped? Do you feel like it slowed you down? So that was definitely a new variable for the race than what you're used to on this course.
Yeah, historically I've kind of had trouble with the heat in the back half of the race, so the temperatures were really nice. The snow, my brain kind of explodes when I'm running downhill on the snow, so it was a little bit challenging. I don't know.
Is it just hard from like where am I supposed to put my feet, or what is going through your mind when you're running down?
I think I just get more nervous with the instability. I mean, I still want to run super fast, and I love downhills, but I think the snow adds this layer of like, it doesn't really matter if you take the right steps. Sometimes you still slide out, and that can be a little bit terrifying, but I don't know if it was faster or slower. I feel like it probably was faster than I think it was, but in the moment it felt like I was moving like a sloth. I was like, feels so out of my element, but
well, you looked very fast from our perspective.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Definitely no sloth-like movements from our vantage point. So when Jen went off course, it sounds like about 10 to 15 seconds behind you, which when we were, from our perspective, we thought maybe she was ahead. We didn't really know where you guys were at that point. We just saw her go off course and then try to get back. Did you know she had gone off course? When you did find out, what were you thinking? What did you know, and when did you find out? How did that make you feel?
Yeah, so I mean, as far as I knew, I led from start to finish, but Jen was right there on all the climbs in particular. The downhills, I felt like I was kind of stepping away a little bit, but then she would catch right back up, and it was kind of terrifying. And then we went down, I think it was probably somewhere on Headwaters, and then I didn't see her at all. And I was like, well, that's weird. Like, this seems strange. And I went through that Swift Current aid station, and someone told me, they were like, oh, just letting you know, Jen got off course. And I had no idea how far she got off course, whether she was still in the race. Like, I had no clue, but I had a feeling that she was going to find her way back. So I was still running very, very scared. But my immediate reaction was, I think I was like, dang, that sucks. Like, I want to compete with the best, and I want her to have a good day too. Like, she's such a talented athlete and such an amazing person. So, I never would wish that on anyone. So that sucks. But
we saw a reaction at the aid station. So we were like, Bailey's finding out information right now, we think, but we just don't know what, and we don't know like what what to read with the reaction that we're seeing. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think I'm not sure if it was someone else with an orange shirt, but I saw somebody on Lone Peak, like probably like 5 or so minutes behind me, and I was pretty sure it was her. So in my head, I was like, okay, she's still raging. Like, we've got to keep moving.
Well, you just answered the next question I was going to ask you, because I was so curious if at any point going up that climb, if you saw Jen, because it is such it's so open, that whole face. You can see people who are minutes behind you. And she was about between 4 and 3 minutes behind you at that point. So we figured you probably did see her. So it sounds like you did. And it sounds like you got a little bit of sort of motivation there. Did you see her or hear anything more about her after that? Or like, were you ever running scared?
I was running scared the entire race. I mean, I knew that the downhills were going to be my advantage. So in my head, I was like, okay, you need to get to the top of Lone Peak first, and you're pretty solid. And that's exactly what I did. But I knew that I was guessing 4 minutes. Like, I think it was her that I saw. And then I ran downhill as best as I could in the snow. But then it just felt like the rest of the race, like any runnable section, I was like, she's right behind you. You got to go. She's right behind you. And the last climb, I was kind of exploding a little bit. And I felt like I was just looking over. I felt like I was running with my head turned back, because I was like, she's coming. She's right there. I know she's right there. So, yes, I was running scared. But that's my favorite way to run, I think.
Yeah. Well, you absolutely crushed it. And I mean, 3 times on this course, how did this year compare to the past few times that you've done it?
Yeah, it's, I feel like it always brings something different. We obviously didn't go all the way to the summit last year, so I feel like that year was a little bit different, but it's cool to see, at least on the full course, like, it's cool to see, like, 15-minute incremental improvements every single time I run it. Like, it's really fun. It's just a cool fitness check, and I just love this course. Like, there's always something fun and exciting, and this year it was kind of the snow. But it was more fun than I expected it to be.
Yeah. So that also leads me to the question, what keeps you coming back to the rut?
I mean, the vibes, for sure. The community, the vibes, what they have built here is so, so special. It's unlike any other U.S. race, I think. I feel like I just always have a positive experience. And at this time of year, I find myself needing, like, good vibes in races. And, we're kind of in the middle towards the end of the season. And that's when, like, you need that positivity, and you need that fun race that also brings some of the best athletes too. And so it's been really fun, and I feel like my gut always pulls me here.
Yeah. I mean, it truly is such an amazing community vibe here. That is for sure. I think we're all here because of it. So what is next for you? What do you have on the schedule for the rest of the year?
It's a great question. I'm feeling incredibly indecisive this year, so I feel like I'm kind of just keeping people on their toes. I'm not sure right now. I think I might run next weekend at Mammoth Trail Fest if my body is intact on, like, Wednesday. If not, I might make a push towards requalifying for OCC, since I did not show up to that race this year.
Yeah.
But time will tell.
Yeah,
that's
well,
my answer there.
It's only a few days time.
Yeah.
We'll be Mammoth. So
yeah.
I guess we'll have to stay tuned. If you do Mammoth, which race would you do?
I do the 26K as part of the Golden Trail series.
Yeah.
It'd be like, a nice little third race in the series, and just it's always a competitive field, so it'd be fun to experience that. But I need to learn how to walk again, so we'll see.
So will you be back next year? And if so, do you think you would do the 28K again? Do you think you would try any of the other distances, or what are you thinking?
That's a long way away. Like I said, my gut always pulls me here. So
yeah,
chances are yes. I'm not super intrigued by the 50K here. Honestly, I think the 28K is just my
Why
place.
Is that?
I don't know. You're asking really hard questions. I think it's a lot of running outside of like I feel like you get all the really good parts of the course with the 28K, and then the 50K adds a lot of running on top of it and not just like hiking and descending. And I don't know, I think it's hard for me to wrap my brain around because the way I feel at the end of the 28K is like there's no way I could go any longer. But
We always put it all out there.
yeah,
so,
and you know, if it's a 50K, I'm sure it would be run a little, but
yeah.
never say never. Maybe I'll do the 50K
I think it would
someday.
be an amazing course for you. I think you would do really well.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think you should keep it in the back of your mind.
It's there, noted, cataloged.
Well, thank you, Bailey. We're gonna pause on the audio, but we're gonna keep the finish line footage going. So stay tuned, and we'll be back.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bailey.
Welcome back, folks. I'm here with Johnny Luna Lima. I'm Chris Brown. We are here at the Rut. We just finished the 28K. Johnny, our third place finisher, welcome to the studio. So first question I got to ask you, how would Mowgli feel about your race today?
I think he'd be stoked.
Yeah.
I think he'd be. I mean, he's very critical at times.
Okay. That's more the tone that Bailey gave me when she fed me this question.
Yeah, he's very critical at times, but I think I would have challenged him on some of the descents.
Yeah.
But he would have given me a hard time on the climbs for sure.
Yeah, nice. So the story of the day for you is absolutely the descents. We were having fun watching on the live stream. It's hard to tell, who's actually moving the fastest, but just based on fluidity and comfort and just what we could tell in terms of speed, it looked like you were really crushing on the downhills. It looked like Scott got a little bit of a gap on you going up to the summit aid station. You looked really calm, and then once you turned the corner, started going downhill, you caught him by the bottom. So, but that said, kind of a cat and mouse game with you and Scott all day. So how did that play out? Were you keying off him intentionally, or kind of walk me through that relationship with you guys?
Honestly, it just happened. I raced him earlier in the year and Meet the Minotaur, and he just blew me out of the water. I don't know, he beat me by like 10 minutes, and then I really thought that I really wasn't sure how things were gonna play out, but like my main goal coming into this race was to just give it like an honest effort and like really just like stay in contact from the start and just do what I had to do. And it just so happened that meant going back and forth with Scott, which is awesome because I don't know, people that have like been following just like the more niche mountain running scene, like they know he's done some sick stuff in Alaska, and just so like being able to run with him, it has been like it's just been awesome.
And it's cool to see you guys and Cam and Jackson, for that matter, our top four today. It's basically a repeat of the Minotaur earlier this year.
Yeah,
so you guys kind of getting to compete against each other and over and over is awesome.
Cam wasn't at Minotaur, but you should definitely check it out. But yeah, it was cool having Jackson there. Like, I think he was a little banged up from his race last week in Spain. So, but like whenever Jackson's on the start line, you're like, damn, I'm gonna have to work real hard today.
Totally. So what was your strategy today in terms of pacing? Were you trying to go even, make a move at any point, or any insights on what your goals were and how you were gonna accomplish
I guess
them?
like for my running style in particular, like it really helps if I run everything like really even. So like basically like descend at the same intensity I'm climbing, just because that's just what works for me. I think like I don't have a running background. I'm not a cross country skier. Like I started running like out of like in college loosely, so then like but for some reason like I can descend. So like the goal is always to like just climb hard and then match the intensity on the descent.
You have to have an extremely high level of competence on the descending in order to be able to do exactly what you're saying. Being able to match the intensity of the climbing or on the climbs and the descents, that's a privilege that only people who can descend really well have.
Yeah, I mean like that's not always the case. I think like today was like a really solid day. And like I knew that in order to just compete with the guys that were here, like I was gonna have to like really like keep myself honest.
Yeah. So again, we saw you and Scott kind of yo-yoing all day. By Moose Tracks, the last aid station, we saw you guys go in there together.
Yeah.
It's a relatively simple and straightforward course from there to the finish.
Yeah.
Little descending, quick punchy climb, non-technical descending to the finish from there. So you guys ended up about a minute apart. Where did it happen? Walk me through the finish.
Yeah, so I did my best to get out of that aid station as fast as possible. And like I actually got to the beginning of the climb before him, probably like 30 seconds before him, but then he just like completely booted me. Like
Wow.
I PR'd the climb like because I've done the route at this point like 4 times, and like I ran my best time up andesite, but like he just like I think he was just waiting to just really just put his foot on the pedal there.
Yeah.
And then I did my best to close the gap on the descent, but like he's like super competent, like everyone knows that, and like he just did what he had to do to secure that second place finish. So kudos to him, like just like monster on climbs and overall.
Well, it was
Yeah.
a wildly competitive field this year. We knew it coming in that there were a bunch of guys who could threaten for the win and some of the best times that we've ever seen on this course.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the front guys all had great races, and it's one of those years where, the performances from any of you could have won it any other year.
Yeah.
And you just happened to all make it to the finish line with
Yeah.
a really good finish.
Yeah, definitely. Like Cam definitely it surprised everyone because like I think I was behind him by like a minute at Swift Current, and then he just I don't know did his schemo thing straight up Lone Peak. And,
Yeah, it
and
was.
never looked back.
I had 90-second gap at the bottom and a 6-minute
Yeah.
gap at the top.
Yeah, that's incredible.
And that's you and Scott climbing, which is, it's not like you guys are lounging. You guys are world-class climbers, and somehow that still happened.
Yeah, no, I like huge respect to Cam.
Yeah.
Like,
so you've been here. This is now your 4th year, you said.
Yeah.
And you were the champion of this event last year. So
Yeah.
how has the event progressed for you over time? Are you learning things? Have your times improved? How has it developed?
Yeah. I think the first time I ran like mid 3:30s, like probably like the time that Bailey won in today or something crazy. And then today I ran like right around 3:11. So and it's like just been chipping away year after year, and like obviously like lots of hard dedicated work and behind the scenes. So it's just really rewarding to be able to come back here and just like happen to be able to like deliver a good day that shows like that I am progressing, that the work I'm doing is making a difference. So
yeah. So aside from the opportunity to test yourself over the same course kind of year after year, what keeps bringing you back to the rut in terms of, what is it about this race that draws you to it?
Yeah, I think the rut's unique because like it's probably the best, most well-rounded mountain course that we have in the U.S. I'm sure there's a couple of like really unique courses on the East Coast, but like the rut is unique because it brings out a high level of competition. Like it has a history, like it has a reputation of just being hard and technical, but at the same time, like you kind of have to be a jack of all trades. Like that's why Cam performed so well today. Like he can like hike really fast, but he can run just as fast. So
yeah.
I think that's what intrigues me about this course is that like you really have to be dialed like in all aspects of mountain running. So that's fun.
Right on. Well, speaking of this race, can we expect to see you next year?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Like I really like just the potential of like progressing on this course, and I feel like I still have more to give. So I'm really curious to see where I can go. Like I told myself like coming into this race, like, oh, if like I'm happy with my time, maybe I'll like bump up to the 50K next year.
Yeah,
but, like,
baby.
But like now I'm like, shoot, I want to run like this course faster.
I know,
I just feel like I have more to give, and like I'm just gonna keep chipping away.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
And what else is coming up for you? You got big plans for racing this fall, going into next spring. What's coming up for you?
Yeah, like middle of November, I have the Skyrunner World Series final. So the focus will just be like a smooth build towards that. Like I really enjoy having like a solid gap between races and just like doing the best I can in the process and doing what you got to do to show up and race well.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Well, right on. Big congrats on the podium finish today. Stoked to hear you'll come back next year, and we're just always happy to have you out here at the Rut. So that's going to wrap it up, I believe, or at least for now for us for interviews. We're going to keep an eye on some cameras kind of in and around the finish area, and we may be talking to you in just a minute. Oh, actually, we've got a surprise guest for you after that, and I'll ruin the surprise. We got Patty, the legendary Patty O'Leary, coming at you after a little bit of a break again. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in, folks. Talk to you in a minute.
McCormick. Great work to our two runners in the female 19 and under category. Great work, ladies. All right, let's move on to the 20 to 29 category. In third place in a time of 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 31 seconds, we got Annika Landis. In second place, just a bit behind first, in a time of 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 29 seconds, we got Jen Lichter. Perfect timing, Jen. And your winner in the 20 to 29 category in 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds, we got Bailey Kowalczyk. We got Bailey here. No Bailey. All right, let's give it up for 20 to 29, ladies. All right, in the female 30 to 39 category, in third place in a time of 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 55 seconds, we've got Ashley Sinclair. In second place in a time of 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 6 seconds, coming from Maine, we got Caitlin Patterson. And your winner in a time of 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 19 seconds, Denelli Strabel. What did I say wrong?
Denali Strabel.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right, let's give it up for our 30 to 39 ladies. All right. In the 40 to 49 category, in a time of 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 40 seconds, Ruby Redshaw. In second place, in a time of 4 hours, 51 minutes, and 46 seconds, Kendall Clifton Short. And in 4 hours, 48 minutes, and 44 seconds, your winner in the 40 to 49 category is Katie French. Great work to our ladies in that 40 to 49 category. In the 50 to 59 category, in 6 hours, 48 minutes, and 29 seconds, in third place is Claudia Urbina, coming all the way from Chile. I think she's the person who traveled the farthest for this race. In second place, in a time of 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 1 second, we got Beth Jones. And your winner in the 50 to 59 category, in a time of 6 hours, 21 minutes, and 9 seconds, we got Dana Weekend. All right, let's give it up for our ladies in the 50 to 59 category. All right, in the 60 to 69 category, we've got one female who is going to be finishing imminently. She's going to get second place. That's Nancy Roba. Your winner in the 60 to 69 category in 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 33 seconds, just cracking that 7-hour mark, is Marianne Eikens. Great work to all of our finishers in the age group awards, and great work, Marianne. All right, let's move on to our age group winners on the men's side. All right, in the men's 19 and under category, in a time of 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 2 seconds, in third place, we got Hayden Anderson. Great work, Nancy. This is our second place in the 60 to 69 category. Showed up just in time. All right, in second place in the men's 19 and under category, in a time of 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 47 seconds, we got Griffin Briley. Griffin raced the VK yesterday, crushed it. He's doing the 50K again tomorrow, so he might be resting up. And your winner in the 19 and under category in 4 hours, 16 minutes, and 21 seconds, we got Nate Inglefinger. Great work to our 19 and under group. Now for the 20 to 29 group. In third place in a time of 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 10 seconds, we got Big Bad Jackson Cole. In second place in a time of 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds, Johnny Luna Lima. And your winner in a time of 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds. He's been up here a bunch all weekend. We got Cam Smith. Great work to our guys in the 20 to 29 category. All right, in the men's 30 to 39 category, in third place in a time of 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 40 seconds, we got Alexander Taylor. In second place in a time of 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 43 seconds, he announced yesterday on the live stream, he's announcing all day tomorrow in the 50K, it's Patty O'Leary. And your winner in a time of 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 38 seconds, we got Scott Patterson. All right, great work to our guys in the 30 to 39 category. In the men's 40 to 49 group, in third place in 3 hours, 57 minutes, and 46 seconds, we got Chad Trammell. In second place in 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 57 seconds, Andrew Newell. And your winner in 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 32 seconds, Jason Donald. Great work to our men in that 40 to 49 category. In the 50 to 59 group, in third place, coming on up from South Carolina in 4 hours, 49 minutes, and 16 seconds, we got George Crump. In second place in 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 59 seconds, Mike McCormick. And the winner in 4 hours, 40 minutes, and 6 seconds, Jim Yeager. Amazing work to our men in the 50 to 59 category. Let's give them another big round of applause. In the 60 to 69 category, in third place in a time of 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 22 seconds, Andrew Farron. In second place in a time of 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 4 seconds, we got Keith Hurdle. And your winner in the 60 to 69 category in 4 hours, 46 minutes, and 3 seconds after racing the VK yesterday, we got John Fiore. Let's give him one last big round of applause. In the men's, we are actually going to move on to the trifecta right now, y'all. Time for the trifecta awards. Y'all, just so you know, the trifecta is an event where you run the VK on Friday, 28K on Saturday, 50K on Sunday. We are 2 events in. These awards that they are going to be given are not permanent awards. If you wish to keep this award, you must compete tomorrow and you must compete well. So, the leader of the women's trifecta after 2 days, coming from British Columbia, we got Jenna Greaser. Just to be clear, Jenna is followed closely by Kendall Clifton Short. There is not much time between them right now. On the men's side, it's a little more dominant right now. Scott Patterson is very far up after coming in second place today after 5th place yesterday. Yeah, Scott has got a pretty significant lead right now. Scott's leading by just under an hour. All right. It is time now for... You ready for the Big Sky Beast? No, not doing that. We are going to do the non-binary crew then. Non-binary, okay. We are now going to do the non-binary overall awards. There are 3 finishers in the non-binary category currently. Our third finisher in the non-binary category has not quite finished yet, though will be rolling in imminently. That is going to be Lee Saris. They're here. Lee actually did just finish. So if you are in the base area, Lee Saris, and you would like your award, please head on up to the Vista deck. You just finished. In second place from Sausalito, California, in a time of 5 hours, 23 minutes, and 14 seconds, we've got Emily Spagnardi. And your champ in the non-binary category in a time of 5 hours, 10 minutes, and 41 seconds, we got Renona Rachel. Give him one last round of applause, y'all. Great work to our competitors there. All right, y'all, we are now going to list our top 5 overall female athletes. Just to let you know, each of the top 5 will receive an award. The top 3 will be receiving a cash award. Third place is going to get $500 bills, individual $1 bill. Second place is going to get $1,000. First place is walking out of here with 3,000 relatively crisp dollar bills. In 5th place on the ladies' side in a time of 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 31 seconds, we got Annika Landis. In 2nd place in a time of 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 6 seconds, Caitlin Patterson. In 3rd place in a time of 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 19 seconds, this is our last chance to not mess up her name, Denali Strabel. In 2nd place in a time of 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 29 seconds, Jen Lichter. And your winner, your champ, the 2024 28K Rut champion in a time of 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds, Bailey Kowalczyk. Let's give it up for our top 5 on the female side. Oh yeah, you're going to want to hang on to that shirt. Great work, ladies. All right, gang, let's move on to the men. Top 5 overall men here. In 5th place, in a time of 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 43 seconds, the People's Champion, Patty O'Leary. In 4th place, in a time of 3 hours, 19 minutes, and 10 seconds, he fell off the mountain a couple of weeks ago, Jackson Cole. In 3rd place, time of 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds, Johnny Luna Lima. In 2nd place, in 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 38 seconds, Scott Patterson. And your 2024 Rut 28K champion in a time of 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds, Cam Smith. All right, y'all, let's give it up for our top 5 men. All right, gang, our next thing on the docket for tonight is the Runt Run, which is going to be happening in 20 minutes at 4:45 down in the base area. So if you have a young one wanting to compete in the Runt Run, be in the base area in 20 minutes. At 6:30, we're going to have an athlete panel up here on the Vista deck.
We're cheering on the
We also have a couple more 28K runners on the course, so get on down there. Make them feel welcome. Make them feel excited. Thanks for coming up to the award ceremony, gang. Thanks. That one, I felt like that one's super smooth. Yeah. Yeah.
I finished it with 21K yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
I got a thing last night, and it said I got second, and my wage was
Let me
over
look
70,
you up.
over 70.
I'm just gonna make sure, and I'll go grab it for you. Okay. 21K.
Doug DeVries, yeah.
And now we have Dan and John Elsie. Congrats on those 28K finishes.
Oh, thanks.
Awesome job, 28K finishers. So if you see a runner finishing with that whole stretch, make sure you make some noise for them, and they are going to need it. On finishing to Ian Rebecca Hartman, Ethan and Holt, Brandon, Madeline, Matthew Bunton, David Lucas, Nicole Emberto, and many, many more. And Roland.
You're rearing the medical car. Yeah, it's funny. That's really good fun. I'm really glad that it's so here. No, you Sorry? Unless it's like, yeah. Great. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
All right, everyone, we have about 15 minutes for the start of your lunch run. That race and well up in your community. Cheer on those of us who can. They will be starting and finishing from that large archery center.
I mean, yeah, it was hard. So I
Shout out some of our amazing sponsors here at the Rock. First off, our title sponsor, the North Face. Our host sponsor, Big Sky, allowing us to run on these incredible trails. We've also got our supporting sponsors, including Sapphire Physical Therapy, Big Sky Brewing Co., Scratch Labs, Yeti, Kevin Swedwell, Attorney at Law, All-Time Running Guide, Destiny Brewing, Logic Vanworks, Runner's Edge, SKT Eyewear, Cozeman Running Company, The Mountain Starring Tough Talk, Onyx Backcountry, Black Coffee Brewing Co., Super Micro Fight, Garden, Art and Cheese, Pure Intel, and BJM Sponsor. Yeah, our sponsor. And now we
Oh, here's Jessel. Woo! Buddy! You're a rock star. I love you. You did it! Hi, Brad. How's it going? How's it going, guy? Yeah, like it was like money and margaritas. Woo!
Thank you to our swimmers. Thank you to all those runners who competed today and finished up this race. Y'all crushed it in one of the toughest races in the world. Probably the toughest race in the lower 48. Yeah, another count. We're going to be moving on to the run runner. And we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes till the run run.
Welcome back to the Rut Mountain Run coverage for you folks today. We're here in Big Sky, Montana. I'm here with the one and only Olivia Amber. I am one of at least a couple Chris Browns and probably not the main one you think of when you hear that name, but I am the one you're stuck with today. We are wrapping up coverage for the 28K event today before we move into the elite run this afternoon. We got a few minutes to go until that race kicks off, and we watch those kids scurry around this base area, which is going to be just delightful. We wanted to give you a little recap of the main event, the 28K here today. On the men's side, our podium was Cam Smith, Scott Patterson, Johnny Luna Lima. Really the main stories here today in that crew, Cam Smith's climbing ability, just flying away from the field on all of those ascents. And then the race, the battle between Scott and Johnny. Scott with a little bit of the edge on the ascents, Johnny flying downhill like no one we've ever seen. In fact, after the race, we did find out he beat Killian Jornet's old segment down from the top of the mountain, down that hill there. So,
which is not surprising after watching him just descend like a madman.
Yeah, absolutely floating. So, yeah, that's the podium for the guys, and it was just an awesome competitive race from start to finish. On the women's side,
was also just as exciting. Bailey Kowalczyk is our champion yet again, a three-peat champion here at the Rut 28K. Followed hot on her heels was Jen Lichter. She has won the 50K race here three times. So now she is 3K, 50K champ, 3-time 50K champ, 1-time VK champ, and now the runner-up at the 28K. That is a mouthful.
Yeah.
And rounding out our women's podium today is Denali Strabel. What an incredible downhill. It seems like we've got a little bit of a pattern here. Both of our third-place finishers in the men's and women's sides were some of the best downhill racers at the event today. And so very exciting race on the women's side. And also, we also have our top 3 non-binary finishers. At first, we have Winona Rachel. Second, Emily Spugnardi. And rounding out our non-binary podium in third was Lee Saris.
Yeah, and kind of the big story on that women's podium, of course, we don't want to overlook it, even though it was kind of a sad moment. Jen Lichter going off course. Could have been a deal breaker or a game changer there. It really set the stage for the dynamic for the rest of the day. They were really fighting back and forth early in the race. That wrong turn put a little gap between the two of them, and unfortunately it kind of cut the shootout short there because they were separated by a few minutes. Although running pretty even paces, there was a little bit more of a gap between them for the rest of the day. And
it
makes us wonder what would have happened if she didn't go off.
We have been talking and speculating about that. We're hoping there's a showdown again.
Oh, to see them back here going at it again next year would be amazing.
And I think both of them would like that too.
Yeah.
What I've gathered from conversations. And they're both just amazing competitors and they just love to race. And I think both of them were so excited about racing each other. And they still got that, but that off-course meander on Jen's part definitely put a little bit of a hindrance on that. But she was able to still pull through. And Bailey even mentioned when she looked back ascending Lone Peak, she could see Jen
she was
in
right
the
there.
distance.
Yep.
So, and again, Lone Peak has a huge open face, so you can see a lot of your competitors coming up. But she knew she was there, and they still were able to throw down. And Jen ended up a minute and a half back from Bailey after about a 4-minute detour, I think is what you calculated, Chris?
Yeah, and I think, it got down to about, like you said, 90 seconds or so there at the end. You can't help thinking Bailey might be feeling like she got away with one today. Hard to say who would have come out on top. Impossible to say who would have come out on top if they'd been battling each other. But, in conversations with Jen after the race, she's hungry. Hungry enough, in fact, that she's actually seriously and hopefully she'll, grow out of this in the next couple hours, considering doing the 50K tomorrow.
I hope she doesn't grow out of it.
We would love to see that. However, maybe a little reckless. I'd like to see her recover and maybe live to fight another day.
I may or may not be a bad influence here.
Yeah, I think that might be true.
I would love to see Jen come out and trifecta.
Yeah,
well, we'll see.
Stacked fields in both the men's and women's races tomorw as well. I won't be here.
Scott Patterson. He's second today, and he is a trifecta competitor. So of the podium today, we've got one trifecta competitor. So it's going to be really exciting to see how he throws down in the 50K and how much he's got left in those legs after doing VK yesterday and the 28K today. So definitely someone to watch. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, he, like we've covered many times this weekend, multiple-time Olympian. If anyone's got the strength to do the triple this weekend, it's him. So
yeah. He might only get stronger.
Yeah, I don't know with the strength of the field, especially the fresh folks tomorrow who have not done the VK and the 28K. I can't say Scott could possibly be a favorite, but he certainly can't be counted out either.
Yeah, he certainly can't be counted out. I think you're absolutely right. putting him as a favorite might be a little bit of a stretch, but if anyone can hop on or squeeze onto that podium after 2 races and a 50K, it's Scott Patterson.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I wouldn't fully count him out, but we'll see. I think top 5 for Scott.
You think?
I think I could see
All right.
it.
Sounds
I'm
good to
calling
me.
it.
I'd buy that.
I'm calling it.
Yeah. And likewise, speaking of Patterson's, Caitlin just off the podium for us today. Another great race. She ran the VK yesterday too. So, in fact, kind of a lot of success for folks. Out of the top, what do we got here? So the top 2 men and the second place woman. So 3 of our top 4 overall, if you combine the 2 fields, ran the VK yesterday. Which is pretty
that's a good
cool.
point. That's really,
Plus,
cool.
plus Caitlin, coming back from that too. So a lot of success. It seems like the VK doesn't take too much out of you for a good performance in the 28K.
And tomorrow we're going to see some 50K racers who just did the VK on Friday. So there's also that double happening as well.
Including Jorts Division winner, confirmed, Luke Galloway.
I'm glad that you called that out. Of course, we must talk about the Jorts Division.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Did you catch any Jorts Division folks in the 28K today?
I didn't, actually.
I don't think I did either. We might have seen some in the middle or back of the pack, but...
Well, if anyone listening wants to chime in on the Jorts Division, please feel free to drop into the chat. We would love to hear from you because we are very curious.
Yep. So, and tomorrow in the 50K, presumably there will be some Jorts runners there too. It's going to be you, Olivia, and Patty O'Leary sitting in my seat tomorrow.
Chris will not be here tomorrow, and I will be stuck with Patty.
I miss you already.
No. What am I going to do?
What are you going to do with that guy?
It's a long day.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if we have a camera yet on the run. Okay, so we're going to switch over there. We'll stay on the audio here, but we're going to cruise over to the start line here. In just a minute or two, we'll see these adorable runts.
It is going to be a showdown, everyone.
Yeah.
This is the race of the day, the premier event of the weekend, the run.
You can see Mike Foote giving them the start line instructions, probably telling them to avoid the typical elbows to faces and sand thrown in eyes that this race is known for. These kids play dirty.
Yeah.
Real playground stuff here.
If you look closely, you might see some rut tails connected to some hair. Hopefully we don't see any of those ripped out and on the ground after this.
You very
well might. Yeah.
See some scraped knees, hurt feelings, black eyes. Do we know if there's any correlation between past? No, the rut rather has been around for many years now, over a decade. Do we have any sense of whether there's a correlation between run high performers and folks who then go on to do well in the 28K, the
Chris,
VK, or the 50K?
That's something we definitely need to model out.
We need that
we
data.
need to run. We need to run a little bit of an analysis here.
Yep.
There honestly could be some causation involved.
Theoretically, like a Griffin Briley, who's now at 18, he could have been a runt at one point.
We're gonna have to. We will do some digging and report back.
Now, what we see here is Jesse Carnes from Competitive Timing holding an actual starter's pistol. Bold choice for a kids race. We'll see how many of them just turn and run the other way or cower in fear when that gun goes off.
We've got some ears plugged, some eyes covered.
Yep.
I'm not sure how that's going to go with the eyes covered, but ears plugged is okay. At least they can see where they're going.
Adam Peterman sighting there. Oh, no, that's my Alex, another tall guy.
Them.
No. He would be 3 times the height of any of these little kids.
I do have 3 important call-outs. We've got a negative 20-week-year-old racing, a negative 8-week-year-old racing, and a plus 8-week-year-old racing.
And they're off, folks. Look at these kids go.
They go.
We spoke earlier about how fast and potentially unsustainably so Bailey went out during that 28K. She had nothing on these kids. I think Bailey would be probably somewhere mid-pack with the pace that these kids are going out at.
Wow.
There's hay bales in the way.
And look at that. It's like the steeplechase,
wow.
but like trail version.
That's
with
amazing.
hay bales and dirt.
I did not know this was an obstacle race.
I didn't either, but wow. We've got just, I don't know, one of the runts out in the lead.
Yeah, hard charging.
They're amazing.
Something looking vaguely mullet-like on top of that kid.
Do you see a rut tail? That's the important question.
I certainly hope so. So we got bib number. Is that bib number 4 or 1?
I don't know who's the
Mike
follow
Foote
cam.
goes down. Mike Foote goes down. I'm not sure that was Mike actually, but our follow cam, the live cam went down. Unbelievable.
I think he took him out. I
Wait,
think there was an elbow thrown.
I think that's
was that Chad? No.
Is that Cam Smith? Right there in
That
the
might have
screen?
been Cam
I think
Smith.
that's Cam.
we might have had a runt take out Cam Smith.
Wow.
We've got Johnny Luna Lima in the background there.
Oh,
cheering
yeah,
him
yeah,
on.
there's Johnny.
There's Cam Smith.
Yeah, that's Cam right there.
Bailey Kowalczyk.
And that's Anders Brooker holding the camera there.
And look at wow, and that one of those kids just jumped clean over the hay bales.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it was as tall as they were as they were.
That's a USA jersey. So that kid clearly went to the Olympics or at least represented US at a world championship of some sort. They don't give that gear out to folks who haven't participated in some IAAF or USATF sanctioned event.
Looks like we got a few runts avoiding the hay bales. Is that legal, or are they going to get disqualified?
There is a time penalty. I think they're making a calculated choice to take the penalty in order to avoid the risk of going over that bale. So we've got some kids with escorts here.
Do they have mandatory gear? I can't tell. It looks like some have sunglasses on, some don't.
I think
some have rut tails and some don't.
Yeah,
so.
I think there's certain candies, maybe some runts that they're supposed to carry with them.
Oh, that makes sense.
All right, they're making the turn, heading. It seems back towards the base here. And
we got a couple running into each other.
This might be an off course.
Exchanged words.
Are they going off course? No, they're.
Though someone just went straight ahead.
Okay, so we have a couple kids off course. Which honestly, best case scenario that is just a few at this point. Tough to rein these kids in.
Just to recap, we've just seen one fall, and the fall was not from a run, but it was a camera person.
Yep. Oh, there's a fall.
I just jinxed it.
That'll be a scraped knee. Wow, look at these kids go. We're seeing lots of mullets, different interesting hairstyles.
Here is the future.
Yep. Is that kid carrying poles?
I'm pretty sure he was.
Not a lot of poles in this race, but okay, so this is our leader heading back towards the base over that
They
mini
are
bale.
just way ahead.
Wow.
Oh,
hard charging.
Let's go. Okay, we
Opening
got a second
that stride.
and third. We've got a showdown for the podium right now.
This is incredible. That is a mullet on that kid.
I think I just saw a rut tail on him too.
Yep. Now, I'm not sure what the authorities responsible for childcare think about putting that sort of a haircut on a youth, but we here at the Rut definitely support it.
I don't see any jorts.
It's a Montana
thing. A little
thing.
bit of a bummer.
Yeah, not
Kids
a lot of
these
jorts.
Days.
I know.
Man, no jorts? Everyone's wearing like high performance clothing.
One thing you got to be impressed with is the consistency of the pace here. The folks who went out hard are really holding it. Not a lot of blow-ups. A lot of fit kids here.
Yeah, they were training all year for this.
All right, and look at this guy go from the gun.
Oh man, is he going to break 9 minutes?
It's like a sub-9 finish.
Look at that.
8:48.
Incredible finish
that's
here.
9 or about 8:58.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes. All right.
That was a 4 minute.
Yeah, we're way off here.
Okay, we're sorry about that. Our clock here is quite off.
Wow.
But 4 minutes, we've got just steady stream of finishers coming in. One of the most spectated events of the day, the run.
I think easily the most spectated event of the day.
Yeah, true.
28K's got nothing on these kids.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. So I'm not sure if that was a course record, but it was definitely an elite performance by our winner. But chased close behind, we had a few more. We had, I think, about 5 kids just right behind, chasing all the way to the finish line. So by no means an easy victory.
And look at these kids. Oh, are they able to get over the hay bale? Oh, look at that. On to the hay bale.
Is that Erica in the back there?
I think so.
Got our own Erica Flowers.
There's Caitlin, Erica, and Brittany carrying the negative 20 week.
Oh!
Negative 8 week.
God.
I don't know where that hay bale came from, but it seems like it's not supposed to be there, but they're just rolling with it.
They sure are.
They're so just resilient,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
So resilient.
Love to see it.
You can throw hay bales at them, and they'll just run right over them.
There's a dog. Surprised that the kids aren't getting distracted by the dog.
Maybe that's the carrot, you know?
Could be.
Oh! That was an amazing jump.
Incredible. They're doing tricks.
Little spin off that. That was really impressive.
Is there prize money in this race?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I think actually the most. I think it's got the biggest prize purse.
I think
of
you
all
might
of
be
them.
right. Well, I've seen a lot of number ones on bibs here.
I just think it's funny that the parents are so competitive that they feel the need to also be in this race.
Yeah. Little bottleneck here at the hay bale hairpin turn here. You got to say the course marking's impeccable.
Yeah, so far I haven't seen any off course. Anyone go off course?
As these runs continue pouring into the finish line, wrapping up epic day 2 here at the Rut Mountain Runs, 28K, and then the main event here, of course, the Runt Run. Oh, I saw Spider-Man go by.
Oh, wow.
And frankly, this kid has not made it that far off of the start line, so not sure totally what's going on or whether that kid's going to make the cutoff, but we're happy to let him stay on course until
Cam
one of
Smith.
the intermediate cutoffs.
We just had a little cameo of Cam Smith.
Yep.
Still there cheering him on.
Gotta love that. Reminds me of Scott Jurek staying for the last racer every year at Western States. That's Cam Smith out cheering for
That's
the
a
run,
really good
the
point.
run.
Yeah, there he is. It's a really good point. Cam Smith, the new Scott Jurek.
Could be.
I'm just kidding. No one could ever replace Scott Jurek, obviously.
These hay bales are a real obstacle for some of these kids.
Yeah, they're quite large.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if they're meant for them to go around or over, but
runs come in all sizes, so
I'm impressed by the ones that have to climb them. They're over their heads.
it is not a lot of chatter in the live chat right now. Surprises me.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some heckling of these toddlers.
I know. I guess we're doing enough of that.
And look at this kid coming into the finish. Really laid it all out there. Outkicks mom.
Doesn't need
refuses a handhold. A teenager in the making.
Really just so many fun colors too.
Yep.
Despite the fact that none of them are wearing jorts, which is definitely unfortunate.
Yeah.
They definitely have the color game down. I love to see it.
And these kids getting their antler crowns there at the finish. Getting cheered on by their maybe older siblings. Oh, it's a dinosaur.
Oh my
Screw the jorts division. We got the dino division.
The dino division. I think that might be the first dino division.
I think it most certainly is. We would have had a camera on that. We had one before. Look at these runts.
Trickling in.
Okay. All right, I think that's going to end our coverage for the day. Our 28K and Rut Run Saturday, middle of the weekend here. And we will be back again tomorrow for the 50K, or at least you will, Olivia.
Yes, I'll be back. Unfortunately, Chris will not be joining us, but I will be back here in the studio with Patty O'Leary covering the 50K race, day 3, the last day of the Rut 2024.
Yep, and that'll do it for our coverage today. Thanks to all the sponsors, and thanks to all the participants today for making it an awesome event, and we will see you tomorrow.